The nuclear wastewater, discharged by Japan, caused a global black fog, and the zombie virus spread. Fortunately, I managed to hide in a rescue base. However, what I never expected was that I would eventually be betrayed by my closest relatives and die at the hands of zombies. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself reborn back to my home half a month before the end of the world. This time, not only did I feel complete despair towards my family, I also awakened the doomsday military-industrial system and possessed a ring with infinite space. So, I began to frantically stockpile munitions in preparation for the coming doomsday. When everyone was trembling in front of the zombies, I was holding the RPK, grinning and chasing those monsters that had once made me despair. Gunshots rang out, and blood and fire intertwined to form my new music. As soon as I moved into my new house in the city center, I heard my father's familiar loud voice. My father angrily asked me why I bought a house without telling my family and asked me to transfer the house to my eldest brother. He even threatened that if I didn't do it, I would no longer be a member of the Lao Mo family. Faced with this familiar scene, I was a little dazed for a moment. My name is Mo Chujio. I clearly remember that I died in the attack of mutant zombies in the 10th year of the apocalypse, but now, I can hear the strong beating of my heart. It turns out that I was reborn. In my previous life, with my ice powers and agility, I became a protector of my family and risked my life to help them escape. But my family took my efforts for granted and even betrayed me for their own comfort, sending me to the bed of the base commander's son. Although I finally escaped, I was hunted down by the base commander. The most ironic thing is that not only did my relatives not help me, they also tried their best to distance themselves from me. After my rebirth, there was only one thought left in my mind: never have anything to do with these people again. When I looked at them calmly, I only felt alienation and strangeness in my heart. Facing my father's pressure, I responded calmly. The house was bought with a loan, and there is still 500,000 yuan to be repaid. If you want to transfer the ownership, you must pay off the loan first. In fact, the house was bought in full. I said this just to get back the money I sent back home. My eldest brother, Mo Junfei, was obviously not happy. He ridiculed me for being calculating. I sneered and reminded him that the house was worth 4.5 million yuan, and whoever took advantage would know it. Unexpectedly, my mother, Li Tsuehua, also began to persuade me to borrow money, saying that I could pay it back later. I was filled with sneers in my heart and finally couldn't help asking them, "Am I your biological child?" My patience had already run out, so I made one last statement. "If you want to transfer the ownership, you have to give me $500,000, otherwise no deal." Seeing this, Mo Junfei was furious and wanted to hit me. But my 10 years of experience in the apocalypse allowed me to quickly avoid him, restrain him with my backhand, and kick him hard. Mo Junfei knelt on the ground, unable to speak due to the pain. My mother, Li Tsuehua, immediately revealed her vicious nature and cursed me for not living in this world. Seeing this, my father, Mo Fugue, also jumped up in anger, but he was obviously intimidated by my momentum and did not move forward. Huh, you guys are really biased to the extreme. How many times has Mo Junfei beaten me since I was a child? The worst time he beat me was when I broke a bone. But what about you? You just said a few words to him lightly, and you didn't even dare to say anything harsh to him. Now, I just gave him a light kick, and you were so anxious. You say I am a money loser? From the time I was born until I graduated from junior high school, I lived with my grandma. I returned to the Mo family only after my grandmother passed away. But before long, I went to boarding school. Tuition, miscellaneous fees, textbooks, which one of them did you pay for? I earned all of these by working part-time. In my first year of college, I still had to apply for a student loan to pay for my tuition. Let me ask you, have you ever supported me? What did you lose? Since I was able to make money, I would send money home every month. I spent 4 years in college, so I must have sent back at least 600,000 or 700,000 yuan, right? You say I am an ungrateful person? Then I would like to ask you, how much money has my filial elder brother given you since he graduated from college? I questioned them with a sneer, my heart filled with disgust and disappointment. In my previous life, I had doubted whether this strange couple was my biological parents and even secretly did a paternity test. But the result made me even more desperate. They were indeed my biological parents. How can they be the same? Li Tsuehua said confidently. Your eldest brother is a boy, and we will rely on him to take care of us in our old age. You are a girl, and you will belong to someone else's family sooner or later. You earn money, and instead of giving it to your parents, Do you want to take it to your husband's family? Your mother is right. Mo Fuguwe took over the conversation with a matter-of-fact expression on his face. Rather than letting your in-laws get the house in the future, it's better to give it to your eldest brother. Mo Chujio, I don't care. You must take your eldest brother to transfer the ownership today. Otherwise, you will no longer be the daughter of our Mo family. I looked at them coldly, having already made up my mind. Since you don't like me so much, then I won't be your daughter. What did you say? Mo Fuguwe was so angry that his voice changed. Are you rebelling? You want to not do it? I tell you, it's not that easy. I sneered, having seen through their thoughts. Rather than continue to tangle with them, it is better to sell the house as soon as possible and settle everything. The shadow of the end of the world has begun to loom, and I have to hurry up and stockpile supplies. Huh? Didn't you say that if I don't transfer the ownership, I will no longer be the daughter of the Mo family? Well, I'm telling you now, I don't plan to transfer the ownership. Therefore, I am no longer the daughter of the Mo family. In this case, please leave my house. My voice was cold and hard, leaving no room for negotiation. Mo Junfei was unwilling to give up and stood up angrily, but was eventually knocked back to his original position by a punch from me and ran away in panic. Seeing this, Li Tsuehua screamed and rushed over to help, but ended up falling and getting bruised and battered. Enough! We will give you the 500,000 this afternoon. Take your brother to transfer the ownership tomorrow. Mo Fuguwe finally admitted defeat. Although he was unwilling, he knew that there would be no good result if he continued to pester. I sneered, but I had already made a plan in my mind. 600,000, I said calmly. They just broke a lot of my precious vases. They have to pay compensation. Mo Fuguwe hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. He thought to himself that as long as he got the house, he could slowly deal with me. However, he didn't know that I had no intention of giving them this opportunity. After they left, I immediately contacted the agent and sold the house for 4.3 million. The procedures were completed that afternoon, and the money had arrived. The Mo family's 600,000 was also transferred to my account at dusk. Mo Fuguwe called and told me to go and transfer the property tomorrow. I replied calmly with an okay and hung up. Afterwards, I sold all my stocks and had 5.8 million on hand, which was enough for me to stock up on daily necessities. After everything was arranged, I started to pack up. Although this house was fully decorated, many of the appliances and furniture were selected by me personally, and I spent a lot of effort on them, so I was reluctant to part with them. But I know that the days ahead will not be easy, so I will just have to use these things for as long as they can. Just as I was packing up, a voice suddenly came to my mind. Ding, Doomsday Military Industry System is activated. Reward for newbies. 10 points, plus a space ring. Points can be used to purchase mall items or participate in lucky draws. The space ring can store supplies and avoid disasters. Time in the space is stagnant, so the food in the space will not cool, melt, rot, or deteriorate. Note, except for the host, no other living things are allowed to enter the space. When I heard this voice, I was so excited. Isn't this the golden finger I was looking for? God is so good to me. As soon as the system finished speaking, an ancient emerald green ring appeared on my index finger. It was engraved with a cloud pattern, which was simple and elegant. Ding, the space ring is binding with the host. Ding, binding is successful. The host can check the space inside the ring as he wishes. I thought about it and instantly entered the space inside the ring. This space was much larger than a football field, enough for me to store a large amount of supplies. I was ecstatic, knowing that I could now prepare for the coming apocalypse. So I started to put everything that could be moved, such as the sofa, bed, TV, computer, kitchen utensils, etc., into the space. Next, I checked the system mall and found that the mall page was similar to an e-commerce platform, but all the items sold there were military supplies, from small daggers and sabers to large helicopters, fighter jets, rocket launchers, and even warships. Everything is available. Seeing these powerful weapons, I couldn't help swallowing. In the end times, these heavy weapons are extremely effective against zombies. Even in the 10th year of the apocalypse, a rocket launcher can still be fatal in the face of high-level zombies. However, as time goes by, the world's factory comes to a standstill, and humans have fewer and fewer weapons, and ultimately, they can only rely on people with special powers to fight the zombies head-on. In the previous life, the situation of mankind in the end times became increasingly difficult, even to the point of near extinction. Now, with these powerful weapons, I may be able to change that fate. As a military academy student, the sense of responsibility to defend my country has always been rooted in my heart. Although my experience in the last life made me feel disgusted with human selfishness and betrayal, in this life, I'm still willing to fight to prevent human extinction. However, this time I will not be a pushover. I will only help those who deserve help. However, after checking them all, I found that, except for a small amount of food, most items required a large number of points, and a lottery also required 100 points. So, I tried to ask the system how to earn points quickly. The system responded, "There are two ways to get points. One is to kill zombies and exchange crystal cores for points. The other is to complete the tasks issued by the system to obtain points." I can't kill zombies now, so I decided to try to do the task. The system provides me with 3 task options. The first task is to go to Japan to collect supplies for free. For every 10,000 yuan worth of supplies collected, 1 point will be awarded. The second mission is to assassinate the Japanese Prime Minister Masahime Yasuda, and a successful reward will be 100,000 points. The third task is to blow up the Yasukuni Shrine in Japan, and the reward is 200,000 points. These 3 tasks are not mandatory and are optional. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly, and I felt that the system's task was exactly what I wanted. The source of the doomsday crisis is Japan's discharge of nuclear wastewater, which I hate with all my heart. Now there are still 3 days before the outbreak of the zombie virus in Japan, and I must hurry to complete these tasks. So, I quickly booked a round-trip ticket to Japan and planned to leave that night. The next morning, I had already set foot on Japanese soil. I found a luxurious hotel and booked the presidential suite. After a simple wash, I lay down to rest and recharge my energy. At midnight, I changed into black clothes, put on a hood and sunglasses, and quietly left through the second-floor window. There's a large shopping mall near the hotel, and I sneaked in quietly. Through simple means, I successfully opened the magnetic lock and entered the mall. The mall was dimly lit, but with the help of a flashlight, I quickly found a large number of luxury brand counters, imported food areas, medicines, daily necessities, etc. I put everything I could move into the space, regardless of whether I could use it or not. After 3 hours of searching, I almost emptied the entire mall, leaving only the Japanese food. The system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining materials worth 3.2 billion. And the reward points are 320,000 points. Chapter 4. Emo Chujo quickly opened the system mall and was pleasantly surprised to find that she could easily buy most items. Even airplanes and tanks only cost 200,000 points. At this moment, Emo Chujo was in a very good mood and felt that earning points was so easy. After leaving the mall, Emo Chujo strolled around the area and bought almost all the shops on the street. Afterwards, Emo Chujo came to a Tamarin 4S store, where the new off-road vehicle she had long admired was on display. This car not only has a cool appearance and luxurious interior, but also has excellent performance. More importantly, it is a civilian armored vehicle. The body of the vehicle is made of thickened steel plates, and the glass is made of new explosion-proof materials. It cannot be destroyed unless it encounters zombies above level 5. There are only 5 of this off-road vehicle, which is produced in limited quantities worldwide. The one in front of Emo Chujo is most likely just shipped to Japan and has not yet been delivered. Emo Chujo smiled slightly, secretly rejoicing in his heart that this was a perfect opportunity to get close to Yasuda Masao. Emo Chujo quickly destroyed the cameras in the store, put all the cars into the space ring, then entered the SUV and entered his own space from inside the car. Although Emo Chujo's spatial ability has a bug, at this moment it becomes a weapon for her to get close to Yasuda Masao. The system prompt sounded, and Emo Chujo obtained 420 million supplies and 42,000 points. After checking the system points, Emo Chujo found that he had accumulated more than 360,000 points, which was enough to exchange for most military products. So, Emo Chujo spent 15,000 points to exchange for a small pistol, then took out a barbecue pot that he had just obtained from the supermarket from the space, and began to prepare a long-lost big meal for himself. The aroma of barbecue filled the air, and Emo Chujo enjoyed it to his heart's content. After finally finishing 5 boxes of steaks in no time, he fell contentedly on the big bed. He moved from home and took a nap. When he woke up, Emo Chujo found that the SUV had been parked in a mansion, surrounded by heavy patrols by guards. Emo Chujo guessed that this was the residence of Yasuda Masao. Since it was inconvenient to move around during the day, she decided to hide in the space temporarily and wait for the night to come. At this moment, the cell phone rang. Emo Chujo saw that the caller ID was Emo Fugue, and he hung up and blocked the call without hesitation. Later, Li Tsuehua and Emo Junfei also called, and Mo Chujo also dealt with it cleanly. She didn't want to have anything to do with this family anymore. On the other side, the three members of the Mo family arrived early outside the house sold by Mo Chujo, excitedly thinking about squeezing a few more million from her. However, the door that couldn't be knocked open and the phone calls that couldn't be connected made them realize that they had been tricked by Mo Chujo. Li Tsuehua was so angry that she wanted to call the police, but after calming down, Mo Fugue pointed out that calling the police would be useless and the police would just treat it as a family matter. Although Li Tsuehua and Mo Junfei were furious, Mo Fugue knew very well that they could not fall out at this time. He had to stabilize Mo Chujo and continue to gain benefits from her. However, what Mo Fugue didn't know was that in the end times, Mo Chujo had already become disillusioned with them, and no matter what they did, they would no longer be able to gain any benefits from her. In the end, the three members of the Mo family had no choice but to retreat, but secretly decided to continue waiting, trying to find Mo Chujo again before school started. Chapter 5. At midnight, the Prime Minister's residence was shrouded in silence. The bright moon was like a hook, casting a few rays of cool light. Mo Chujo quietly walked out of the Tamarin H7 armored off-road vehicle, and under the cover of night, he moved lightly between the buildings of the mansion, like a nimble cat. Although the bodyguards patrolled from time to time, Mo Chujo easily avoided them with the power of space and approached the master bedroom silently. Mo Chujo gently pushed open the door and quickly slipped in. The room was dark, and with the help of the faint moonlight, she could vaguely see the figures entangled on the bed. Hearing the noise, the man hurriedly rolled off the woman, wrapped the quilt tightly around both of them, growled angrily in Japanese, and tried to turn on the bedside lamp. Just as he saw that Mo Chujo was wearing all black clothes and a black hood, fear instantly surged into his heart. He was about to shout when he was shot dead by Mo Chujo. The death of Masao Yasuda made the woman next to him scream, and she retreated to the corner of the bed and trembled. Mo Chujo ignored her, took out an outdoor climbing rope from the space, quickly tied it to the window, jumped out of the room lightly, and landed steadily. When the bodyguards broke into the bedroom, Mo Chujo was already in the SUV. The bodyguards drew their guns and opened fire, but the thick steel plates of the car body were not afraid of the bullets and remained unscathed. The off-road vehicle roared like a beast and rushed towards the closed door. The door fell to the ground under the powerful impact. Then, Mo Chujo drove out of the mansion and drove away. The bodyguards hurriedly chased after him, but when they rushed out of the door, the SUV had already disappeared into the night. Mo Chujo took advantage of the night to store the car in the space, and then planned to take a nap, and then return to the hotel to rest after those people searched without success. The system prompted that the task was completed, and Mo Chujo received 100,000 points, which was another generous reward. The next day at noon, the commotion in the Prime Minister's residence finally died down. During this time, Japanese police, reporters, and politicians continued to come and go. Mo Chujo hid in the space and watched the fun through his mobile phone. The Japanese national TV station broadcast a video showing Mo Chujo sweeping shopping malls and streets. In the video, she was like a ghost in the night, and objects disappeared instantly wherever she passed. Then, the video showed Mo Chujo jumping from Yasuda Masao's bedroom. His movements were as agile as a special forces soldier. He finally broke through the siege of bodyguards by driving an off-road vehicle, and his heroic departure was unforgettable. This video quickly spread around the world and sparked heated discussions in China. People praised this mysterious figure for his justice, and some even proposed to blow up the Yasukuni Shrine, which was highly praised. Netizens translated this wish into multiple languages and posted it in the comment section of the Japanese national TV station, sparking a war of words between Chinese and Japanese netizens. Finally, China's highly skilled hackers took action, and the homepages of major Japanese websites flew the Chinese flag, with large blood-red characters marked, "Blow up the god's toilet." "Thank you, God." Mo Chujo saw the words on the screen and smiled slightly. She recognized the red hacker logo. It was her comrade in arms, Liu Jingxi, from her previous life. Liu Jingxi was once a member of the Crimson Squad led by Mo Chujo. Although he was not very powerful at the end of the world, he helped the base overcome numerous difficulties with his psychic powers and extraordinary wisdom. Thinking of this, Mo Chujo decided to take immediate action to blow up the Yasukuni Shrine and reunite with his former comrades as soon as possible. Since Liu Jingxi wanted so much, Mo Chujo no longer waited and decided to complete this task now, and then began to look for his former companions. Chapter 6. At dusk, There were still a few tourists leisurely touring the Yasukuni shrine. Mo Chujio mixed in among them, looking inconspicuous. Mo Chujio quietly exchanged 50,000 points in the system mall for 5 powerful time bombs, and cleverly placed them in various corners of the Yasukuni shrine to ensure that each bomb could exert maximum destructive power. As the timer began to count down, Mo Chujio remained calm as he left the Yasukuni shrine and took a taxi to the airport. For many Chinese people, blowing up the Yasukuni shrine has always been an elusive dream. However, Mo Chujio used the power of the system and space to easily complete this impossible task. Sitting in the taxi, Mo Chujio looked at the time on his phone and counted down quietly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As her countdown ended, a deafening explosion was heard from the direction of the Yasukuni shrine, and flames shot up into the sky. The driver was startled by the loud explosion and looked in the direction of the fire in horror through the rearview mirror. He then stepped on the accelerator and quickly drove away from the scene. Mo Chujio put away his phone with satisfaction, a happy smile on his lips. An hour later, Mo Chujio boarded the plane back home. At the same time, the news of the explosion at the Yasukuni shrine quickly became a hot topic in China, and the comment section was instantly boiling. Oh shit, guys, the great god really blew up the Yasukuni shrine. I'm sure that the master must be Chinese. Otherwise, how could he get such a powerful bomb? God is awesome. I am your biggest fan now. Although most comments expressed admiration and praise for Mo Chujio, a small number of people expressed doubts and anger at the sacrifice of innocent lives. However, these voices were quickly drowned out by a large number of patriotic comments. Mo Chujio closed his eyes and rested on the plane, completely unaware of the heated discussions on the internet. Mo Chujio did not choose to detonate the bomb at night, because she knew that after midnight, the black fog would descend and no one in Japan would survive. Rather than letting them become zombies, it would be better to give them a quick death. When the plane landed, it was already past 9 in the evening. Mo Chujio took a taxi and headed straight to the Haiching Military Academy. Although it was summer vacation, Mo Chujio knew that the orphan Lu Jingxi usually did not go home, so he would definitely be able to find him at school. The campus is large, but because it is a holiday, there are not many dormitories with lights on, so it is not difficult to find them. Sure enough, in the last lighted room in the boys' dormitory, Mo Chujio found Lu Jingxi. Seeing his familiar figure, Mo Chujio's eyes moistened slightly. In the 9th year of the apocalypse, Lu Jingxi was burned to ashes by an 8th-level fire zombie in order to protect Mo Chujio. That scene is still as clear as yesterday in her mind. Now that she is reborn and sees her old friend again, Mo Chujio has mixed feelings. Excuse me, who are you? When Lu Jingxi opened the door, he saw a beautiful girl wearing a white hooded sweatshirt standing at the door. Her eyes were slightly red, and she was staring at him without blinking. Mo Chujio? Are you the great god Mo? Lu Jingxi finally recognized the man in front of him, and his excitement was beyond words. He had always admired this powerful man. Mo Chujio pursed her lips slightly, composed herself, and followed Lu Jingxi into the dormitory. Chapter 7. Mo Chujio glanced around Lu Jingxi's dormitory calmly. This 6-person dormitory was no different from the girls' dormitory, with beds neatly arranged up and down, but at this moment the other beds were empty, and only the lower bunk near the window showed signs of being used. The dormitory was indeed a bit messy, with dirty clothes and smelly socks everywhere, and the sheets and quilts were wrinkled, and it was obvious that they were not often washed. On the small desk next to the window was an old computer, and the densely packed codes on the screen looked extremely complicated. Mo Chujio sat down slowly, his eyes fixed on Lu Jingxi, his tone calm but unquestionable. Lu Jingxi, since you know me, I won't introduce myself to you. I came to you today because there are more than 10 days before the zombie virus breaks out. I need you to use your hacking skills to hack into the school's database and help me find a few people. Lu Jingxi was shocked and confused. Zombie virus? Sister, are you kidding? Today is not April Fool's Day. And why are you looking for me? How do you know my name? Mo Chujio smiled calmly, with a hint of unquestionable confidence in his tone. Not only do I know your name is Lu Jingxi, I also know that you are an orphan who grew up in the Luching orphanage. You are a hacker, codenamed Blood Spider. You are type A blood, 1.83 meters tall, and weighs 65 kilograms. Am I right? Lu Jingxi was stunned for a moment. You, how do you know all this? Especially my code name. Even my roommate doesn't know it. If I tell you that I was reborn from 10 years later, would you believe it? Mo Chujio looked directly into Lu Jingxi's eyes, his tone calm but powerful. Lu Jingxi was about to question it, but saw Mo Chujio wave her finger lightly, and suddenly two brand new sheets and quilt covers appeared on his messy bed. Your sheets and quilt covers are too dirty. Change them with new ones. Mo Chujio said lightly, as if it was just a very normal thing. Lu Jingxi stared at what was happening in front of him with his eyes wide open and murmured in disbelief. Is this a magic trick? Mo Chujio ignored his question and turned to look at his small desk. The computer is too old. I'll give you a new one. As soon as he finished speaking, the old computer disappeared instantly, replaced by a brand new Huawei MS-10 laptop. This computer was what Lu Jingxi had always dreamed of, but he had never been willing to buy it. This desk doesn't match the computer. Let's get a new one. In the blink of an eye, the small desk was replaced by a brand new wooden desk. Lu Jingxi was completely shocked. This phenomenon was beyond his imagination and could not be explained by science. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Is this the legendary space?" "Yes, it's a space ring given by the system." Mo Chujio nodded casually. Lu Jingxi took a deep breath and sat back in front of the computer with mixed feelings. His face was no longer questioning, but serious and solemn. How long will it take for the end of the world to come? Also, what was our relationship in our previous lives? Mo Chujio looked at the time on his mobile phone and answered calmly. In about an hour, Japan will be shrouded in black fog, and the zombie virus will spread rapidly in Japan. In less than a day, the entire Japanese nation will be wiped out, with no survivors. After about 10 days, the black fog will cover the entire world. This day will decide the fate of mankind. Some will become superpowers, some will survive, but most people will become zombies. Lu Jingxi listened attentively. Mo Chujio continued. You and I were both members of the Crimson Squad in our previous lives. There were 7 people in the team. We are all students of Haiching Military Academy. We met in the end times, gradually came to trust each other, and eventually formed a team and became each other's family. I came to you today to ask you to use hacking skills to break into the school database and find the home addresses and phone numbers of other team members. We must get together before the end of the world to avoid any accidents. Lu Jingxi pondered for a moment, then looked up at Mo Chujio. Her eyes were firm and deep, as if she could see through people's hearts. He finally nodded in agreement. Okay, I believe you. I will start checking the whereabouts of the others now. Lu Jingxi quickly tapped on the keyboard and skillfully hacked into the school database. For him, this was a piece of cake. After a few minutes, he successfully found the contact information and home addresses of several people. Mo Chujio looked at the time and found that it was already 11:30. Mo Chujio and Lu Jingxi called those people separately and briefly conveyed the message. Tonight at midnight, Japan will be shrouded in black fog. Tomorrow morning, Japan will become a land of zombies. If what I said is true, please come to room 608 of the male dormitory of Haiching Military Academy to find me. Mi Xiaoqi and the others received the call. Although they were unhappy about being disturbed in the middle of the night, they reluctantly agreed. After hanging up the phone, most of them suspected that this was a prank, but they also decided to go to room 608 to find out after school started. Chapter 8. Hey Master, do you think they will believe us? Lu Jingxi asked with some concern after hanging up the last call. Mo Chujio replied calmly. Yes, everything is currently developing according to the trajectory of the previous life. The news that the black fog will descend on Japan tomorrow will surely spread all over the world. By then, they will have to believe it even if they don't want to. Lu Jingxi nodded but still hesitated. Master, I want to call my roommates to inform them. Is that okay? Mo Chujio hesitated for a moment, his eyes softened slightly. Okay, but there are some things you can't change. Lu Jingxi looked at her in confusion and put down his phone. You mean them? Mo Chujio nodded. Yes. In your previous life, you said that your 5 roommates were infected with the virus on the first day of the apocalypse. I don't recommend you to call them to inform them. You can't save them, and you will only make them fall into fear in advance. Sometimes, it's rare to be confused. Lu Jingxi was silent for a moment, lowered his head, and finally nodded. The next morning, the other members of the Crimson team woke up from their sleep and habitually picked up their phones to check the time, but they were suddenly stunned. Everyone's phone was pushing news about Japan. After 12 a.m. yesterday, the entire country was shrouded in a black fog. According to satellite observations, the black fog originated in the Japanese waters and dissipated at 6:30 this morning. Various countries have sent reconnaissance aircraft to Japan to investigate, but have not received any response so far. The members of the Bloody Squad were shocked. realizing that the mysterious phone call last night might really herald the coming of the end of the world. They quickly packed their bags and rushed to Haicheng. Mi Xiaoqi was the first to arrive. When she saw Mo Chuzhou demonstrate his spatial ability in front of her, she completely believed what Mo Chuzhou said. What can I do? I still have my grandparents and my second uncle. No, I have to go back and bring them to Haicheng. Mi Xiaoqi was panicked for a moment. Mo Chuzhou gently advised, don't be anxious. According to the development in the previous life, China will be safe in more than 10 days. It is useless to tell them now if they do not believe. Even if you bring them here, there is no place to put them. Our priority now is to find a safe base and stockpile as many supplies as possible. You can call them and tell them, and if they believe it, ask them to transfer the money over, and you can help buy the supplies and store them in my space. If they don't believe it, at least we should persuade them to stock up on supplies and then pick them up after we find a safe place. Mi Xiaoqi nodded, understood Mo Chuzhou's logic, and hurried outside to make a phone call. After a while, Mi Xiaoqi came back dejectedly. Sister Mo, I told them about the end of the world, but they didn't believe it and said they would send me to a mental hospital. Mo Chuzhou smiled and soothed him. This kind of thing is too mysterious. It's normal not to believe it. Since they don't believe it, just stay here and help. When we find a safe place, we'll find a way to bring them over. Mi Xiaoqi calmed down a little and nodded. You are right. Once the news of the zombie virus outbreak spreads, they will believe me. It won't be too late to bring them here then. But Mo Chuzhou knew that the truth about the outbreak of the zombie virus in Japan would not be made public. Governments of various countries blocked the news to avoid causing social panic and leading to a breakdown of order. The real disaster will come suddenly, catching everyone off guard. Instead of making Mi Xiaoqi worry, it is better to let her try to keep a relaxed mood now. Lu Jingxi and I will go purchase supplies tomorrow. Xiaoqi, you stay here and wait for the other members. Let them rest after they arrive, and we will get together in the evening. Mo Chuzhou said to Lu Jingxi and Mi Xiaoqi. Well, okay. Master, here are all my savings, more than 300,000 in deposits. Since we are a team, we can purchase the supplies together and leave them with you. Lu Jingxi handed Mo Chuzhou a bank card. Mo Chuzhou took the card and accepted it without hesitation. Mi Xiaoqi also quickly took out a black credit card from her bag and handed it to Mo Chuzhou. Sister Mo, this is the card my second uncle gave me. There is no limit on the amount. You can use it as you like. Stock up on more supplies before my second uncle reacts. Mo Chuzhou smiled and accepted it happily. She knew that Mi Xiaoqi's second uncle was an extremely stingy rich man. Although he had a lot of assets, he was very frugal. This time, she decided to help Uncle Mi spend the money to prevent him from regretting it when the end of the world comes. Don't worry, Xiaoqi, I will definitely make good use of this card. Mo Chuzhou said with a smile. He had already made up his mind to use up the card and make adequate preparations for the coming doomsday. Chapter 9. The next morning, Mo Chuzhou and Lu Jingxi first rented a farmyard in the suburbs of Haicheng for 1,000 yuan for half a month. The compound is spacious, with a main house and east and west wing rooms. The entire yard is enclosed with solar panels, making it very suitable for storing the large amounts of supplies they are about to purchase. After renting the house, Lu Jingxi and his friends went directly to the wholesale market in Haicheng City and started making large purchases. First, Lu Jingxi and his friends came to a grain and oil shop. Mo Chuzhou asked for 1,000 tons of rice, and the shop owner couldn't believe his ears. How much? 1,000 tons? You two young people, do you know how much it costs to buy so much rice? The shop owner asked in shock. Lu Jingxi immediately stepped forward and explained, Uncle, we want to open a large supermarket, buy more goods, and the price will be cheaper. After hearing this, the shop owner looked at them with some suspicion. You can't open a supermarket with so much rice, right? Do you know how much it costs? Lu Jingxi said confidently. We know that 1,000 tons of rice will cost about 4 million. We checked it on Baidu. Seeing that they were confident, the shop owner stopped talking. Although he thought that these two people might be second-generation rich people who used their parents' money to start a business, 4 million was still a huge sum of money for him, and making this business a big profit was an opportunity. Then the shop owner said, Since you know the situation, I won't persuade you anymore. I don't have much stock here, but I can help you contact the upper-level wholesaler and supply you with goods at a price of 1.8 yuan per kilogram. Lu Jingxi immediately looked at Mo Chuzhou, and when he saw her nod in agreement, he smiled and said to the shop owner, Then I'll leave it to you, uncle. You'll also have to take care of the transportation. The shop owner readily agreed, and they finally placed a purchase plan for 1,000 tons of rice, and additionally ordered 1,000 bags of flour, 10,000 barrels of cooking oil, 20,000 bags of salt, as well as various seasonings and braised meat and stir-fry packets, spending a total of 4,600,000. Mo Chujio paid a deposit of 100,000 yuan with a black card and agreed to deliver the goods to the rented farmyard within 3 days. Then, Lu Jingxi and his friends came to the meat wholesale area. Mo Chujio bought almost all the pork shop stocks, totaling 15,000 kilograms of pork at a price of 10 yuan per kilogram, with a total cost of 150,000 yuan. In addition, Lu Jingxi and his team also purchased an equal amount of beef and mutton, spending 400,000. Adding various kinds of chicken, duck, goose, fish, seafood, etc., the total cost was 950,000. Afterwards, Lu Jingxi and his friends came to the fruit and vegetable area and once again purchased a large number of various fruits and vegetables. Although most of the goods could not be delivered immediately, Lu Jingxi and his colleagues paid a deposit and agreed to deliver the goods within 3 days. Next, Mo Chujio and Lu Jingxi went to a small city near Haicheng, where there was a generator manufacturing plant. Mo Chujio chose a diesel generator specially used in hotels and restaurants, which cost 650,000 yuan each. She directly purchased 10 units, spending a total of 6.5 million yuan. After purchasing the generator, Mo Chujio realized that diesel reserves were also very important. But due to the strict control of gasoline and diesel in the country, it was not easy to obtain large quantities. Mo Chujio thought of the black oil that existed in many places in his previous life. Some of them were non-standard oils that were not produced by regular refineries, while the other part was low-priced oil wholesale from regular oil factories through connections. Non-standard oils pose great risks, so Mo Chujio decided to try to find reliable channels to obtain these fuels. Chapter 10. Mo Chujio directly asked the generator salesperson if there was any way to buy a large amount of diesel and gasoline. Mo Chujio's purchase volume and generous spending made the salesperson in a good mood. He pulled Mo Chujio aside and said in a low voice, "If you need the kind of regular oil that is sold cheaply, I can introduce someone to you." The salesperson continued, "That man is my cousin. He works at Huaxia Petrochemical. He's a small boss. He can help you get a batch of gas under the name of a regular gas station. However, this kind of thing is risky. Mo Chujio didn't wait for him to finish his words and said decisively, "I will give you a reward of 100,000 yuan after the task is completed, but the price must be cheaper than the market price." When the salesperson heard this, he was immediately delighted. "Don't worry, we'll give you the wholesale price." The salesperson quickly asked for leave and then took Mo Chujio and Lu Jingxi to a large petrochemical company. After waiting outside the company's office for a while, the salesperson brought out a short, middle-aged man with a big belly and took them to a secluded place. "Do you want gasoline or diesel?" The short man asked straight to the point. "I want both gasoline and diesel. 1 tank truck for diesel and 1 tank truck for 98 #gasoline. I want both the tank truck and the oil." Mo Chujio answered simply. She decided to buy the tank truck as well, so that she would not have to worry about transportation in the early days of the apocalypse. The short man rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "We just happen to have some obsolete tank trucks. They've been used for a few years and were forced to be replaced, but they're still usable. If you want them, 2 trucks will cost you 100,000 yuan." Mo Chujio did not agree immediately, but gave Lu Jingxi a look. Lu Jingxi immediately stepped forward to bargain, and finally won 2 20-ton tank trucks at a price of 20,000 yuan each, including the fuel cost of 500,000 and the reward of 100,000. The total cost was 620,000, of which 500,000 was paid by black card through regular channels, and the remaining 120,000 was transferred directly to the short man. After completing the transaction, Mo Chujio and Lu Jingxi drove 2 tank trucks back to the rented yard. After getting off the car, Mo Chujio put the tank trucks into her space. Then, Mo Chujio used her points to exchange for 2 buckets of self-heating hot pot. After a quick meal, the two of them continued their shopping trip. Mo Chujio first led his men to the seed base and purchased a large amount of grain, vegetable, fruit seeds, and seedlings of various fruit trees. Mo Chujio knew that the zombie virus would not affect plants, but the extreme climate in the next 3 years would cause most plants to die, so she decided to prepare for the future. Afterwards, the two went to the water station and ordered 10,000 barrels of purified water and then bought 20,000 bottles of mineral water at the wholesale market. Although human physique has changed after the apocalypse and they are immune to spoiled water, Mo Chujio still decided to store some clean water in case of emergency. After leaving the water station, Mo Chujio took Lu Jingxi to the clothing wholesale market. Mo Chujo remembered that the first year of the apocalypse began with extremely cold weather, with the temperature dropping to minus 50 degrees Celsius. In order to cope with the extreme low temperatures, Mo Chujo decided to stockpile a large number of warm equipment such as down jackets, cotton trousers, snow boots, gloves, and purchased electric blankets, radiators, and other equipment. Seeing that Mo Chujo had purchased so many cold-proof supplies, Lu Jingxi couldn't help but ask, "Sister Mo, why did you buy so many warm things? Are we going to the South Pole or the North Pole to hide from zombies?" Mo Chujo smiled slightly and explained, "It's not about hiding, but about dealing with the extremely cold weather in the first year of the apocalypse. In October this year, the temperature will drop rapidly to minus 20 degrees Celsius, and by December, the temperature will drop to more than minus 50 degrees Celsius. These cold-proof equipment are used to keep out the cold." Lu Jingxi was shocked when he heard this, but then he felt relieved, realizing that even so, they would not be frozen into ice sculptures in an instant. Then, Mo Chujo took Lu Jingxi to a home appliance mall to buy an air conditioner. Lu Jingxi asked in confusion, "Sister Mo, we already have electric radiators. Do we still need air conditioners?" Mo Chujo explained, "Air conditioning is not only for keeping out the cold, but also for dealing with the extreme high temperatures in the apocalypse. In the next 3 years, extremely cold and extremely hot weather will alternate. We need air conditioning to keep our living environment comfortable. Tomorrow, we will also buy some iced drinks and ice cream to store. You don't know how delicious it is to eat these things in the hot weather of the end of the world." Chapter 11. When Lu Jingxi heard Mo Chujo mention that the end of the world would not only face zombies but also extreme climate, he could not help but shudder. Lu Jingxi secretly felt lucky that he had a great god like Mo Chujo to protect him. Otherwise, with his weak strength, even if he was lucky enough not to die, his life would be extremely difficult. "Sister Mo, I'm lucky to have you." Lu Jingxi sighed sincerely. Mo Chujo smiled and said nothing more and bought all the air conditioners in the electrical appliance mall. This electrical appliance mall was not small, and there were only more than 200 air conditioners in stock. Mo Chujo didn't pick and choose, bought all of them, and asked for them to be delivered to the farmyard. In addition, Mo Chujo also purchased large and small household appliances that might be used in the end times, such as a water heater, a large freezer, an electric rice cooker, and a water dispenser. The card swiping process went very smoothly, but when Mo Chujo was about to pay for 50 washing machines, Mi Xiaoqi's black card was suddenly suspended. Mo Chujo's lips curled slightly, and she smiled secretly in her heart. Uncle Mi finally found out. Uncle Mi, who was always careful, didn't notice the huge amount of expenditure in the card until now, which really surprised her. At this time, Uncle Mi, who had just got off the plane in Country M, turned on his mobile phone and received multiple consumption notifications in succession. The amounts were so huge that he almost vomited blood out of heartache. Uncle Mi hurriedly contacted the bank, suspended Mi Xiaoqi's secondary card, and asked his assistant to do his statistics, and found that a total of more than 50 million had been swiped. "My niece has always been well-behaved and sensible. Why would she suddenly spend so much money? This is not normal." Uncle Mi's heart tightened, worried that his niece might have encountered some trouble, and quickly called Mi Xiaoqi. After the call was connected, Uncle Mi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Mi Xiaoqi's voice as usual. But then he started cursing into the phone, so loudly that it almost deafened Mi Xiaoqi's ears. "Mi Xiaoqi, what did you do with the black card? You spent more than 50 million on my card in one day? When did you become a prodigal son? Do you know how I saved all this money? Give me a reasonable explanation." Uncle Mi was extremely angry. Mi Xiaoqi hurriedly explained and told Uncle Mi that the end of the world was approaching and she spent so much money in order to stockpile supplies. She also told him in detail that Mo Chujo was a big boss who was reborn in the end times and her great achievements in Japan. Mi Xiaoqi thought that Uncle Mi would praise her for making the acquaintance of such an important person, but she didn't expect that after hearing what she said, Uncle Mi became even angrier and his voice became even sharper. "Mi Xiaoqi, are you crazy? You believe such an obvious scam? Do you know the big shot in black? She is wearing a hood. How can you be sure it is her? Also, what doomsday? What zombie virus? I think you have watched too many movies. Wait until I get back and see how I will deal with you," Uncle Mi said angrily. After saying that, Uncle Mi hung up the phone angrily and immediately called the police in China. He also arranged for his assistant to handle business matters and immediately changed his flight ticket back home. Mi Xiaoqi was so overwhelmed by the scolding that she quickly called Mo Chujo. After listening to her, Mo Chujo calmly told her that she had almost bought the things she needed to buy, and it didn't matter if the card was suspended. Mi Xiaoqi was relieved. After Mo Chujio canceled the washing machine order, he and Lu Jingxi returned to the farmyard. Mo Chujio calculated that the remaining funds would be used mainly to pay the balance of the order materials. Although the black card was suspended, she still had Lu Jingxi's 300,000 and her own 6 million to pay the balance. After returning to the compound, the large trucks from the electrical appliance mall also arrived, and 2 trucks of home appliances filled the entire compound. After the unloading personnel left, Mo Chujio immediately put the appliances into the space. As the sky gradually darkened, Mo Chujio sent a message to Mi Xiaoqi, asking her to bring her teammates over. She estimated that the other members should have gathered at the military academy, so she decided to use the farmyard as a temporary base. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Mi Xiaoqi led 4 young men and women into the compound. When Mo Chujio saw these young faces that were both familiar and unfamiliar, the corners of his lips slightly raised, and he said softly, "Long time no see." Su Su, Song Jusi, Lin Jin, and Shen Qingyang looked at each other. Shen Qingyang, who was tall and dark-skinned, stepped forward and said, "We have heard from Mi Xiaoqi about your situation. Logically speaking, as a celebrity in Haiqing Military Academy, you have no reason to lie to us unknown people. Combined with the news this morning, we should believe you. But rebirth is too mysterious. It's really hard for us to believe. Mi Xiaoqi said you have spatial ability. Can you let us see it?" The other people also nodded, their eyes focused on Mo Chujio, full of expectation and suspicion. Mo Chujio said nothing more and directly took out the Tunglong armored off-road vehicle she brought back from Japan from the space. She stood with her arms folded, looking at everyone with a half-smile. This scene not only shocked the new team members, but also surprised Mi Xiaoqi and Lu Jingxi. "Sister Mo, isn't this the Japanese Prime Minister's special car? Are you the black-clad god? Are you really the god who killed the Japanese Prime Minister and blew up the Yasukuni Shrine's toilet?" They exclaimed in surprise, their eyes full of disbelief. Chapter 12 Boss, you are my god. Lu Jingxi's eyes sparkled as he looked at this cool and awesome off-road vehicle. He could never have imagined that the black-clad god whom he admired so much was actually right next to him and was the boss who protected him. This was so fucking shocking to him. Although Mi Xiaoqi and the others didn't say anything, they couldn't hide the shocked expressions on their faces. What Mo Chujio did in Japan is really amazing. The entire Chinese people have great respect for this great god in black. There are videos and posts about the black-clad god everywhere. Even if they wanted to know that the car was taken away by the black-clad god, it would be difficult. The way Mi Xiaoqi and others looked at Mo Chujio was just like the way devout believers looked at gods. Eyes full of admiration. Even Song Jusi, who was usually cold and taciturn, raised his eyebrows and looked at Mo Chujio with admiration in his eyes. The charming Su Su walked forward, circled around Mo Chujio, and then gave him a thumbs up. "Girl, you can do it." Mo Chujio's lips curled slightly. "Su Su, you're not bad either. Boss, you are actually the one who killed the Japanese Prime Minister and bombed the Yasukuni Shrine?" Shen Qingyang, who had been full of doubts just now, immediately changed his tone, and Mo Chujio directly became his boss. Mo Chujio smiled when he heard this. Some things are destined. In her previous life, Shen Qingyang, a dark and strong man, called her boss with a look of admiration on his face. Starting over again, still the same. "Uh-huh." Mo Chujio responded indifferently. Shen Qingyang got a positive answer and looked at Mo Chujio more eagerly. "Boss, as soon as the last video came out, I said that the black god had space. Those internet idiots didn't believe it and kept scolding me for a long time, calling me an idiot. Now it's confirmed, right? Boss, I, Lin Jin, believe in you. We are the members of the Scarlet Squad. It's so prestigious to follow the boss." After Lin Jin finished speaking, Mi Xiaoqi, Lu Jingxi, and Shen Qingyang all seconded his words. Although Song Jusi and Su Su didn't say anything, they both looked at Mo Chujio with approval in their eyes. Mo Chujio smiled as she looked at her teammates who admired her so much. "You guys are not bad either. At the end of the world, you all awakened your superpowers. Everyone in our bloody squad was considered very strong in their previous lives. Is this true? Sister Mo, can I be as awesome as you? What superpower did I awaken in the apocalypse?" Mi Xiaoqi's cute baby face was full of excitement and anticipation. She has always admired girls like Mo Chujio, who is beautiful and cool. Although he could not compare to Mo Chujio in appearance, deep down he still hoped to become as powerful as Mo Chujio. Mo Chujo curled his lips and revealed a faint smile. She raised her hand and gently stroked Mi Xiaoqi's ear-length hair. The power you awakened is a water power. Finally, he reached the 8th level of psychic power. It can condense into a 100-meter-high water wall, making the battle look stunning and cool. Ah, I'm so awesome. Ah, that's great. Sister Mo, you know what? My biggest dream in this life is to become a great god like you. But my ability can't support my ambition. I didn't expect that in the end of the world, my wish would come true. Now that I think about it, it seems that the end of the world may not be all bad. Mi Xiaoqi excitedly clenched his fists and waved them a few times. What about me? Sister Mo, what about me? Boss, there's me too. What superpower did I awaken? Lu Jingxi, Lin Jin, and Xin Qingyang also asked about their own special abilities. The cold Song Jusi and the charming and wise Su Su did not ask. But Mo Chujio saw a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Obviously, they're also curious about their own abilities. Mo Chujio curled his lips and smiled. His eyes fell on Lu Jingxi. Lu Jingxi, you have psychic abilities. The brain has undergone a qualitative change and has become smarter than it is now. You are the eyes of our team in the apocalypse, using your superb hacking skills to help us find supplies, rescue survivors, and avoid the zombie hordes. Oh, so I have psychic powers. After listening to what Mo Chujio said, Lu Jingxi felt a little disappointed. He also thought that he could awaken a powerful superpower in the end times and become very powerful in fighting. In the end, I'm still a weakling. It seems that I can only handle logistics. Mo Chujio saw Lu Jingxi's disappointment and didn't say much. In fact, there is a supernatural power enhancement potion in her system, which needs to be exchanged for the same kind of zombie crystal core. Lu Jingxi's supernatural powers in his previous life were indeed not very good. But in this life, he might be able to mutate his mental powers through potions. She didn't want to tell Lu Jingxi about this yet. After all, she didn't know how the potion would work. What if it turns out to be useless? Wouldn't Lu Jingxi be happy for nothing? Mo Chujio turned his gaze to Lin Jin and Shun Qingyang again. Lin Jin awakened a power-type ability, which was upgraded to level 8 in the 10th year of the apocalypse. He could lift a large truck with one hand. Qingyang, you have the gold power, and you have also reached level 8. A big knife condensed from the gold power is wielded with great vigor. You two are also well-known supernatural beings in the northern region. Lin Jin and Xin Qingyang were also very happy to hear that their special abilities were so powerful. Su Su, you have a rare dual ability. They are wood-related abilities and healing abilities. In your previous life, you not only had extremely high combat power, but you were also the doctor in our team. Almost all members of our team have been saved by you. Mo Chujio looked at Su Su with a smile. At the end of the world, Su Su was the person closest to her in the team. He also fought with her till the end. After her heart was dug out by the zombie king's claw, she glanced at Su Su, who was running towards her at full speed. Before she lost consciousness, she heard a loud bang. That was the sound of a psychic self-destructing. It's easy to imagine that Su Su blew up her own body and perished together with the zombie king. When Su Su heard Mo Chujio say this, her red lips curled up. Of course, little girl, no matter where I am, I will never be wrong. After saying this, she swung her big wavy hair over her shoulders. Of course, these big wavy curls are a wig. Girls are not allowed to have long hair in the military academy. Mo Chujio and Mi Xiaoqi both have short hair that reaches their ears. Neat and refreshing. Susulove's beauty. So whenever she was not in military school, she would usually wear a wig and put on exquisite makeup. Seeing that she was still as narcissistic and arrogant as in her previous life, Mo Chujio couldn't help but deepen the smile on his face. Song Jusi, you are a lightning-type mutant. Thunder powers are extremely lethal. You are also very good. Mo Chujio looked at Song Jusi and said. She didn't say much about Song Jusi. Song Jusi was originally the strongest member of their team, and his fighting ability was not much inferior to hers. It was only in the 4th year of the apocalypse that the small base where they met and joined was besieged by a horde of zombies. In order to cover everyone's retreat, Song Jusi was captured by zombies and became the most feared zombie among the psychics at that time. As a result, their team left the northern region and went to a medium-sized base in the east. The purpose is not to fight against former teammates. In the 10th year of the apocalypse, she heard that a 9th-level zombie king with an IQ comparable to that of humans had risen in the eastern region. His special ability is lightning. It was unknown whether the zombie king was Song Juicy or Mo Chujio. If so, I wonder if Song Juicy, whose IQ was comparable to that of a human, would still remember the two of them who had fought together in the past. Mo Chujio's strange expression was fleeting, but it was still caught by the meticulous Song Juicy. Chapter 13. How about doing something big in Country M? Song Juicy's eyes darkened for a moment, and then returned to his usual icy look. What should we do next? Song Juicy's handsome face was filled with determination, and he exuded a cold, domineering, and iron-blooded masculine charm. He doesn't care about how he ended up in his previous life. He only cares about what he should do now. I've almost stockpiled enough supplies, enough for the 7 of us to last a lifetime. I will stay here for the next 3 days and wait for the supplies to arrive, and then store them in the space. If you have anything you like, you can buy it yourself. Bring your purchase here, and I can keep it for you. After the end of the world, money is useless, so try to spend all the money you can afford. Mo Chujio warned. Most of them are poor students from ordinary families who live paycheck to paycheck. Only Su is a girl from a rich family. If anyone is still capable of continuing to purchase large quantities of supplies, it would be none other than Su. As for Song Juicy, who looks like a domineering president, he was also taciturn in his previous life. Mo Chujio didn't know his background. However, seeing that he always works part-time to earn money for his studies, he must be a poor guy. As expected, Mo Chujio finished speaking. Song Juicy said nothing. The others spread their hands to indicate that they had no money, but they would tell their families about it. Ask family members to transfer money to me so I can stock up on supplies. But Mo Chujio knew that these people basically couldn't make any money. I own 2 villas, and every year on my birthday, my mother gives me some jewelry or brand-name bags. If I sell these plus my savings, I should be able to make around 200 to 300 million. Su said calmly. Fuck. Su, your family is so rich? I can't tell. Lin Jin's honest face was full of surprise. He's really rich. He hasn't even graduated yet, but he already has assets worth 200 to 300 million. It's so awesome. I wish I grew up in a rich family. Then I will definitely not work hard, just lie down. Lu Jingxi looked at Su with envy. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others, let alone his rich family. He doesn't even have a home. Oh my God, Su, please support me. Shin Qingyang's dark face smiled like a flower, and he moved straight towards Su. He fell in love with this girl when he first met her. Not only is she beautiful and capable, she is also rich. He must seize the opportunity. Su saw Shin Qingyang approaching and quickly dodged to the side. Stay away from me. If you dare to come close to me again, I will beat you up. Do you believe me? You want me to support you? You have to look like someone who wants to support you. Look at your dark face. If someone doesn't know you, they would think you are the reincarnation of Lord Bao. Seeing that Su looked disdainful of him, Shin Qingyang quickly touched his face and looked at Su with some grievance. Can you call me black? I have a healthy wheat color. Come on, look at it. Take a closer look. My handsome features. He is definitely a super handsome guy. Su, take another look. Shin Qingyang had a fawning look on his face. Mo Chujio looked at Shin Qingyang like this. The corners of his mouth twitched fiercely, and he thought, this guy is still the same as in his previous life. He fell in love with Su at first sight and never gave up. His face was as thick as a city wall, but he never caught up with Su until she died. I don't know if these two people can achieve success in this life. Get lost, let's talk business. Be serious. Su kicked Shin Qingyang away. Shin Qingyang touched his nose tactfully and stepped aside. Seeing this, Su turned to look at Mo Chujio and said, I will exchange these for supplies tomorrow. If only I could convince my parents. They are old and rich. If they agree to sell off all their assets, the resources they can get in return will be immeasurable. You don't need to persuade your parents. In your previous life, I remember you said that your father knew high-ranking military officials. Got the news in advance. He sold his property, bought a private island in Longhai, purchased a large amount of supplies, and went to the island with bodyguards. Wow, are my parents so awesome? He knows all the bigwigs in the army? That's not right. If my parents could have an island on the sea, how could I have ended up going to a small base and teaming up with you guys? Mo Chujio, something happened to my parents in my previous life, right? Su suddenly reacted and looked up at Mo Chujio. That's what I want to tell you too. In your previous life, not long after your family of 3 arrived on that island, the zombie virus broke out. The 3 of you were fine, but most of the bodyguards you brought with you have turned into zombies. Your parents fled to protect you, but unfortunately both died. After you escaped to the land by boat, you met us and then joined our team. However, you don't have to worry. Since your parents didn't turn into zombies right away, we have a way to avoid the tragedy of the previous life. Mo Chujio comforted. After hearing what Mo Chujio said, Su felt that it made sense and let out a sigh of relief. Mo Chujio, if that's the case, then why don't we choose the island my parents bought as our base in this life? I think the island should be much safer than on land. In this life, we just don't bring outsiders with us. No, the island your parents bought is too close to the city, and many people know about it. You will become the target of public criticism. You must know that at the beginning of the end of the world, the most terrifying thing is not the zombies, but the human heart. I suggest your parents not to buy it either. Mo Chujio recalled that at the beginning of the apocalypse, the small island bought by Su's parents became what the survivors considered a safe zone. A large number of survivors fled there, divided into gangs and factions, and fought against each other constantly. Instead, it has become the most dangerous place. In the end times, everything is decided by fists. Even if the Su family's parents bought the island, they couldn't keep it. Su nodded upon hearing this. I'm going to call my parents right now and ask them to sell their shares and property as soon as possible and exchange them for supplies. After Su finished speaking, she turned around and made a phone call. Wait, Su, it's better for your parents to go to Country M to stock up on supplies. Your parents are too wealthy. Don't buy out some cities in our country. Go to Country M and buy whatever you want. Then we can go with them. Mo Chujio called Su with a sly smile on his face. Go to Country M to buy it? Great. Then I won't spend my money in China anymore. Let's go to Country M together. Su was slightly startled, then suddenly realized what was going on. She agreed with a smile. Then she turned around and went outside to make a phone call. Her father will definitely agree with Mo Chujio's plan. Her father curses the United States on TV news every day, saying it is a worthless country. He would absolutely support anything that happened in Country M with both hands and feet. Sister Mo, I think the $0 shopping you did in Japan is great. How about you do another reenactment? That's a good suggestion. How about doing something big in Country M? Country M has been too shameless in recent years. Yes. Boss, please show me your magic again. The others immediately agreed and were even eager to try. Okay, if you want me to help you with anything, tell me tomorrow morning. Now I'm sleepy. Everyone go and have a rest first. There is a bed, sheets, quilt covers, and so on in the room. Make your own bed. There are also self-service hot pot, instant noodles, and so on. If you are hungry, just have a bite. Good night, bye. Mo Chujio stood up, stretched, and walked towards one of the bedrooms. After Mo Chujio left, Song Jusi also found a room to sleep. The others were not sleepy at all and huddled together, whispering about how to deal with Country M. In the end, even Su, who had just finished a phone call, joined in. Several people continued discussing until after 12 o'clock in the morning before dispersing. Chapter 14, What kind of magical system is this? It's simply a cheating tool for the end of the world. The next morning, as soon as Mo Chujio got up, he was surrounded by several people. Boss, we have come up with a plan that will slap Country M in the face and also enhance the combat effectiveness of our Crimson Squad. That is to empty the M country's arsenal in Eagle's Beak State. What? Say it again? Mo Chujio, who was brushing his teeth, almost choked to death. Empty the arsenal of Country M? Do you think she is an omnipotent deity? How could they think of that? Not to mention whether her space can accommodate it or not. Although she had never been to the armory, she knew that the place was definitely heavily guarded. If she went in alone, wouldn't that be courting death? Empty the arsenal of Country M. Why? Sister Mo, do you think it's difficult? If it's hard to achieve, forget it. Sister Mo, your personal safety is the most important. Lu Jingxi was a little disappointed. After all, he had overestimated Sister Mo. Come to think of it, no matter how powerful Sister Mo is, she is just a 22-year-old senior student. How could she possibly empty the arsenal of Country M? After all, he took it for granted. Is it difficult? Of course. Mo Chujio was just about to say that of course it would be difficult, and if things went wrong, she would lose her life. But then the system voice appeared. Ding! Trigger system mission. Empty the M country's arsenal in Eagle State. The reward for completing the mission is a military island. Military island? What the hell? It's simply forcing her to risk her life. Forget it. For the sake of not having to suffer so much in the end times. She took the risk. Mo Chujio immediately changed his tone. Of course, it's not difficult for me. I'll go after I store all the supplies I bought into the space. Oh my god. Boss, can you really do this? When Lu Jingxi made this suggestion, we thought it was impossible to achieve it. But because Lu Jingxi has an inexplicable trust in you, we agreed to let him put forward his plan as the first option. After all, if we can really empty the arsenal of Eagle State, won't we be able to walk around freely in the end times? Of course, this is too difficult, and we didn't have much hope. We also have second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth plans. Can you really do it? Shen Qingyang asked in surprise and expectation. Yes, it can be done. Mo Chuju nodded calmly. Although she didn't know how to get into the range of the other party's arsenal, it was a military island. The temptation is too great. You have to do it. I said okay. You guys, you just don't understand the boss's ability. The boss is like a god. You should have more confidence in the boss. Trust the boss. It will be right. Lu Jingxi looked at Mo Chujio with admiration. He knew that his boss was an omnipotent being. Stop flattering me. You said you have a plan? Tell me what it is. Mo Chujio asked. Their plan to deal with Country M is too simple. Sister Mo, you should just listen to me. You don't have to listen to theirs. I tell you, I will go to Country M with you when the time comes. I am responsible for monitoring the intrusion into the Eagle State Arms Depot. You will go from here. As Lu Jingxi spoke, he took out a map from his pocket. Mo Chujio looked over and saw a hand-drawn topographic map of the Eagle State Arsenal. Where did you get this? Mo Chujio said in surprise. I hack into their surveillance network whenever I have time, and I hand-drew this. How is it? Isn't the painting skill good? When Mo Chujio heard what Lu Jingxi said, he didn't reply, but gave him a thumbs up. This painting is really good. Anyway, she understands this picture. Seeing Mo Chujio giving him a thumbs up, Lu Jingxi happily continued to talk about his plan. After listening to this, Mo Chujio tapped Lu Jingxi's head and said, All right, Lu Jingxi, even though you are always so noisy, you still have the best brain here. All right, let's follow your plan. After listening to this, Lu Jingxi chuckled twice. Since the boss has agreed to my plan, I have nothing to do here. I'll go buy you some breakfast. You guys can also tell me the ways you can think of to deal with Country M, and see if the boss is interested in doing more. After Lu Jingxi finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. Others also began to talk at once, describing in detail their thoughts and plans from last night. Mo Chujio listened carefully, and the more he listened, the wider his eyes became. These are really bold. Although the idea is not as big as Lu Jingxi's, the plan also has many loopholes. But if she can do it, it will really be a slap in the face of the United States. What about blowing up the quadrangle in the United States? Slap the president of Country M in the face in public. Break the legs of Peladon, who has been running around Taiwan with ill intentions in recent years, etc. Mo Chujio thought that if she had time, she could try to do it. After all, if you don't make steamed buns, you're not going to win face. Ding! Triggering the system task. Ding! Blow up the quadrangle building in Country M, and you will be rewarded with an infinite space in your space ring. Ding! Slap the president of Country M 3 times in public and reward him with a military island A-level protective wall. Ding! Break Peladon's legs in public and get the military island eternal power system as a reward. After Mo Chujio heard the system's mission message, his eyes suddenly lit up. What kind of magical system is this? It's simply a cheating tool for the end of the world. She has to do this task. With these things, their base will become impregnable and invulnerable. At the very least, it can survive the 10 years before the end of the world. As for the 10th year of the apocalypse, after the zombies have fully evolved, she can't guarantee it. Blow up the quadrangle, slap the president of the United States in the face, and break Peloton's legs. I will do all of these. I won't take on anything else. There's not that much time. Also, I will go to Country M once all the supplies I bought arrive. You can go home today and wait for my news. The system will reward me with a military island for this mission. I will call you as soon as the location of the island is released. When the time comes, just bring your family over. What do you think? Mo Chujio looked at everyone and asked. No problem. Okay, then I'll eat something and go home later. Okay. Everyone had heard from Lu Jingxi last night that Mo Chujio not only had a space ring, but also had a system. I wasn't too surprised to hear that the system would reward an island for completing the task. At this time, Lu Jingxi, who had gone out to buy breakfast, also came back. Following him back was a fat man of medium height wearing a suit. There were several policemen following the fat man. Chapter 15 Uncle Me comes to visit. Everyone was sitting in the dining room, looking at the policeman brought by Lu Jingxi with a look of confusion on their faces. Only Mi Xiaoqi stood up. Uncle, how did you find this place? Did you call the police? Mi Xiaoqi, you were defrauded of more than 50 million yuan, and I didn't call the police? Tell me, who among these people is the Mo Chujio you mentioned? Uncle Mi swept the crowd with a stern gaze. Uncle Mi, long time no see. Don't be so angry. Mo Chujio stood up with a smile. Seeing Uncle Mi again, he still has the same hot temper as in his previous life. Are you the liar? Uncle Mi looked Mo Chujio up and down. I didn't expect such a beautiful girl to be a liar. Comrade police officer, she is the one I told you about, pretending to be the black-clad god and deceiving my niece's trust. The scammer who swiped over 50 million from my credit card. Please arrest her immediately. Help me recover my huge losses. Uncle Mi stared at Mo Chujio, his eyes filled with anger. When Mo Chujio saw Uncle Mi like this, he was neither panicked nor annoyed. He just stood there and looked at Uncle Mi with a smile. You are Mo Chujio? You are the one who pretended to be the black-robed god and committed fraud. One of the middle-aged policemen with a decent appearance asked Mo Chujio. Mo Chujio didn't say anything, but just gave Mi Xiaoqi a look, indicating that she should go ahead. It's really unacceptable that she used someone else's card. But if Mi Xiaoqi instructed her to clean the floor, that would be different. Mi Xiaoqi received Mo Chujio's gaze and walked to the police with a smile. Uncle police officer, you misunderstood. I gave the card to Sister Mo. I gave it to her so that she could help me stock up some supplies. Uncle police, you know that. There have been many strange things happening in Japan recently. Add to that the black fog and the loss of contact with Japan. Don't you find it strange? Anyway, I was panicking, so I stored more supplies. Mi Xiaoqi's cute baby face is full of sincerity. In fact, what she said was true. The end of the world? Stockpiling supplies? Little girl, have you watched too many movies? Don't believe rumors. Do you know that? Also, did she really not pretend to be the black god to deceive you? The middle-aged policeman pointed at Mo Chujio and asked, if this girl dared to impersonate the black god, even if she didn't commit any fraud, he would have to ask her to go to the police station. Dare to pretend to be his idol? How can we succeed without education? No, Uncle Police. Sister Mo didn't pretend to be the black-clad god to deceive me. It was me who thought she looked like the black-clad god. She never said she was. Mi Xiaoqi quickly denied it. Sister Mo certainly never said that she was the great god in black. She just showed them her strength directly, so she didn't lie to the police. In that case, Mr. Mi, this is your family affair. We police officers have no right to detain this lady unless we have solid evidence to prove she has committed fraud. Then we'll take our leave first. After the middle-aged policeman finished speaking, he turned around and walked out without waiting for Uncle Mi to reply. Stop. This girl is talking nonsense. This girl was deceived. Don't leave. If you leave, what will happen to my 50 million? Uncle Mi quickly blocked the police's way. Mr. Mi, Miss Mo used her credit card with the permission of the cardholder. In theory, it doesn't constitute a crime. If you block our way, we can't help you. Unless you can prove that Miss Mo stole the credit card without the cardholder's permission, we have the right to arrest her. The middle-aged policeman explained patiently. Uncle Mi was suddenly speechless. Although he wanted to catch Mo Chujio and get his money back, he had no evidence. Silly boy Mi Xiaoqi has been brainwashed by this woman, so I don't think he will testify against her. Mi Xiaoqi. Uncle Mi roared, his tone angry and helpless. Uncle, there's no point yelling at me. I've already spent the money anyway. If you feel sorry for me, then let the police arrest me. Anyway, it's none of Sister Mo's business, Mi Xiaoqi said with a firm look. Seeing that the situation was irreversible, Uncle Mi could only step aside and let the police leave. His niece has been brainwashed by this Mo Chujio. It's useless for him to stop the police. Uncle Mi could only stare at Mo Chujio, wishing he could eat her alive. Anyone who dares to touch his money is his enemy. The kind of mortal enemy. Mo Chujio laughed when he saw Uncle Mi's angry look. Uncle Mi, don't be so angry. When the end of the world comes, you will definitely thank me for spending your money. Come on, thank you for coming back from Country M so early in the morning. Come in and have something to eat, Mo Chujio said as he walked into the dining room first. I thank you? I won't thank you for a damn thing. Little girl, you may be able to trick my niece, a child who has never seen the world, but you are far from being able to trick me. Uncle Mi said this, but still followed Mo Chujio into the dining room. He wanted to see how this little girl managed to trick his niece, who was always well-behaved and smart. Others have already started sitting at the table eating and drinking. This little incident can't do anything to Mo Shun, so they have nothing to worry about. Mo Chujio was sitting at the dining table. Lu Jingxi had already served her a bowl of millet porridge and handed her a big meat bun. Mo Chujio looked at Uncle Mi, who followed in, opened his mouth, and took a bite of the bun. It tastes good, but it's still a little worse than Uncle Mi's pickled cabbage and pork buns. Of course. Back then, the pickled cabbage and pork buns I made were really good. At that time, Wait, how do you know I can make sauerkraut pork buns? Uncle Mi suddenly realized that he had been a hotel chef for a while when he was young. His specialty among noodles was pickled cabbage and pork buns. But that was more than 20 years ago. Ever since I entered the construction industry and worked as a foreman, I have not cooked since then. Even Mi Xiaoqi has never eaten the sauerkraut pork buns she made herself. How did she know? Of course I know. Not only do I know you can make sauerkraut pork buns, I also know that you worked as a chef in a 5-star hotel more than 20 years ago. Although you are a great cook, you don't like cooking. So later I resigned, entered the construction industry, and became a construction worker. Also because of an accident, I got hurt somewhere and can't have children. Am I right? Mo Chujo said while eating a big bun. How do you know all this? He didn't even tell his parents that he had injured his descendants' roots. Isn't that what you said when you were drunk in your previous life? Uncle Mi, do you believe what I said now? Mo Chujio raised his eyebrows and asked. Uncle Mi swallowed and didn't answer immediately. He now believes 70% of what Mo Chujio said. But the idea of rebirth was too unbelievable, so he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Seeing this, Mo Chujio didn't say much and drank the porridge calmly. She was not in a hurry, because the deliverman would be arriving soon. When she received the supplies, she didn't believe that Uncle Mi would still not trust her. Chapter 16. Father and Mother Sue are Mo Chujio's diehard fans. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, delivery people started arriving one after another. After the goods were unloaded, as long as there was no one around, Mo Chujio would directly put the supplies into the space. There is no way. Although the yard is big, there are more goods. If we don't put them away quickly, the next truck may not be able to fit them. Uncle Mi was so shocked that he couldn't express it in words when he saw the supplies disappearing out of thin air. This time, he finally believed what Mo Chujio said. Without saying a word, he ran out. Second uncle, where are you going? When Mi Xiaoqi saw Uncle Mi running away, he asked quickly, I'll go home and sell my belongings and stock up on supplies. Uncle Mi responded when he heard Mi Xiaoqi calling him. Then he ran away in a hurry. Mi Xiaoqi shook his head and walked up to Mo Chujio. Sister Mo, if there's nothing else to do here, I'll go back first. Once my second uncle's money is raised, I will transfer it directly to your account. Let's contact each other by phone. Yeah, okay, go ahead. Mo Chujio nodded, and Mi Xiaoqi left. Next, Lin Jin and Shen Qingyang also went home. Mo Chujio looked at Song Jusi, who was standing behind her, without saying a word. You're not going home? No. You don't have any family? No. Mo Chujio nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Everyone has their own privacy. If Song Jusi doesn't want to talk about it, she won't ask. At this time, Su Su walked out of the bathroom. She changed into a red dress, with long curly hair, a ruddy complexion, and fair and delicate skin. The whole person looks delicate and beautiful. Girl, my parents will be over tonight. You don't have to say anything to them. Just show them your Tamarin armored SUV. My parents are your crazy fans. If you reveal your identity as the Black God, they will definitely follow you everywhere. Do your parents believe your doomsday story? Mo Chujio raised his eyebrows and asked. I called them yesterday, and they didn't believe me. He just called me again and said he came to see you. I guess this is because of the news released by that military leader. Well, come on. I can't go anywhere these days anyway. Just wait for them at home. Su Su's parents arrived at the farmyard at dusk. At this time, the last batch of delivery vendors had left. Mo Chujio and his companions were counting the goods. Those whose numbers matched were put into the space by Mo Chujio. As soon as Su Su's parents entered the door, they saw a beautiful girl with short hair standing next to a pile of rice. Beside her is a cold-blooded man who is also good-looking. The two were whispering something. After the two men finished talking, the mountain of rice in front of them disappeared out of thin air. Space? Su Su, is this the ring space that the black-robed god possessed by you? Su's mother quickly grabbed Su Su's hand and exclaimed, Yes, Yes. Seeing her mother's reaction, Su smiled and nodded. Are you shocked? Are you enlightened? See if they still say they are crazy. She believes other people's magic tricks. The facts are right in front of them. She wants to see if they still say that space is a magic trick. Father Su, who was standing there, was also shocked. His precious daughter actually knew such a powerful person. He had seen the art of disappearing out of thin air before. It's in the video of the black-clad god that went viral on the internet. The person in front of me is really the great god in black. Father Su hurried forward and grabbed Song Jusi's hand. Master, hello. My name is Su Igua. I'm the president of Longqing Su Group. Nice to meet you. Father Su shook Song Jusi's hand excitedly. Song Jusi pulled back his hand that was being grabbed. He said expressionlessly, I am not. Not what? Father Su was stunned. Huh, Dad? Didn't I tell you that the goddess in black is a great beauty? What are you doing holding our team's cool male god? Su was amused by her father's hilarious blunder. Father Su blushed a little at his daughter's laughter. Did he recognize the wrong person? The great god is not the one in front of me? Then who is the great god in black? Let me formally introduce you. Mom and Dad, this is the black-clad god Mo Chujio that I mentioned to you. Su walked to Mo Chujio, hooked her shoulder, and introduced her. Girl, these are my parents. Sorry to have embarrassed you. My dad is not like this usually. He is just obsessed with your personal charm. I was a little excited and a little silly when I first met you. No way. Uncle Su looks so cute. Mo Chujio smiled and nodded to Su's father, and then greeted Su's mother. When Mr. and Mrs. Su are not talking, they look like typical successful people. She dresses well and has an elegant temperament. Talking ruins the atmosphere. My status is dropping rapidly. However, they both look very good-looking and are pleasing to the eye no matter how you look at them. While Mo Chujio was looking at Su's father and mother were also looking at Mo Chujio carefully. Mo Chujio was wearing a white casual sportswear and pedal shoes today. Her facial features are exquisite and beautiful. Her lips are as red as vermilion, and her eyes are like stars. Although she is not very old, she exudes an elegance and calmness that is hard to conceal, especially the calmness and composure on her body, which seemed to be acquired by someone who had experienced a lot of worldly things. Looking at Mo Chujio like this, Su's father and mother already believed that Mo Chujio was the great man in black that they saw on the internet. Mo Chujio saw that Su's father and mother were looking at her, and was afraid that they would question her again. She was really too lazy to explain her identity anymore. Just do as Su said and release the Tamarin-armored off-road vehicle. As soon as the car came out, Su's father and mother, who had finally calmed down, became excited again. Are you really the great god in black? Was everything Su told us yesterday true? When Father Su asked the question, his voice was trembling with excitement. I don't know what Su said to you, but the man in black in those videos in Japan is indeed me. Uncle Su, Annie, Su and I are best friends. Don't call me the Black God. Just call me Xiao Mo or Chujio. Mo Chujio said with a faint smile. The God in black. I don't know who came up with this nickname. It's so vulgar. She doesn't like it. Not at all. It's really you. Since you said so, I won't be polite. Xiao Mo. Su is honored to have a friend like you. Andy is proud of her. When Su's mother heard that Su and the black-clothed god were friends, she didn't hesitate to speak politely. He called Mo Chujio Xiao Mo affectionately and held Mo Chujio's hand. This is the hand of God. Annie, don't say that. It's my honor to be friends with Su. Mo Chujio said with a smile. Well, good. It's an honor for both of you. Chapter 17. Bombing the Quadrangle and beating up the president of Country M. By the way, I heard from Su that you suggested that we go to Country M to stock up on supplies. Your Uncle Su and I have discussed this at home. As long as we confirm that you were the master in the video, we will trust you. We don't have space either. And if we exchange all our money for supplies, we won't be able to hold on. In this way, I will transfer the living money I have to you later and give all the shares and real estate in the family to you after they are sold. You young people are responsible for the stockpiling issue. All the supplies are also placed with you. You can use it for anything. There is only one thing. When the end of the world comes, our whole family will follow you. Su's mother said it directly. Giving all the family property to Mo Chujio was the result of a night of discussion between her and Su's father. The end of the world is different from now. Civilization has regressed, order has collapsed, and holding a large amount of supplies is actually very dangerous for their family. But if they don't exchange it for supplies, then their money will become waste paper. It would be better to use this money to buy their family's safety. They have seen Mo Chujo's abilities, and it will be much safer to follow her. Now that they see that she has such a good relationship with her daughter, they feel more at ease giving her the money. Don't worry, Annie. Even if you don't give me money, I will try my best to protect you and Sue's safety. Mo Chujo's promise made Sue's father and mother feel relieved. Okay, good kid. I'll transfer some of the money to your account first. The trip to the United States will be left to you and Sue. Your Uncle Sue and I have to go back and sell the shares and properties. When these things are processed, I will remit all the money to you. Okay. Mo Chujo did not refuse. With so much money converted into supplies, Sue's father and mother simply have no ability to preserve them. She helped them store their supplies, and it was safer. Manhwa, why don't you go back and deal with these things yourself? I want to go to Country M with Sue and Xiao Mo. Father Sue's eyes sparkled with excitement. He really wanted to see with his own eyes how the great god would deal with Country M. Sue's mother has lived with him for decades, so she naturally knows what Sue's father is thinking. No, you are old. Don't cause trouble for the children. How am I old? I'm only in my early 50s. Father Sue stiffened his neck and refused to accept it. Stop talking nonsense. Come back with me. You let me handle these things by myself. Are you trying to tire me to death? After Sue's mother finished speaking, she dragged Sue's father out without saying anything. Father Sue had no choice but to leave. Mo Chujo and Sue looked at each other and laughed. 3 days later, 4 men and women with outstanding looks appeared at the airport in Country M. Sister Mo, which one should we do first? Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Let's finish the 3 small tasks first, especially the bombing of the quadrangle. Once that mission is completed, I will have unlimited space to store my weapons arsenal. Montag shuyu visperet? Okay, then let's go blow up the quadrangle first. Late at night, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded in the parking lot opposite the quadrangle building of Country M. Immediately afterwards, many armed guards rushed out of the quadrangle. They looked around as if they were facing a great enemy, looking for the source of the explosion. But there was not even a bird at the explosion site. All that was left in the parking lot were a pile of wrecked cars and a large smoking pit. At this time, several young men and women were standing on the top of a tall building not far away. Sister Mo, your aim is not good enough. Hitting a parking lot is not the same as blowing up the quadrangle. Lu Jingxi looked at Mo Chujo, who was carrying a rocket launcher behind him with a telescope, and laughed. I've never had the chance to play this thing before, and my accuracy is not that good. As Mo Chujo spoke, he spent another 100,000 points to exchange for a rocket launcher. This thing is really expensive. Her points are only enough for 3 shots. She used to think that points were easy to earn. Now it seems that easy money is easy money, but it's easier to spend. Mo Chujo thought that if she missed the target again this time, she would take the risk and go directly to the quadrangle to plant the bomb. She has to spend her points sparingly. How about I do it? I studied weapons and equipment. I've used this thing before, and it's pretty accurate. Song Jusi behind him suddenly said, No, the tasks issued by the system can only be completed by me personally. Otherwise, no reward will be given. As Mo Chujo spoke, he picked up the rocket launcher and aimed it at the quadrangle. Bang! A huge explosion echoed in the silent night. Mo Chujo looked at the picture in the sight with a slight smile on his face. Success! The shell hit the quadrangle directly, and one corner of the quadrangle collapsed instantly, and raging flames shot up into the sky. Ding! The mission of blowing up the quadrangle of Country M is completed, and the reward ring has infinite space. At this moment, a deafening alarm sounded in the quadrangle, and countless guards with guns rushed towards them. Their location was discovered. Mo Chujo put the rocket launcher into the space and ran away. Lu Jingxi, Su, and Song Jusi followed closely behind. By the time the security guards in the quadrangle arrived at the building, the 4 men had already escaped without a trace. Inside the largest 5-star hotel in the capital of Country M, a team of 4 gathered in Mo Chujo's room. Girl, I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. I thought there would be a fierce battle. Su sat on the sofa with her legs crossed and sighed. Bombing the quadrangle is the easiest of these missions. The next 2 small tasks are actually quite difficult. After Mo Chujo finished speaking, he turned and looked at Lu Jingxi. Lu Jingxi, can you check with Baidang and Peloton to see what their schedule is for tomorrow? Okay. Lu Jingxi immediately took out his computer, typed a few words on it, and soon found the answer. Sister Imo, what a coincidence. There will be a press conference in the Black Palace tomorrow, and the content of the meeting will be about the loss of contact with Japan. Both of them will be present at that time. Oh, it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Two people appear at the same time? It saves trouble. Imo Chujo chuckled and continued. Su Songjusi, you two are quite skilled. Come with me to the press conference tomorrow. Lu Jingxi, you are responsible for meeting them outside. All right, I haven't exercised for a long time. Now's a good time to do some exercise. Okay, Sister Imo? Oh, all three of them responded. Imo Chujo gave each of them a bulletproof vest produced by the system, and then let them go down to rest. The next morning, the four of them got up from bed early, had breakfast, and headed straight to their destination, the Black Palace. Today is a press conference, so the Black Palace is open. After Su bribed a newspaper with 10,000 US dollars, the three of them pretended to be newspaper staff and sneaked in. There were quite a lot of people at the press conference. After waiting for a while, Biden and Peloton stood on the stage of the press conference. Before anyone could speak, an extremely beautiful Oriental beauty rushed onto the stage. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, revealing an evil smile. Biden was a little confused by this scene. Who is this person? Is he his Oriental fan? He looks good and smiles nicely to her. But before Biden could react, Imo Chuju stretched out her slender jade hand and gave Biden 3 big slaps on the face. Chapter 18, Breaking Peloton's Leg. The sound of applause echoed throughout the venue. The reporters from various countries in the audience were stunned by the sudden applause. What is going on? They have been journalists for so many years, and they have seen cursing and stabbings at press conferences. The only thing I've never seen is someone coming to power and, without saying a word, smiling and slapping the president of a country in the face. Biden and others were furious, considering that this press conference was broadcast live around the world. Where can he put his face after being slapped in the face like this? Biden quickly shouted and asked the bodyguards to arrest the man. In fact, the bodyguards had already rushed over, but he was blocked by Su and Song Jusi. The two men were agile and worked in perfect harmony, knocking down a group of people with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. The bodyguards became anxious and pulled out their pistols, starting shooting at the two men. The two of them did not show weakness and directly took out the guns that Imo Chujio had given them in advance to fight them. The gunshots immediately threw the venue into chaos, and staff and reporters ran out with their heads in their hands. Imo Chujio saw that Peloton was also fleeing under the protection of 2 bodyguards. Her eyes sparkled and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corners of her lips. She picked up a bench from the stage and rushed towards Peloton. 2 burly men wanted to stop them, but Imo Chujio shot them one by one and knocked them to the ground. When Peloton saw that his 2 bodyguards were dead, he collapsed to the ground in fear. The heavily made-up old face was full of fear. She shrank back in fear, begging for mercy. Imo Chujio didn't care whether she was afraid or not. Where did the arrogance he had when he ran away from the stage go? She picked up the bench and smashed it hard on Peloton's legs. A scream of "ah" was heard in Peloton's legs. Broken. Ding! The system mission is to slap the president of country M in public. The reward is a military island A-level fence. Ding! The mission of breaking Peloton's legs is completed, and the reward is the military island eternal power system. Let's go! Seeing that the mission was accomplished, Imo Chujio shouted to Su and Song Jusi, who were protecting her from behind. Upon hearing this, the 2 men retreated while shooting at the increasing number of bodyguards behind them. Imo Chujio took out a few smoke bombs exchanged by the system from the space and threw them at the group of bodyguards. The bodyguards thought it was a grenade and fell to the ground. The 3 took this opportunity to rush out of the venue. The bodyguards looked at the thick smoke rising from the press conference and realized that they had been tricked. They quickly stood up and ran out of the Black Palace. Lu Jingxi drove another low-key off-road vehicle of Tinglong and rushed to the gate of the Black Palace. This off-road vehicle is also designed to be bulletproof, and bullets cannot penetrate its body. It's just because this car is a slightly more popular car, so it can't compare with Tamrin's armored off-road vehicle in terms of appearance or performance. But the armored off-road vehicle is too eye-catching, and once it is released, it will probably be monitored by Country M, so they can only make do with this car and hope it's powerful enough and doesn't let them down. As soon as the 3 got in the car, it roared forward. The bodyguard behind caught up and fired at the car from behind. The bullet hit the glass, leaving no trace at all. Chujio and others couldn't help but sigh that domestic products are really becoming more and more powerful. Lu Jingxi drove the Tunglong off-road vehicle and successfully broke out of the encirclement of bodyguards. The four drove the car to the suburbs and only stopped the car when they saw that there were no pursuers behind them. Chujio put the car into the space, changed to a black Mercedes, and drove towards Ingzue State. She picked up this car on a street in Japan. In addition to Mercedes-Benz, there are also Porsche, G-Class, Ferrari, etc. When it was dark, everyone finally arrived at Eagle's Beak State. In the most luxurious hotel in Ingzue State, Chujio sat on the sofa, chewing a piece of gum. The TV was broadcasting the shooting incident that took place in the Black Palace early this morning. On the TV, a charming woman was curling her lips and holding a stool in her hand. She slowly walked towards the horrified Peladon and looked down at her. That cool and domineering look is simply awesome. How is it? My makeup skills are pretty good, right? I guarantee that even if you stand in front of Peladon now, she won't recognize you. Su, who had just finished taking a shower in the bathroom, looked at Chujio on the TV screen and couldn't help but admire her own masterpiece. That's right. The four people who went to the Black Palace were all transformed by Su's skillful hands. Now that they have taken off their makeup, even if they appear in front of those who are hunting them, they will not be recognized. Yeah, not bad. My makeup tomorrow is also depending on you. After Chujio finished speaking, he spat out the chewing gum, climbed onto his bed, and prepared to go to sleep. You? Why are you the only one who is being made up? Song Jisi, Lu Jingxi, and I don't have to go? Su asked in confusion. Time is running out, so we'd better split up into two groups. You and Song Jisi go to purchase supplies, and Lu Jingxi will be responsible for remote monitoring. I'll go to the armory by myself. Chujio crawled into the bed and said lightly, Girl, are you sure about the arsenal? If not, you can give up the mission. We can then use the money to buy a suitable island and spend some money to build it into a fortress, which would be great. Su said with some concern. Don't worry, I won't risk my life. Chujio felt warm in her heart when she saw Su worried about her. Okay then, Song Jisi and I will be in charge of the purchase. You must pay attention to safety. Rest assured, seeing that Chujio was confident, Su stopped trying to persuade him. Chujio lay down, closed his eyes, and rested. Early the next morning, Su and Song Jisi went out. This purchase was not planned, it was very random. Anyway, her space was already well stocked with food and daily necessities. As long as they spent the 3.5 billion sent by Su's parents and the more than 300 million sent by Uncle Me, they would be considered successful. At dusk, Chujio also went out. The arsenal of Eagle State is located in the desert 50 kilometers away and is the largest weapons and ammunition depot in Country M. It covers an area of 980 square kilometers and contains 3,200 bunker-shaped warehouses, which store a variety of weapons in quantities beyond human imagination. The arsenal is a military-restricted area of Country M. The protection measures are very strict and outsiders cannot enter at all. But the arsenal is not an airtight fortress. Where there are people, there will be demand. The arsenal will be resupplied with supplies every half a month. The military supply station in Ingzue City is responsible for the supply. Lu Jingxi found out that tomorrow morning was the day when the supply station would deliver supplies to the arsenal. Chapter 19. The system is a robber. The supply station was quiet late at night. Apart from a few personnel on duty who were dozing off in the guard booth at the entrance, there was no one else on duty. While the guards were not paying attention, she slipped into the supply station and climbed onto a large truck loaded with supplies. The supply truck will not depart until tomorrow, so Chujio has nothing to do and can only go into the space to sleep. When she woke up, she found that the truck was already driving on the road to the armory. Chujio was in the space, eating melon seeds and looking at the scenery outside the window. By the way, he also heard two middle-aged American men in the car discussing in English about the blockade of Japan by various countries. Hey, buddy, have you heard that after the black fog descended on Japan, all flights to Japan were suspended and all ships stopped operating? It's such a big thing. How could I not have heard about it? Ever since the black fog descended on Japan, they have lost contact. A few days ago, I saw in the newspapers that various countries had sent scouts to Japan. But so many days have passed, and no news has come. I think there is a big problem in Japan. Yeah, I also think something must have happened in Japan. Do you think that all the Japanese people were swallowed up by the black fog? Disappeared? Did the federal government block the news because it was afraid of causing panic? I don't know. Anyway, it must be a big deal. So who cares? No matter what happens, it's not something you and I can interfere with. The two men were still chattering about something, but Mo Chujio no longer listened. She turned off the function of looking outward in space, opened the game on her mobile phone, and started playing. This task can only be carried out after dark, and she has a lot of things to wait for. Half an hour later, the truck drove into the arsenal in Eagle State. After passing through layers of checkpoints, the truck successfully entered the armory. It was not until he arrived at the armory that Mo Chujio truly realized how big 920 square kilometers was. It was enough for the urban area of a large city. Relying solely on her ability to absorb space wherever she sees, it would take her forever to move the Air Force arsenal. System. How can we quickly move the Air Force ammunition depot? This place is too big. Ding. Host, there is a potion called Sky Eye in the system mall. As long as the host can find a way to rise into the air, everything seen in the air can be absorbed into the space at the host's will. The effect of Tion Eye drops is 1 hour. The mechanical sound of the system sounded. How many points does the Sky Eye drops cost? Host, the price of the Sky Eye drops is 6530000000000000 points. Do you want to buy it? Do you want to buy it? System, are you kidding me? I only have over 100,000 points now, and you want me to buy something that can only be exchanged for over 600 trillion points? Mo Chujio was angry. This is a broken system. It's a ripoff. Remind the host. In the military system, all military products can be recycled in exchange for points, and the system supports the white bar function. The host can advance the points and pay them back within 1 month without any additional interest. If the host fails to pay back the points within the specified time, a certain amount of interest will be charged, and the interest will double every month. If the host fails to pay back the points within 1 year, the system will kill the host. The system's cold voice made Mo Chujio extremely angry. Damn it! Is this system a loan shark? System. How do I redeem points for weapons? Mo Chujio decided to ask the system before making a decision. She looked at the large arsenal in front of her. Maybe these arsenals could be worth more than 600 trillion points. Host can check the point prices of various weapons in the system mall. All weapon systems are available at half price. System, why don't I just call you Old Black? You are such a fucking evil-hearted person. It was purchased at half price, and she had to buy it back at the original price when she needed it. Isn't this system a robber? How does she choose? If she doesn't exchange it, she will lose the military island that she coveted. If she exchanges it, her life may be on the verge of death. Mo Chujio angrily cursed the system and opened the system mall. Then she called Lu Jingxi. Lu Jingxi, has the surveillance system of the armory been hacked into? Sister Mo, everything is ready. Okay, now you have to hack into the arsenal system and help me check all the inventory of this arsenal, and then pass it to me. Sister Mo, what do you want that thing for? Lu Jingxi asked in confusion. Isn't the mission requirement to clear out everything? What's the use of this inventory list? Mo Chujio briefly and concisely explained what had happened. Sister Mo, your system is such a shit. Sister Mo, wait a minute. I'll get you an inventory list. If it doesn't count, we won't do this mission. Yeah, I know. After Mo Chujio hung up the phone, she waited patiently for Lu Jingxi to send her the inventory list. About half an hour later, Mo Chujio's cell phone vibrated. She looked down. Lu Jingxi sent a WeChat message. Sister Mo, the inventory list of the arsenal has been sent over. Please take a look first. Mo Chujio sent, okay. I started printing out the inventory lists. Fortunately, there was an office supply store on the street where she was in Japan last time. Otherwise, it would not be easy for her to calculate such a long list on her phone. She looked up the prices of the corresponding weapons in the system mall based on the printed list. The price is marked on the back of the corresponding weapon. After finding the prices, she checked again. He then pulled out a computer from the space and started calculating. In the end, all weapons in the armory had to be handed in to get enough points to exchange for the potion. Mo Chujio didn't give up and gave the order to Lu Jingxi. 10 minutes later, Lu Jingxi's WeChat message came. Sister Mo, this damn system of yours wants you to work for nothing, right? How can it be possible that you have to hand in everything exactly to get the reward? Is it possible that your broken system is running out of weapons? It wants you to help it replenish its inventory? Or should we just quit? Anyway, the money from Su Su is enough for us to buy an island. Girl, this broken system of yours is a bit of a bully. We won't complete the mission. Since you're already there, just grab some weapons and come back. Our return flight is 2 days later. Otherwise, you can charge one day there, and we'll take whatever it costs. You have to come over to collect the supplies during the rest of the time. A lot of the supplies I bought have arrived today, and if you don't come back tomorrow night, the warehouse I rented won't be able to hold them all. Sue's voice also came from the phone. Okay, I'll think about it. After Mo Chujio finished speaking, he hung up the phone and began to ponder. Although Sue's money can buy an island, the A-level wall and eternal power system bound to the military system cannot be used. Their accommodation conditions and the security of the rear would be greatly compromised. Especially in this life, their team includes not only the 7 members of their Scarlet Squad and Uncle Me, but also their cherished family members. She must have a safer fortress where their family can live and work in peace, so that their team can fight monsters and level up outside with peace of mind. As for weapons, they can obtain them by completing tasks and killing zombies in the future. Their team was small, and they didn't need that many weapons. So many weapons would be useless in her hands. After much thought, Mo Chujio still decided to take the military island first. Chapter 20. Emptying the country arsenal. System, I want to exchange it for the Heaven Eye Drops. Okay. Host, the Heavenly Eye Drops have been placed in your ring space. Please check it. Mo Chujio looked at the space and found that there was indeed an extra bottle inside. The potion in the bottle was green and emitted a bright light. By this time, it was already dark. Mo Chujio didn't waste any time and directly called Lu Jingshi, asking him to help her find the location of the fighter jet and cooperate with her in the battle. She had flown a fighter jet in military school, so this was not a problem for her. Seeing that Mo Chujio had made a decision, Lu Jingshi didn't waste any more words. He directly turned on the computer and searched for the location of the fighter jet. Sister Mo, I found the location of the fighter jet. Come out of the space now. I will show you the way. Lu Jingshi's voice came from the phone. Upon hearing this, Mo Chujio put on his Bluetooth headset, switched his phone to headphone mode, and then left the space. Lu Jingshi, I'm out. How do I get out? Sister Mo, go north directly from where you are standing. Be aware that there are soldiers patrolling 1 mile ahead. Good. Mo Chujio ran northward according to Lu Jingshi's instructions. On the other side, there was sudden chaos in the monitoring room of the arms base. All the large screens in the monitoring room went black. Sir, our surveillance system has been attacked. Immediately contact the technicians to repair the surveillance system and notify the guards in each area to search for suspicious persons. Yes. Then the monitoring room was busy. At the same time, alarm bells rang in the arms base. The beep-beep sound of the alarm made the entire arms base extremely tense. But at this moment, Mo Chujio was not affected at all, because she had just knocked out a guard who was going to the toilet. The guard was about the same size as her. She was wearing a guard's uniform and was carefully moving towards the direction of the fighter jet. Sister Mo, the fighter jet hangar is just ahead, and there is no one guarding outside. Now is the chance. I have opened the T-shaped door of the hangar for you. Go in quickly. There is a team of soldiers patrolling to your east. Lu Jingshi's voice suddenly rang out, and upon hearing it, Mo Chujio quickly rushed towards the hangar. The hangar door in front of him was slowly opening. By the time Mo Chujio boarded the plane, all the hangar doors had been opened. Mo Chujio drove the fighter plane slowly out of the hangar. At this time, the patrol personnel had already seen Mo Chujio, and the leading soldier hurriedly said something loudly into the walkie-talkie. The rest of the soldiers had already started shooting at the fighter planes with their guns. Mo Chujio's lips curled slightly. You found her just now? Too late. Mo Chujio flew the fighter jet directly into the air. Seeing that the guns posed no threat to Mo Chujio, the soldiers quickly ran into the hangar and wanted to board fighter planes to chase Mo Chujio. Lu Jingshi, close the door. Okay. As Lu Jingshi finished speaking, the T-shaped door of the hangar slowly fell down. Damn it. The T-door control system of the hangar has also been hacked. The leading soldier's face turned pale. He picked up the walkie-talkie. Quickly inform the commander that an enemy has stolen a fighter plane. The fighter plane has already taken off. All the doors of the hangar are closed, and we can't pursue them. Please send support, sir. After the soldier finished his report, he stood there helplessly looking at the fighter plane hovering in the air. Soon, a group of drones from the arms base took off from the ground and attacked Mo Chujio. At this time, Mo Chujio had already risen to a high altitude, overlooking the arms base below. She took out the Heavenly Eye Drops from the space and drank it all. The drone had already caught up to midair, and dense ammunition was fired towards Mo Chujio. Mo Chujio's lips curled up into an evil arc. Receive! As soon as the words fell, in an instant, All the bullets and drones in the sky disappeared. Time stands still in the ring space, so after the bullets and drones enter, they all float in the air, exactly the same as when they were first taken in. Mo Chujio once again used his mind to place the stationary drones neatly on the ground. Then, she flew the fighter plane lower and fired more bullets. The bullet flew over the drone with a whoosh sound, and no one knew where it was heading. The drone controller on the ground widened his eyes in shock when he saw the drone disappear out of thin air. This scene reminded them of a video that went viral online recently. They had always thought that the video was synthesized, but when they saw what was happening before their eyes, they believed it. After Mo Chujio took the sky eye drops, she felt that her vision and mental strength had become extremely strong. She could see the munitions base at an altitude of 10,000 meters very clearly. She didn't waste any time and locked her sights on the entire munitions base with a single thought. In a flash, the entire munitions base disappeared without a trace. Only the soldiers who were busy in various places in the munitions base were left standing in various places in the base, covering their private parts and looking at each other in bewilderment. Mo Chujio was speechless. Living things cannot enter this space, but all dead things in the area locked by the sky will be taken into the space, including clothes, shoes, and socks of soldiers in the area. At this time, Mo Chujio could see very clearly the white or black bodies of a group of American soldiers below. Mo Chujio burst out laughing, and with a thought, he threw all their clothes, shoes, and hats out of the space. As for whether it would fall into the armory, that was not her business. Sister Mo, what are you laughing at? Lu Jingxi on the other end of the phone asked puzzledly. No big deal, mission accomplished. Happy. Hang up first. I'm going back to Eagle's Beak City now. Yeah, okay. Mo Chujio waited for Lu Jingxi to hang up the phone and looked at the time. The effect of the eye drops was still 20 minutes, and Mo Chujio felt that it could not be wasted. She flew the plane towards Yingzhou City. Mo Chujio's fighter jet hovered right above a large shopping mall in Yingzhou State. As soon as she thought about it, the shopping mall below disappeared. Just when she was about to collect something, the system's voice rang. Ding! The usage time of the sky eye drops has expired. Ding! Mission completed to empty the Eagle State Arsenal. Reward is a military island. Ding! The host owes 6530000000000 points. The system has automatically deducted arms and weapons to offset the points. When Mo Chujio heard the last message, he quickly checked his space. Sure enough, the arsenal that had just been moved in and the fighter jets neatly parked in the space had all disappeared. Ding! Insufficient weapons. The host still owes the space 1.6 billion points. Upon hearing this, Mo Chujio looked at the plane he was flying. This dog system really doesn't let go of anything. Mo Chujio had no choice but to park the fighter jet on an open space in the suburbs. She got off the plane and put the fighter jet into the space. Ding! The host has paid off the debt. Chapter 21 Huaxia Country's comments section exploded again. When Mo Chujio returned to the hotel, the sky was already turning pale. The sound of her opening the door woke Su up. You're back? Is everything going well? Su sat up from the bed, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and asked. It went very smoothly. This mission was not a loss at all. Not only did I get an island, but I also moved into a large shopping mall. I guess there will be something exciting to watch on the morning news later, Mo Chujio said with a smile. That's great. By the way, are you hungry? I'll go get you something to eat. Su sat up from the bed and said, Come on, this isn't China. Where can we get food so early in the morning? As Mo Chujio spoke, he directly took out a barbecue flat pan from the space and took out a few boxes of barbecue. Sit at the hotel table and start grilling meat. I almost forgot that you have space. Having space is convenient. Su stood up and went to the bathroom to wash up, then sat opposite Mo Chujio. Girl, bring me a set of bowls and chopsticks. This barbecue smells so good. Mo Chujio responded. A set of bowls and chopsticks appeared on the table opposite Su. Does your space have the function of keeping warm and fresh? I think we should stock up on some prepared food. When the end of the world comes, there may not be such a comfortable environment for us to eat. Buy some delicious hot meals and hot dishes, so you won't be starving yourself. Su picked up the bowl and chopsticks to eat the meat while making a vague suggestion. Sure, time stands still in my space. Not only does it keep things warm and fresh, but even ice cream won't melt if you put it in there. You can stock up on some cold drinks and cold food today. I wanted to buy some in China, but I was so busy that I forgot. Mo Chujio said, while eating. Okay, then you can rest in your room after dinner, and then come with me to the warehouse to collect supplies later. All three of us have to go out and buy supplies today. It is not easy to spend more than 3 billion. Su sighed and said, as if spending money was a very difficult thing for her. Mo Chuju nodded upon hearing this. After eating and drinking, Su went to the bathroom to take a shower, put on some delicate makeup, and went out. Mo Chuju was lying on the bed, turning on the TV in the hotel. Sure enough, he saw the news broadcasting about the Eagle State Arsenal and the emptying of the downtown shopping mall. Mo Chujo's face on the screen was still the same as when he attended the press conference in Hagon yesterday. Now there is a reward of 100 million US dollars for this face, and it is wanted nationwide. Mo Chujo smiled and said, "Let's put her on the wanted list." No one would recognize her in her current appearance anyway. Mo Chuju lay peacefully on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. I slept until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Su and the others had not returned yet, and Mo Chujo took out her cell phone out of boredom, wanting to see the reactions to her heroic deeds on the domestic internet. That press conference was broadcast live around the world, so China would definitely see it. Sure enough, when I opened the largest video website in the country, the homepage was a screenshot of her slowly walking towards Peladon. It has a very high number of clicks and even more comments. Fuck, what country is this female warrior from? She's so handsome, isn't she? Huh? That slap on Biden's big mouth is so loud. I can even feel the pain in him. Ha ha ha. Didn't you see that at first? I thought that beautiful lady was his fan. You're embarrassed, right? Haha, this is a real slap in the face. I think the part where she beat Peloton was the best. The girl was so pretty and cool. I want to be her fan. I want to be her fan. That's right. This girl has an oriental face. Which country is she from? Is the person above blind? Didn't you hear the goddess say something in Chinese when she retreated? She must be from China. Chinese? Wouldn't that bring disaster to our country? The relationship between us and Country M has become increasingly strained in recent years. If this woman were Chinese, would it lead to a war? You are such a coward. Let's fight. Are we Chinese afraid of them? Now China's overall national strength has long surpassed that of Country M. If they dare to fight, we will fight. I am a retired soldier. Anyone who offends China will be punished no matter how far away they are. If there is a war, I will return. We must return after the battle. We must return after the battle. For a while, a group of patriots in the comment area cried out. They wanted to rush to the United States and fight with them immediately. They have had enough of the humiliation they have received in the past 2 years. Mo Chuju smiled and continued to flip through the pages. Most of the comments she saw were praising her. Mo Chuju exited the video and entered another news report about how all the arsenals in Eagle State of Country M disappeared overnight, and the largest shopping mall in Eagle State disappeared. There are more comments below, and they are even more popular. Wow, they all disappeared overnight, and the armory was emptied right under the noses of countless guards. Is this something that humans can do? This girl is the same girl who caused trouble at the Black Palace press conference. So pretty and handsome. I'm a fan. Don't you think this girl looks a lot like the black-robed god? Look carefully at her figure and her walking posture. And those bright eyes. The most important thing is that they all have the ability to make objects disappear. Do you think this woman is the black-clad god who became popular a few days ago? If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed. They look very similar to me. Maybe they are the same person. What's wrong with this world? Is it fantasy? How could people make things disappear out of thin air? This is not a movie or a novel. Hey, things have been really strange recently. There has been no explanation for the loss of contact with Japan a few days ago. Instead, the country has blocked all air and water routes to Japan. I think something big has happened. Are aliens going to invade the Earth? Is that woman an alien? Could it be that the objects disappearing out of thin air means that she has mastered some high-tech means that Earthlings don't know about? It doesn't matter if she's an alien or a foreigner. What she does is to my liking, so I'm her fan. Yes, I'm a fan too. I'm also a fan. Mo Chujo looked at the various speculations on the internet with a faint smile on his lips. Mo Chujo turned off his phone and started to wash and change clothes. When Mo Chujo finished washing up, Su came back to pick her up to go to the warehouse. The warehouse was not far from where they lived, only a dozen minutes away. The warehouse that Su rented was very large and was filled with various supplies. The warehouse is filled with rows of shelves filled with all kinds of food. Fried chicken, hamburgers, pizza, hot dogs, grilled steaks, small cakes of various flavors, etc. In addition to the food from Country M, Chujo also saw a lot of Chinese food. What about iron pot chicken, braised prawns, boiled fish fillet, boiled pork fillet, lamb skewers, lamb rolls, double-flavored hot pot, etc.? They have just been delivered and are still warm. I put them on the outside so that it will be easier for you to store them in your space. These are all authentic Chinese restaurants, different from those restaurants that claim to be Chinese restaurants but serve Western-style food. I've tried them. They're all delicious. Hurry up and put it away. It will be cold soon. So sweaty. Chujo didn't waste any words and just collected them. There are many kinds of food on these shelves, with flavors from all over the world. The delicacies on the shelves alone would be enough for their team to eat for 2 or 3 years. Chapter 22 bought a luxury cruise ship. Behind the shelves are large freezers, refrigerators, and cold drink cabinets. It contains all kinds of ice cream, cold drinks, and ingredients needed to make ice cream of various flavors, etc. As soon as Chujo thought about it, those things disappeared. Further inside are various cosmetics, skincare products, brand-name clothes, shoes, socks, and underwear. From spring clothes to winter clothes, there are all styles for men and women, and all of them are big brands and expensive. These things are piled up in mountains just like free cabbages. Well, if you have money, you can be arrogant. She took it without saying anything. Then there are all kinds of medicines, anti-inflammatory, analgesic, cold, fever, blood sugar lowering, contraceptive. All kinds of medicines are available. This thing is very useful in the end times. Chujo continued to collect it. Next are all kinds of outdoor supplies such as mountaineering, fishing, rock climbing, and camping. There are a lot of things that can be used or not. Well, she has money and can do whatever she wants. Anyway, she has unlimited space, so she can take whatever she wants. The last few piles are sanitary napkins, toilet paper, panty liners, various baby milk powders, diapers, changing mats, milk bottles, etc. Chujo looked at Su. How many babies do you plan to have in the apocalypse? Have you prepared all the baby supplies? This is what I call foresight. We will have children sooner or later. We don't have children, but does Mi Xiaoqi? Mi Xiaoqi doesn't have children, but our teammates' families may have children. It's always a good idea to prepare for it. Su said with a smile. Yes, I have these in my space as well. I bought them in Japan for free. But more is better. Who knows how many years the apocalypse will last? Chujo said as he put the last batch of supplies into the space. At this point, the huge warehouse has been completely emptied. Where are Lu Jingxi and Song Jisi? Chujo looked around and didn't see the two of them. So he asked, didn't you take over an island? They went to buy speedboats and yachts. Anyway, there's no use for the money. I'll let them spend their money on that. You should be back in a while. Su looked at her watch and said. As he was speaking, the sound of a large truck approaching was heard outside. When the two walked out, they saw more than 10 large trucks loaded with speedboats and yachts. Chujo counted 5 yachts and 20 speedboats. The shipyard boss personally escorted the team to deliver it. Su generously bought all the trucks pulling the boats, and after paying the bill, the boss left happily. After everyone left, Chujo directly put these into the space. Sister Mo, we have too much money and we can't spend it all, so we just bought a luxury cruise ship. This thing is so expensive, it cost us more than 2 billion in one go. Phew, I finally spent all the money. It's really a relief to be penniless. Lu Jingxi exclaimed. Cruise ship? You guys are really generous. Where's the cruise ship? Let's go and take a look. Chujo immediately became interested. A cruise ship is a good thing. In the end times, if there is no place where zombies can be found, it would be in the ocean. In previous lives, some wealthy families got the news early on, and it was because they chose to buy cruise ships and live on the sea that they were able to survive until the 10th year of the apocalypse. But after the 10th year, it is unlikely. After the zombies gained intelligence, they came up with the idea of eliminating humans. It was only a matter of time before these people drifting on the sea were destroyed. It's in the sea not far from here. We can drive there in 3 hours. Brother Song is watching there. Let's check out and go straight there, shall we? We'll stay on the cruise ship tonight and go directly to the airport from the cruise ship tomorrow. What do you think? Lu Jingxi said excitedly. He had seen the cruise ship before. It was luxurious and magnificent. He really wanted to stay on it for a night. Okay, that's a good idea. Su rode. All right. Chujo had no objection. It was a rare leisure night. In a few days, such days would be gone forever. 3 hours later, everyone arrived at the pier by the sea. As soon as we approached the pier, we saw a super luxurious cruise ship docked there. The cruise ship is very large, and under the moonlight it looks as magnificent and gorgeous as a palace on the sea. On the deck of the cruise ship, Song Jusi was gazing into the distance with his back to them. The tall and upright figure looks particularly lonely and desolate at this moment. Wow, this cruise ship is really nice. You two have good taste. Su exclaimed in admiration, and then rushed to the cruise ship impatiently. What's the matter with not having good taste? We just picked the most expensive one. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to spend all the money. After Lu Jingxi muttered something, he also boarded the cruise ship. Mo Chujio then smiled and took a step forward. Song Jusi, we are here. Su walked to Song Jusi and patted his shoulder. Song Jusi turned around and nodded at several people. Who among you knows how to drive this cruise ship? Shall we go for a spin in the sea? Lu Jingxi said with a smile. I've only driven a speedboat, not this thing. Su waved her hands quickly. I can't do that either. I can handle planes and tanks, but I know nothing about this stuff. Mo Chujio also shook his head. Let me do it. Song Jiz spoke out. You can drive a cruise ship? Didn't you study weapons and equipment? How can you drive a cruise ship? Mo Chujio asked doubtfully. Song Jusi smiled faintly. I learned some from my grandfather when I was a child, and I have never forgotten it all these years. In addition, I have just studied with the crew members of the shipyard for half a day. Don't worry, leave it to me. Brother Song, when you were a kid, what kind of family were you from? How could you learn to drive a cruise ship when you were a kid? Lu Jingxi asked in surprise. Song Jusi did not answer and walked straight into the cab. Lu Jingxi, come in and help. Okay, Brother Song. Lu Jingxi also hurried over. Song Jusi, what do you need us to do? Mo Chujio leaned over to ask. You and Su help me open the anchor winch and pull up the anchor. I'll teach you how to operate it first. Song Jusi said this and walked out of the cab again and came to the anchor winch in the corner of the deck. After some tinkering, the few of them actually managed to get the cruise ship moving. Song Jusi is very skilled at driving a cruise ship and doesn't look like a novice at all. After a while, the cruise ship reached the deep water area. The sea was calm tonight, and Song Jusi simply switched the cruise ship to driving mode and left the cockpit. Several people entered the cruise ship and walked around. I have to say, the cruise ship is really big, with a total of 17 floors, in addition to a variety of ordinary or high-end guest rooms. The cruise ship is also equipped with various entertainment facilities such as restaurants, shopping malls, a small central park, swimming pools, gyms, game rooms, etc. Mo Chujio and others were shocked by this luxurious cruise ship. Mo Chujio felt that if the zombies did not evolve fully, then it would be nice for her to take the Crimson Squad and forget about worldly affairs, living a life of drunkenness and dreams on the cruise ship. After a few people walked around, they walked out of the cruise ship with satisfaction. Mo Chujio took out a dining table from the space and set it up on the deck. Then they took some cooked food, and a few of them sat here eating and chatting. Chapter 23. Black fog descends. Zombie virus breaks out globally. The weather in July was extremely hot and humid. Everyone was leaning on rattan chairs on the deck of the luxury cruise ship, feeling the sea breeze and eating all kinds of delicious food on the table. They were feeling extremely comfortable. After an unknown amount of time, black fog suddenly rose from the sea in the distance. The fog was so thick that it swallowed up all the moonlight. Sister Amo, is this the black fog of doom you mentioned? Lu Jingxi swallowed the food in his mouth and swallowed his saliva. Mo Chujio frowned slightly and looked up at the mist rising from the sea. Song Jusi, let's drive the cruise ship back. Quick! If she was seeing correctly, this black fog should be the black fog carrying the zombie virus. In their previous lives, although they did not turn into zombies, they were all on land at that time. Who knows if the black fog on the sea carries more zombie viruses? Wasn't Japan wiped out because it was close to the pollution source? She didn't want to work so hard to collect supplies for a whole space, only to have them turn into zombies before she could even use them. Then why did they come to Country M with so much effort? Good. Song Jusi heard the anxiety in Mo Chujio's voice, and without saying much, he ran towards the cabin. But the black fog spread very quickly, covering a large area of sea in the blink of an eye. Naturally, the cruise ship did not escape the invasion of the black fog. Mo Chujio raised a helpless smile at the corner of his lips, and his body fell down softly. The other three were not much better, and they all fainted. In the early morning, the sun was scattered on the deck of the cruise ship. Mo Chujio opened his eyes and saw a handsome and charming face. This face is simply enchanting. Are you awake? Song Jussi's deep and slightly magnetic voice sounded. Well, how are the others? Mo Chujio rubbed his aching temple and asked. They haven't woken up yet. Song Jussi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Mo Chujio was fine. Mo Chujio nodded and tried to condense an ice cone with his palm. She only condensed a very small ice cone, which was not enough to deal with zombies. It melted on its own after staying in her palm for a few seconds. Just like in her previous life, she only awakened the first level of ice ability at first, which was completely useless. It seems that in the early days of the apocalypse, we still have to rely on ourselves to fight the zombies. Song Jussi, have you tried your supernatural powers? Mo Chujio withdrew his palm, looked at Song Jussi, and asked. Song Jussi nodded. Then he raised his hand and waved it. A bolt of lightning as thick as a finger flashed on the sea not far away and disappeared without a trace in an instant. It's also a first-level ability, but yours is stronger than mine. I think it won't be a problem to electrocute a small fish. Mo Chujio raised his eyebrows. In her previous life, when Song Jussi was alive, his supernatural power level was always the same as hers, but in terms of power, lightning power was always slightly higher than ice power. However, the difference has always been small, only within a few millimeters. Song Jussi nodded when he heard this, without saying anything more. Mo Chujio walked over to Su Su and Lu Jingxi and checked on their conditions. After finding out that they were not seriously injured, I sat aside and waited for them to wake up. About 20 minutes later, Su Su and Lu Jingxi woke up at the same time. Su Su got up first, touched her face, and took out a mirror to look at herself. Very good. She is still as beautiful as a flower and has not turned into a zombie. Lu Jingxi stretched his limbs, stretched his body, and felt the changes in his body. Sister Mo, didn't I awaken my psychic powers? Why do I feel like there is no change? Lu Jingxi scratched his head and looked at Mo Chujio with confusion. Mo Chujio stood up and explained. Level 1 superpowers are very weak, and mental superpowers are even more so at level 1. Take your time, kill zombies in the future, and take out the crystal cores and keep them. Absorbing the energy inside can upgrade our superpowers. Also, when we face zombies, even if our powers are very weak, we must try our best to use them up. This will help us upgrade our powers. Mo Chujio thought back to his previous life, when he had used up all his supernatural powers several times and was forced into desperate situations, which allowed him to unleash his potential and successfully upgrade. So I reminded you. Yes, I understand, Sister Mo. Lu Jingxi tried to mobilize his mental power again, but it was still in vain. Mo Chujio previously said that his psychic ability made his brain super smart, but he didn't feel any changes in his brain at all. This made him quite discouraged. It seemed that he was destined to be a weakling in this life. Even if his psychic ability reaches level 8, it only makes his brain very smart. But what's the use of that? Can the zombies still compete with him in wits and courage? Mo Chujio looked at him and smiled. Don't worry. Once your ability is upgraded to level 3, you will be able to feel your spiritual ability. Oh. Lu Jingxi still nodded in frustration. He didn't like psychic abilities. Too weak. Mo Chujio ignored him when he saw this. This guy has a strong ability to withstand pressure. Even though he looks dejected now, he will be able to get over it in less than 5 minutes. She looked at Su Su, who was waving his arms and trying to release his supernatural powers just like in the movie. But after shaking it for a long time, I found it was useless. Mo Chujio saw this and reminded. Try to feel the small force emerging in your body. Use your faith to guide it to gather in your palm, and swing it out. Su Su did as she was told. Sure enough, when she waved her hand this time, a small tender seedling emerged from the palm of her hand. The seedling swayed fragilely in the wind, as if it would die at any time. That's it? This is my power? Can this kill zombies? Su Su looked at the young seedling in her hand with disappointment and an unhappy look on her face. Don't worry. The newly awakened superpower is only level 1, so you can't rely on it. In the future, just kill zombies well and use the crystal cores of the same type to improve your strength. Mo Chujio patted Su Su's shoulder and continued. Well, I don't know whether the black fog this time started from the sea and ended at the sea, or whether it has already invaded the land of Country M. I also don't know whether China also has such black fog. We must quickly find a communication device that can contact the outside world, find out the situation, and then make plans. I found a satellite phone inside. I checked it out. It's the kind that can talk to a regular phone. Song Jussi's voice came from the cabin. Seeing this, Mo Chujio was overjoyed and quickly took the phone and dialed. The call was connected quickly. It was just a mess on the phone. She heard the roar of zombies that she was familiar with from her previous life, as well as the sound of hurried footsteps and sobbing. Hello? Is this Sister Mo? Is this right? Mi Xiaoqi saw that the phone number was a satellite phone and immediately guessed that at this time, the only people who could use the satellite phone to call her were Mo Chujio and others. Well, Xiaoqi, there's an outbreak of zombie virus over there, right? Chapter 24. Country M's Aircraft Carrier Battle Group. Well, Xiaoqi, there's an outbreak of zombie virus over there, right? Mo Chujio's voice became anxious. Sister Mo, my grandpa and grandma have turned into zombies. I don't have a grandpa and grandma anymore. Mi Xiaoqi's voice was suppressed and trembling. Mo Chujio could imagine how sad she was feeling. Mi Xiaoqi, is Uncle Mi with you? Mo Chujio asked anxiously. Exist. Okay, let's take Uncle Mi to Dragon City right away while there aren't too many zombies around. We are at sea now, and we will try to get back as soon as possible. The military island has come down. We are here to pick you up and take you to a safe area. Xiaoqi, in your previous life, you and Uncle Mi survived on your own. You can definitely do it this time too. Believe in yourself. Survive with Uncle Mi. Mo Chujio encouraged her. In her previous life, when she met Mi Xiaoqi and Mi Ershu had not awakened his supernatural powers. Mi Xiaoqi was not as naive as he is now. Relying on her water power and the fighting skills she learned in the military academy, she successfully brought Uncle Mi, an ordinary man, from Phoenix City full of zombies to Dragon City. Finally, she met the members of their bloody squad at a small base outside Dragon City. Yes, Sister Mo, I will definitely take my second uncle out. Sister Mo, I won't talk to you anymore. When we get outside, the streets are full of zombies biting people. I have to find a way to escape. Mi Xiaoqi's voice trembled a little, but he still spoke firmly. Mo Chujio knew that she was still very scared, but her sense of responsibility to protect her family made her strong. Okay, good luck. Be careful on your way. After Mo Chujio gave his instructions, he hung up the phone. What's going on? There's a virus outbreak in the country, right? Su asked nervously. Oh, Mo Chujio frowned and nodded. Girl, let me use the phone first. I want to ask about my parents' situation. Su looked anxious. Mo Chujio handed the satellite phone to Su. Su turned on the speakerphone, and as soon as the call was connected, she heard her mother's concerned voice. Su, is that you? Yes. Mom, how are you and Dad? Su asked anxiously. Don't worry, your father and I learned that the end of the world was coming. So we sold all our property and came to a villa in the suburbs to take refuge. We were just afraid of accidents, but we came to the right place. Don't worry, there aren't many people in the villa area. Your dad and I are hiding in the house, so it's relatively safe. We also prepared a lot of water and food. Don't worry about us for now. Just take care of yourself. Su, is the great God by your side? Yes. Just tell me. I'm on speakerphone. Xiao Mo. Annie and your Uncle Su have only one precious daughter. She has been spoiled since she was little. She has never suffered any hardship, let alone seen such a big scene. Annie knows you are capable, so I'll leave Su's child in your care. You must protect Su's safety. Su's mother's tone was full of pleading. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm only 1 month older than Mo Chujio. Why do I need her to protect me? Su pouted, looking unconvinced at being looked down upon. You kid, no matter how powerful you are still immortal. You are nowhere near as good as little Moby. Be good. Don't be so competitive. You have a noble person protecting you. You should learn to appreciate your blessings. Father Su's voice also came from the phone. When Su heard her father say the same thing, she immediately became depressed. She has been her father's pride since she was a child, the kind that shows off to everyone she meets. Now you say she is not as good as Mo Chujio? Su raised her eyes and glanced at Mo Chujio. Well, she is God. She is not human. She doesn't compare with her. Mo Chujio saw that Su stopped talking and was looking at him with some depression, so he shook his head helplessly. Uncle Su, and Joe, don't worry. I will take good care of her. Furthermore, your daughter's fighting ability in her previous life was no weaker than mine, so don't underestimate her. Mo Chujio joked with a smile. When Mr. and Mrs. Su heard what Mo Chujio said, the stone in their hearts finally fell. With the protection of the great God, my precious daughter is much safer. As for what Mo Chujo said later, they just regarded it as Mo Chujo's polite words. They knew that their girl was smart and skilled, but compared to the great god, there was no comparison. Hey, Annie and your Uncle Sue would like to thank you in advance. Sue's mother said sincerely. You're welcome, Uncle Sue. Aunt Joe, just hide there. We'll pick you up when we return home. Mo Chujo warned. Hey, okay. Then we'll wait for you at home. Go get busy then. I'm hanging up. After saying this, Sue's mother hung up the phone. The kids must have a lot to do right now. They can't be bothered too much. Mo Chujo then called Lin Jin and Shen Qingyang. Their situation was equally bad, and everything was the same as in their previous life. After the black fog descended, the zombie virus broke out overnight. The only difference is that the black fog will come earlier. Mo Chujo repeated to them what he had told Mi Xiaoqi. She hung up the phone. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Even if she is very anxious now, there is nothing she can do. They can only rely on themselves. The black fog has already swept across China. We must hurry back as soon as possible. In the previous life, the black fog broke out simultaneously around the world. In this life, if nothing unexpected happens, Country M should have fallen as well. The planes at the airport must have been grounded. We need a helicopter to fly back to China. I remember that at this time in my previous life, the aircraft carrier battle group of Country M in the Japanese Sea returned. There's definitely a helicopter up there, Mo Chujo said with a frown. The points in her space are no longer enough to buy a helicopter, and the white bar function can only be used once a month. So the only way to get the plane is to rob it. The aircraft carrier battle group coming back from Japan? The Japanese were all wiped out. The aircraft carrier battle group of Country M is right in the Sea of Japan. How could there be anyone alive on the ship? Lu Jingxi frowned and said, that aircraft carrier battle group had already returned more than half a month before the black fog descended. When they returned, there should have been no black fog, but they have been sailing on the sea for so long, and we don't know if there were any problems. However, no matter whether the people on the ship are American soldiers or zombies, we have to seize a plane. It takes a month for our ship to sail from here to China, and I'm afraid something might happen to Mi Xiaoqi and the others. Mo Chujo looked at the sea ahead, feeling more and more anxious. But how can we find a ship in such a vast ocean? Su frowned and looked into the distance, saying worriedly. Calculating the time, the aircraft carrier group returned in the previous life not long after the outbreak of the zombie virus in Japan, so the aircraft carrier battle group should be in the Sea of Country M. I have small drones in my space that I got from an outdoor store. We can use them to find the location of the aircraft carrier. If we find it, we'll go there. If we can't find it, we'll have to go back to land and try to find a helicopter. Mo Chujo took out 4 black boxes and opened them. 4 small drones that looked like unmanned reconnaissance aircraft appeared in front of them. Chapter 25, Boarding the Aircraft Carrier. This drone is a civilian drone used for outdoor high-altitude photography. It has a built-in high-definition camera. If the M country's aircraft carrier battle group is in the M country's waters, these drones will definitely be able to find it. Mo Chujo handed each person a pair of flight goggles, which could follow the drone to overlook all the scenery captured by the drone's camera. Everyone put on glasses and began to control the drone's flight reconnaissance. About an hour later, Song Jussi's deep voice rang out. I found it. It's in front of us on the right. Not too far away. Song Jussi controlled the drone to investigate the situation on the ship. When Mo Chujo heard that the aircraft carrier group had been found, he immediately became excited. Good. Song Jussi nodded and piloted the drone towards the aircraft carrier battle group. There are 3 frigates following the aircraft carrier, and there are zombies wandering around on the frigates. There are more than 20 fighter jets and a helicopter parked on the deck of the aircraft carrier. There are also hundreds of wandering zombies. This is inconsistent with the normal number of people in an aircraft carrier battle group. I guess there should still be a large number of zombies hiding on the aircraft carrier. If I am right, it should be in the cabin below deck. Song Jussi was controlling the drone, talking while thinking. There are a lot of zombies everywhere now, and in the future, killing zombies will be something we have to do every day. Only by constantly killing zombies and obtaining crystal cores can our team grow rapidly. Let's go, Mo Chujo said lightly. Good. As Song Jussi spoke, he handed the drone remote control to Lu Jingxi, walked into the cabin, and drove the cruise ship towards the aircraft carrier battle group. Lu Jingxi was responsible for retrieving the drone. About an hour later, the shadow of the aircraft carrier battle group was finally seen. The aircraft carrier and the frigate behind it should all be in automatic navigation mode. The entire aircraft carrier battle group is slowly heading towards the port of Country M. Mo Chujio released a speedboat from the space, and 4 people jumped directly on it. Mo Chujio had an idea and wanted to put the cruise ship into the space. Unfortunately, the cruise ship was floating on the sea without moving. Mo Chujio looked grim, but he tried again without giving up. Still no success. System, what's going on? Mo Chujio resisted the urge to curse and communicated with the system in his mind. Ding! The cruise ship is too big. The space ring's built-in storage function cannot hold such a huge object. The host can use the Sky Eye function. The system's mechanical voice rang out. Go to hell, you lone shark. I don't have anywhere to find you in Arsenal now. Mo Chujio complained harshly and then was too lazy to pay attention to it. What's wrong? Can't put it in? Susu noticed that Mo Chujio was acting strangely and asked, It's too big, and the ring's storage capacity is insufficient. Mo Chujio nodded dejectedly. After saying that, she turned to look at Song Jusi and Lu Jingxi. You two can sail back later. I'll have the system send the location of the military island directly to the ship. Yeah, okay, Sister Mo. After the two finished talking, Mo Chujio continued. This will be your first time facing zombies. Don't panic. The zombie's weakness is the crystal core in its head. To kill a zombie, you can either chop off its head or shoot it in the head. It is useless to attack other places. As Mo Chujio spoke, he exchanged 3 large-caliber automatic rifles from the system and handed them to the 3 people. These 3 guns are for you to use. No, Sister Mo, I haven't used the gun you gave me last time. As Lu Jingxi spoke, he took out his pistol and showed it to Mo Chujio. This one of yours is for use against humans. It's not powerful enough to kill zombies. What I am giving you now is a blasting gun produced by the system. It is a rifle that can explode the ammunition inside the target after it enters the target. I installed a silencer on it. You can use it as you like. Mo Chujio handed the rifles to the 3 people and exchanged some magazines from the system space and distributed them to them. Then he handed each of them a Japanese samurai sword. Mo Chujio bought these samurai swords from a store in Japan that specializes in selling samurai swords. These knives have light blades, sharp blades, and long handles. When attacking at close range, it is an excellent weapon against zombies. Zombies have good hearing and vision, so you must be careful. But you don't have to be too nervous or scared, as most of the early zombies don't have special powers. Many zombies don't even have crystal cores. It's easier to kill. Yeah, okay. The 3 of them nodded at the same time. Also, after you get on board, the 3 of you go directly to the helicopter and drive it away. Shoot the zombies on the plane. Try to lure them into the sea. Mo Chujio instructed. Lead them to the sea? Can't zombies swim? Are you going to lead them to the sea and let them drown? And what are you going to do? Su asked doubtfully. Drown? They are better swimmers than you. They don't need to breathe, and they don't get tired. They can swim in the sea indefinitely. I asked you to lead them away so that I could take away the weapons and supplies here. This is an aircraft carrier. There are thousands of soldiers on it. There must be a lot of weapons and supplies. Since the aircraft carrier cannot be moved, the good stuff inside cannot be wasted. As Mo Chujio spoke, he moved the speedboat closer to the aircraft carrier. Su nodded to indicate that she understood. Mo Chujio asked them again who could fly a helicopter. Except for Lu Jingxi, the other 2 could. Only then did Mo Chujio feel at ease and took out the rope-throwing gun exchanged from the system from the space and shot directly at the huge aircraft carrier. The iron claw at the end of the rope just caught on the edge of the aircraft carrier, and several people grabbed the rope and quickly jumped over. The place where they came up was the drone parking area. Helicopters and fighter jets are also in this area, just closer to the middle of the deck. As soon as they came up, they were discovered by 2 zombies wandering nearby. These 2 zombies were soldiers of Country M in their previous lives. They were tall and strong, with gray eyes and black lips. There were no obvious wounds on their bodies, which showed that these 2 zombies were directly infected by the black fog. Mo Chujio and his companions had just stood firm and had not yet reacted when the zombies pounced on them. Mo Chujio reacted quickly, dodged by rolling sideways, then stood up and swung the sword in his hand. Phew! The zombie fell down and its head rolled into the sea. Another zombie was shot in the head by Song Jusi, and then the bullet inside exploded. With a muffled sound, the zombie's head was blown to pieces. The explosion was small and did not attract the attention of other zombies. After dealing with the 2 zombies, Mo Chujio raised his samurai sword, waved his hand, and led the other 3 people to lurk towards the helicopter in the middle. There were more zombies wandering in the middle of the deck, and the zombies on the helicopter side happened to be the largest with hundreds of them. They surrounded the helicopter, and even the top of the helicopter was crawling with zombies. They roared and scratched the cabin continuously, as if they wanted to rush in. Mo Chujio looked over and saw that the zombies on the entire deck were basically all in this area. Even if there were any in other places, there were only a few scattered around. Lu Jingxi swallowed and whispered, "Sister Mo, how are we going to get the plane? There are too many zombies. What are those zombies doing there? Are they having a party?" Chapter 26. The Surviving M-Country Soldier. In this case, there is a high probability that there is a living person in the helicopter. Mo Chujio frowned. Living people? American soldiers? Should we save them? We are not here to save people. If the survivors on the plane can protect themselves, we will take them with us when we leave. If they need to be rescued by us, sorry, don't say you are from the M country. Even though I am a Chinese, I will not put my own people in danger just to save others. I won't. You shouldn't do such a stupid thing either. Mo Chujio rolled his eyes at Lu Jingxi and turned his gaze to Song Jusi. In his previous life, Song Jusi turned into a zombie in order to cover the escape of ordinary people in the base. But his sacrifice did not change anything. When the zombies surrounded the base, except for some people with special powers, no ordinary people survived. These people are too dependent on the protection of the psychics. They simply cannot survive without the protection of others. If that is the case, why do they waste their energy saving people who are destined to die? Now is the end of the world, and the weak cannot even survive until the 10th year of the end of the world. Song Jusi looked at Mo Chujio's gaze at him, realized something, pursed his lips, and said nothing. I'll lead the zombies away, and you guys find a right opportunity to get on the plane. If the survivors refuse to open the cabin, you can exchange food with them. As soon as Mo Chujio finished speaking, he threw over a bag of snacks. Then he rushed over without waiting for everyone's reaction. As soon as Mo Chujio appeared, he was discovered by the zombies. Not only the zombies near the helicopter, but also the zombies wandering in groups of 3 or 4 elsewhere on the deck discovered her. At this time, they all shouted and chased in the direction of Mo Chujio. When Mo Chujio saw the zombies surrounding him from all directions, he started running away. Fortunately, the aircraft carrier is large enough, as big as 3 football fields. There are also many drones, fighter jets, reconnaissance planes, cars, tanks, etc. Mo Chujio used these obstacles to avoid the zombies' pursuit and interception. She was agile and had strong fighting ability, and for a while the zombies were really helpless against her. On the other side, after the zombies chased Mo Chujio out of the helicopter, Su and the other 2 could see clearly that there were actually people in the helicopter, and there were more than a dozen soldiers from the M country. No wonder so many zombies surrounded the cabin and refused to leave. With so much fresh flesh and blood in front of them, how could the zombies give up if they couldn't eat it? The steel plates and glass of this helicopter transport plane are bulletproof in design. With the current capabilities of zombies, they cannot break through the cabin door and glass. But again, these soldiers were blocked by zombies and couldn't get out. The 3 men looked through the plane window and found that all the soldiers were sitting in their seats with their heads down, and they looked like they were dying of hunger. At this time, a soldier seemed to feel that the zombies outside the cabin were gone, so he raised his head and opened his eyes. When he saw Su and others outside the cabin, a light of despair appeared in his eyes. He quickly shouted in English, "There's someone outside. Everyone wake up, there's someone outside." Upon hearing this, the other soldiers raised their heads. Their lips were cracked, and their expressions were listless. They all looked extremely hungry and weak. However, after seeing them, their eyes lit up. The soldier near the cabin door struggled to help them open the cabin door. As soon as the man opened the cabin door, he anxiously asked in English, "Is there anything to eat?" As Lu Jingxi spoke, he handed them the plastic bag filled with snacks and water that Mo Chujio had given them. The soldiers scrambled to drink water and wolfed down all the snacks, and only then did they feel a little more energetic. They heard the excited roars and running sounds of zombies outside the cabin, and they all looked out through the windows. On the deck outside, a girl in white sportswear was seen nimbly moving between the fighter planes and reconnaissance planes. Her body movements were extremely agile, like an agile cheetah, shuttling between various planes and tanks. She sometimes tumbled and jumped, and sometimes slashed with her sword. Every move and every style is exquisitely performed. Wherever she went, zombies died. She has excellent physical fitness, agile posture, and quick movements, and her actions seemed to be those of a person who has undergone rigorous training. In just a few seconds, several zombies were eliminated. What surprised them even more was that every time the zombies were about to surround her, and they thought the girl would be killed by the zombies, she would immediately disappear, and when the zombies were empty and scattered, she would reappear at the same place and continue to kill the zombies. More than a dozen soldiers opened their eyes wide in shock. "Is that woman a god?" One soldier uttered an exclamation of praise, and the other soldiers nodded in agreement. "Why are you trapped in a helicopter?" Song Jisi frowned and communicated with them in English. He had a bad feeling. Sure enough, one of the soldiers stood up. "The helicopter broke down and couldn't take off. We were trapped in the cabin by the zombies and couldn't get out. Thanks to your arrival, we are saved." Song Jisi nodded when he heard this. "Does anyone among you know how to repair a helicopter?" "I will." But even though that woman led the zombies away, there are no zombies outside for the time being. "But if I go out to repair the plane, I will be discovered by the zombies immediately. Those zombies that were led away will definitely come back, and I won't be able to repair it at all." Another thinner soldier from Country M pointed outside and said, "Don't worry about that. We will clear out the zombies on this aircraft carrier. Once we've cleared them out, you can repair it." Song Jisi said to the soldier, "Clear? There are still about 7,000 zombies under the deck of this aircraft carrier, and we have locked them down there. Do you mean to clear them out too? Or just the ones on the deck?" The soldier asked. "There don't seem to be many zombies on the deck now, but in fact most of them are locked up in the cabin below. Because the black fog fell at night, most of the soldiers slept in the dormitories below the deck. After the zombie virus broke out, it became a hell. Most of the soldiers turned into zombies, chasing and biting the few survivors. Soon the bitten soldiers were assimilated into zombies. They were lucky enough to escape from the cabin below. Then he joined forces with other survivors to close the entrance to the cabin. The zombies above were soldiers who were on duty on the deck and in the cockpit. After they escaped, they were chased by this group of zombies again. After finally escaping to this transport helicopter, they found out that the plane was broken. In fact, there were actually 6 transport planes on the aircraft carrier. One was in the hangar, and the other 4 carried people and escaped successfully. Only these unlucky guys were trapped here. They have been stuck here for 7 days and 7 nights, without water or food. If you continue to starve, you will die here sooner or later. Of course, they are all clear. Song Jio thought that Mo Chujio wanted the supplies on the ship. Since he wanted supplies, he must go below the deck. So it's safer to go down after all the zombies are cleared out. However, the situation has changed. They were not clear about the condition of the aircraft carrier before, but now that they know the situation, there is no need to use helicopters to lure the zombies into the sea. A few hundred zombies are not a lot, and Mo Chujio has killed dozens of them in just a short while. They can definitely use these zombies for training. It's the end of the world. They can't always hide behind Mo Chujio and rely on her protection. They also have to improve themselves. Thinking of this, Song Jisi took the samurai sword and walked out of the cabin, running towards Mo Chujio. When Su Su heard that a large group of zombies were under the deck, she felt that there was nothing to be afraid of, so she followed Song Jisi and rushed out. Lu Jingxi didn't dare to move. His fighting power is not good enough, so he won't go out and cause trouble for Sister Mo and the others. Chapter 27. I am the base commander of the Scarlet Base. Hey, that man just said to clear all the zombies on the aircraft carrier? How do we clear them? A soldier walked up to Lu Jingxi, who was observing the situation outside at the window, and asked. They had more than 100 survivors at the beginning, and they didn't even think about clearing out the more than 7,000 zombies on the aircraft carrier. Not to mention the more than 7,000 zombies. They didn't even think about clearing out the hundreds on this deck. Those monsters are so terrifying that if your skin is even slightly scratched during battle, you will be quickly assimilated by them. They simply can't afford to take the risk. You'll know in a moment, Lu Jingxi said without even turning his head. His full attention was now on the few people outside, so he had no time to waste on talking to these soldiers. Girl, change of plan. There are more than a dozen survivors in the helicopter. They said that there are only these zombies on the deck now, and the rest of the zombies have been locked up in the cabin below the deck. How about we deal with these zombies first, and then deal with the large number of zombies in the cabin? Su Su shouted loudly while running towards Mo Chujio. When the zombies heard the sound, some of them pounced towards Su Su and Song Jisi. The two men gripped their samurai swords tightly and chopped at the zombies that were rushing towards them. Mo Chujio stopped when she saw this. No wonder she had been running for so long and hadn't attracted more zombies. It turned out that she was locked up. In that case, she doesn't have to run. Mo Chujio said okay. took the samurai sword, turned around, and joined the battlefield. Although there are many zombies, they have just become zombies not long ago. Apart from their bloodthirsty instincts that make them look ferocious, they are not very powerful otherwise. Song Jusi, Su Su, and Mo Chujio worked in perfect harmony and quickly disinfected all the zombies. The dozen or so soldiers in the helicopter stared at the three men's skillful movements with their eyes wide open. These people are strong, too strong. Lu Jingxi got off the helicopter. Sister Mo, should we let them repair the helicopter now? Or should we wait until we clear the ones below before we start repairing it? Let them fix it now. We can take a break. Mo Chujio's eyes were fixed on the dozen or so soldiers from Country M who were following Lu Jingxi. One of the most burly soldiers walked towards her. Hello, my name is Moss, and I'm the deputy captain of this aircraft carrier. Thank you for your help. Mo Chujio looked up and down at the black soldier from Country M named Moss. He was estimated to be over 1.9 meters tall, with a dark complexion, muscles as hard as rocks, bright eyes, and a fierce aura emanating from his body. He looked like a guy who was extremely difficult to mess with. You're welcome. We just need your helicopter. Saving you is just a convenience. If you help fix the helicopter, it will be your way of repaying us for saving our lives. Mo Chujio spoke in a light tone, obviously having no interest in chatting with him. Moss didn't mind. He continued, I heard from the brother just now that you need to clear out the zombies down there. I want to ask, is there anything I can do to help you? Are there any of you who can fly this aircraft carrier and the escort ships behind it? Mo Chujio originally wanted to take away all the supplies on the aircraft carrier and the frigate and leave directly by helicopter. But looking at the black soldiers in Navy uniforms in front of her, she suddenly thought that it would be nice if this aircraft carrier could be driven back to their military island. I will. I am the deputy captain of this aircraft carrier, and those people are my crew members. Do you want this aircraft carrier and the 3 frigates behind it? We can help you get back to your territory. The soldier said in a deep voice. Oh, what are the conditions? Mo Chujio looked at Moss and raised his eyebrows and asked, We want to join you. To be honest, although there is plenty of fresh water and food on the ship, the food will run out or go bad sooner or later. With our current abilities, if we go to land to look for food, we might die. We just saw that you are very skilled in killing zombies, and obviously you have enough experience, so we want to follow you and become your crew members or subordinates. Anything is fine. I just hope you can guide us, so that we don't die before we grow up. Moss looked at Mo Chujio steadily and said sincerely, Sure, we are from the Scarlet Base, and I am the base commander of the Scarlet Base. You will be members of our Bloody Base aircraft carrier battle group. I can't guarantee anything else, but if you follow me, you won't have to worry about food and clothing. But if any of you have any thoughts that shouldn't be there, don't blame me for being rude. Mo Chujio smiled gently, but it gave people a creepy feeling. We would never dare betray the base. Moss immediately raised his watch and made up his mind. Okay, we in the Bloody Base are all good fighters. Since you have joined our Bloody Base, you can't be cowards. Later, come with me to lure the zombies up below the deck. When Mo Chujio said this, Lu Jingxi shrank his neck. What should he do if Sister Mo said that? And he felt a little embarrassed. Mo Chujio didn't notice Lu Jingxi's expression. In her heart, Lu Jingxi's fighting ability was also good. It was just that the division of labor was different. His weapon was his brain, which was very important to their team. Okay, I'll go notify the brothers and tell them to get ready, Moss said, and left directly. Hey, girl, you're not really going to take them back to the military island, are you? Su Su looked at Mo Chujio with some concern. Why not? It would be a shame to leave these aircraft carriers and frigates here. Since they are willing to help us send it back, why should I refuse? Mo Chujio sat on the deck with a smile on his face and began to rest on the spot. Aren't you afraid that these people might plot something bad against us? Su Su disagreed. Afraid? Su Su, you're right to be on guard against others. But we can't give up base development just because of our defensiveness. From now on, our Bloody Base will gradually absorb capable people from all over the world to join us, to cope with the full evolution of zombies in the future. I may not have told you that in my last life, when I died, humanity was already facing extinction. Hiding on the military-industrial island and surviving is not a long-term solution. We must try our best to develop and grow ourselves so that we can have a chance to defeat the zombies, save our own lives and those of our families. We can't refuse to accept talents because of fear of betrayal. Mo Chujio looked at Su Su, Song Jusi, and Lu Jingxi and spoke seriously. I understand. Su Su took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Seeing this, Mo Chujo patted Su on the shoulder. Sister Mo, were the zombies in the previous life so powerful? What about our army? I don't think the zombies nowadays are that powerful. Didn't the army come out to kill them all? Lu Jingxi looked confused. Chapter 28. If you can't even outrun these zombies, then you'll die sooner and be reborn sooner. The black fog descended, and 70% of the world's population turned into zombies. And zombies' ordinary bullets can't kill them at all. We must use lethal weapons with explosive power like the ones I gave you to eliminate them. But it's the end of the world. The world's factory has stopped working, and there are simply not enough weapons of mass destruction to kill the zombies. There aren't enough troops to kill the zombies either. Even the work of rescuing ordinary people did not last long. It's the end of the world, and most people can only rely on themselves. Mo Chujo explained simply. Oh. Lu Jingxi nodded when he heard this and stopped asking. Su and Song Jusi also looked at each other solemnly, without saying much. Mo Chujo is a reborn person, so you can't go wrong by listening to her. The three of them rested for a quarter of an hour and stood up again. This time they planned to clear out the zombies on the 3 frigates. There are not many zombies on the frigates, only 30 or 40 people on each ship. The 3 of them were each responsible for 1 ship, and even Lu Jingxi followed Mo Chujo with a blaster to kill zombies. With Sister Mo protecting him, he is not in danger. When is the best time to practice his shooting skills? This time, they killed the zombies extremely easily, and Mo Chujo even released his weak ice ability from time to time. Although at most she could throw a head full of ice chips at the zombies, at least they didn't melt the moment she touched them, so she was still very satisfied. Half an hour later, the 3 of them had cleared all the zombies on the 3 frigates. Mo Chujo called Moss and asked him to take the American soldiers to dig out the zombie crystal cores. The zombies in the early days of the apocalypse were indeed weak. Hundreds of zombies only dug out more than 10 crystal cores, and they were all first-level zombie crystal cores. However, for them now, it is still useful for upgrading their superpowers. Mo Chujo stored all the crystal cores into the space, intending to distribute them to the members of the Crimson Team when he had free time. At this time, the helicopter was also repaired. Mo Chujo asked Song Jusi, Su, and Lu Jingxi to get on the helicopter and wait outside for them. She entered the island with 17 soldiers under Moss. This aircraft carrier is as high as a 27-story building from the bottom of the ship to the flight deck, more than 300 meters long, and has more than 3,700 cabins of various sizes. If it weren't for these soldiers leading the way, Mo Chujo estimated that he might have gotten lost in there. There are 3 passages connecting the bottom deck of the aircraft carrier, which are the elevators on the deck responsible for transporting aircraft and ammunition. The second is the elevator and stairs inside the island. Mo Chujo gave each soldier a samurai sword, as he had quite a lot of them in stock. Then he took these people down to the basement level below the deck. This floor is the pod deck, and there are no zombies inside. On the 2nd to 4th floors below are the hangars and maintenance centers. There were 3 drones, 5 reconnaissance planes, and a helicopter parked inside. In the maintenance center, there were several zombies in work clothes wandering around. When they saw Mo Chujo and others coming down, they all rushed out of the maintenance room. Mo Chujo stepped back with his hands behind his back, leaving the zombies to the soldiers to practice on. Moss and his men are from the Air Force and Navy. They are good at driving ships and fighter jets, but they are not good enough for close combat with this kind of big knife. Luckily, there aren't any very strong zombies here. Plus, their numbers are twice as many as the zombies. After a period of confusion, I finally killed all the zombies. Mo Chujo asked them to dig out the crystal cores and keep them for themselves. She decided to let these soldiers exchange the crystal cores for supplies in the future. This can also motivate them to improve their enthusiasm. Everyone continued to go down, and there were ammunition depots, granaries, studios, dining rooms, etc. Because the zombie virus broke out late at night, there was either no one inside or only zombies wandering around in groups of 3 or 4. Mo Chujo did not take action against these zombies, leaving them all to Moss and others. Through such training, they gradually became familiar with the knives in their hands, and slowly became less timid, and instead felt that they became braver as the battle went on. They went down to the negative 10th floor and saw more and more zombies. Miss Mo, from here to the negative 20th floor is the accommodation area. There are a total of 7,300 officers and soldiers on this aircraft carrier. Except for the more than 100 people who escaped, all of them were locked up here by us. Moss said, walking directly to a staircase. There was a metal door at the entrance of the stairs, and some human bones were scattered next to the door. Those are the soldiers responsible for closing the gate. Moss took off his military cap and said with a sad expression. The other soldiers also took off their hats and stood beside the bones in silence. Mo Chujio didn't say much when he heard this. She was used to seeing such things in her previous life and no longer felt any compassion for them. She saw a small window on the door. The glass was broken. Through that window, you can see densely packed zombies wandering in the passage on the negative 10th floor. The ground seemed to be soaked in blood, and it was covered with dark red plasma, mixed with a large amount of human remains. There were too many zombies. Some people were probably eaten by zombies before they could mutate. The zombies stepped on the remains of the human body, making a creaking sound, which looked particularly eerie and terrifying. Mo Chujio was observing the situation inside through the window. At this time, a zombie wandering near the window with its intestines exposed discovered them. It opened its mouth, revealing its disgusting teeth covered in rotten flesh, and pounced towards them. Mo Chujio instinctively took a step back. The zombie crashed into the cabin door, making a loud bang-bang sound. The zombies inside were startled by the loud noise of the cabin door and looked towards the source of the sound. When they saw these people, the zombies became agitated instantly. Roar! Ah! Various howls were heard from the zombies, and then they stumbled towards them madly. Moss and the others turned pale in an instant, clenched their weapons tightly, and stared at the zombies with nervousness. The zombies slammed into the heavy hatch, making a continuous banging sound. It's just that the hatch is too thick, and these ordinary zombies can't damage it at all. Mo Chujio glanced at the large wrench on the hatch handle, then turned to look at the 17 soldiers behind him. Since you want me to help you become stronger, then let's start with the most basic speed and endurance training. Don't think I'm cruel. Even though there are many zombies here, they are only level 1 zombies at most. The speed is about the same as that of an ordinary person running. In a few days, the zombies will quickly evolve into level 2 and level 3 zombies. By then, the strength and speed will be beyond the reach of the current zombies. If you can't even outrun these zombies, then you'd better die early and be reborn. Of course, if you are really scared, you can hide somewhere for a while. Or if you want to find a base and be an ordinary person, I will never force you. But our Crimson team only wants strong people. If you don't dare to fight, then just leave by yourself. I see there is a helicopter in the engine room. You can take food and water and leave by yourselves. But if you stay, you must obey my orders. After Mo Chujio finished speaking, he looked steadily at the soldiers behind him, waiting for their decision. Chapter 29. Recruiting 5 base members. Soon, 5 of the 17 people stood behind Mo Chujio, and the other 12 chose to give up after hesitating for a while. There's no way out. The specter of zombies eating people has frightened them to death. They didn't dare to face these monsters again. We'll give you half an hour. We'll open the door in half an hour. Mo Chujio said in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, the soldiers turned around and ran towards the floor where the supplies were stored. Seeing this, Mo Chujio did not stop them, but turned around and looked at the soldiers behind him. Good job. Don't worry. As long as you pass my test, you will never regret your choice. Base Commander, we will work hard to become as strong as you. Moss stood up, saluted Mo Chujio, and said. Mo Chujio nodded and did not continue the topic. While there was still time, she asked them to try to see if they had awakened any special abilities. The unexpected surprise was that all 5 of them were people with special abilities. Moss has fire-type abilities, while the other 4 have 2 water-type abilities, 1 earth-type ability, and 1 gold-type ability. Mo Chujio taught them how to absorb the elemental energy in the crystal cores, and then asked them to keep the crystal cores of the zombies they killed in the future. He also said that crystal cores would be the currency in circulation in all major bases and would also be a necessary material for upgrading abilities. Half an hour later, Mo Chujio asked the soldiers to go to the stairs. He stood in front of the hatch, ready to remove the large wrench attached to it. Base Commander, let me do it. If we take this thing too close to the zombies, we might get overwhelmed by them. Moss volunteered. There are so many grown men here. They can't let a woman take the lead. Mo Chujio raised his eyebrows and looked at Moss. You can't? Once this door is opened, zombies will rush out immediately. You can't escape. But it's nothing. Don't worry, I won't risk my life. I have ways to save it. Mo Chujio interrupted by patting Moss on the shoulder. Base Commander. Moss was a little worried. Okay, stop wasting time and let's go. Mo Chujio was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he took the wrench and prepared to pull it down. Seeing this, Moss could only run to the stairs and stare at Mo Chujio without blinking. Mo Chujio was seen slowly pulling out the wrench attached to the hatch, and when it reached the edge, Mo Chujio suddenly shouted, "Run!" After shouting this, Mo Chujio disappeared from the spot, and the big wrench also came out of the hatch. Moss and others outside the cabin were stunned when they saw this. They only reacted and ran away when the zombies scrambled to get out. The zombies were running on the stairs, and the huge noise attracted the zombies on the lower floors to run upstairs. There was one layer of zombies after another. Just like fishing, the zombies were connected head to tail, and they all ran towards the top deck. The soldiers put in all their effort and climbed up with all their might. It seemed like it took them a century to run the distance of 10 floors. Finally, when they were exhausted, they ran to the deck. Song Jussi was flying the plane and hovering above the deck. Seeing them running out, Su Su and Lu Jingxi quickly lowered the ladder and let several soldiers climb up. But the zombies followed behind them, and when the last person climbed up the ladder, the first zombie that came out leaped over and grabbed one end of the ladder. At this time, the helicopter slowly rose, dragging the soldiers and zombies towards the sea. The other zombies naturally followed the helicopter and didn't even stop when they reached the edge of the deck. With a plop, it fell into the water like dumplings. The helicopter didn't fly far, but just hovered over the sea, not too far from the deck, luring the zombies to jump into the sea. At this time, the zombie who grabbed the ladder slowly crawled towards the soldier at the bottom. When the distance was about right, it raised its claws and grabbed the soldier hard. The soldier was so frightened that he forgot to react for a moment. At this critical moment, with a muffled puff sound, the zombie's head exploded instantly, and white brain matter splattered all over the frightened soldier. "What are you standing there for? Come up here." Su Su was wearing a red dress and sitting at the cabin door, holding a rifle and looking down at the stunned soldier. The soldier came to his senses and looked at Su Su with a flushed face, feeling ashamed and nervous. "Thank you." As he spoke, the soldier lowered his head and quickly climbed up the ladder. "This woman is so beautiful and cool." He felt like he was in love. I finally escaped." Everyone collapsed on the ground, extremely tired. "That was a close call. I was really scared to death just now." A big black man wiped the sweat from his forehead and panted. The others nodded in agreement. "By the way, where's the base commander? I just saw her disappear from my sight. Am I dazzled?" "You're not dazzled. I saw it too. What kind of power is that? It should be a supernatural power, right?" "It's definitely a superpower. This superpower is really awesome. As expected of our base commander, he is really awesome." "That's right. Not only is she very powerful, but she's also very beautiful. We found the right person this time." The soldiers began to discuss. Moss frowned and looked at Lu Jingxi. "Friend, is the base commander okay?" Lu Jingxi was happily watching the zombies below jumping into the sea. Hearing this, he turned around and patted Moss on the shoulder. "No, my sister Mo is very capable. Just wait and see. Sister Mo will come out when she is done." At this time, Mo Chujio was looting the interior of the aircraft carrier. All weapons, ammunition, and various aircraft were stored in the space. The food and barrels of purified water were enough to last the people on the aircraft carrier for 2 months, and everything else was put into her bag. She even found a nuclear submarine at the bottom of the aircraft carrier. "This thing is great. It's a magical tool for avoiding zombies." Mo Chujio did not take the other tables, chairs, benches, daily necessities, and other things. Anyway, she did not intend to leave the aircraft carrier empty. When more people were received in the base in the future, she would let them live here. As for her island, only those close to her and those she trusts can live there. Chapter 30, The Black-Robed God, is a righteous man and will definitely give us some supplies. After Mo Chujio collected the supplies and weapons below, he walked out of the deck and collected all the planes, tanks, military transport vehicles, etc. on the deck into the space. At this time, Song Jussi had already led all the zombies into the sea and led them to swim far in the direction of Country M. Only then did he turn the plane around and speed back to the deck. When the soldiers who had just jumped off the plane saw that all the planes and tanks on the deck had disappeared, they were so shocked that their eyes widened. Is this the legendary space power? How big is this space if so many things can be put into it? The base commander is different. His newborn superpowers are so strong. You 5 are responsible for piloting these carrier battle groups. Is that difficult? Mo Chujio looked at the huge aircraft carrier and wondered if these 5 people could drive so many ships. If not, she would have to abandon the 3 frigates first. She tried, but couldn't bring in the 3 frigates. The system was such a bummer. It wasted her ring's infinite space function. Don't worry, Base Commander, the 5 of us are fine. They are my best crew members. Moss stepped out to speak. Mochujo nodded. In that case, we will leave first. Later, you can follow the cruise ship below. Yeah, okay. Moss nodded and stepped aside. Song Jisi, Lu Jingshi, you two, be careful. Mochujo warned with a hint of meaning. She didn't trust the 5 newcomers too much, so it was better to be careful. Song Jisi and Lu Jingshi nodded in understanding. Mochujo didn't say anything more and took Su Su onto the helicopter. The first place they went to was Su Su's parents' villa in the suburbs of Longqing. The Su family's villa was built halfway up the mountain and was a famous holiday destination for the wealthy in Longqing. Mochujo flew over the sky of China, and the city below was full of wandering zombies. The mountain is still quiet and peaceful. Mochujo landed on a helipad on the top of the mountain. This is a wealthy area, and occasionally wealthy people would come here by helicopter to stay for a few days. That's why there is a helipad on the top of the mountain. After they got off the helicopter, Mochujo released the Tunglong off-road vehicle from the space, and Su Su sat directly in the driver's seat. Mochujo put the plane into the space and got into the co-pilot seat. Walking down the mountain road, there are trees, flowers, and plants on both sides of the road, which is very beautiful and pleasant. Mochujo saw a stream winding down not far away, making a ding-dong sound, as pleasant as a silver bell. The stream water is crystal clear, and you can see fish and pebbles at the bottom. There is a large green meadow next to the stream. Mochujo thought, no wonder all the rich people want to buy a house here. This mountain not only has fresh air and beautiful scenery, it is also a good place for camping. In my spare time, I sit on the grass beside the stream, enjoy the scenery, touch the fish, and have a barbecue. Life is so comfortable and leisurely. Unfortunately, this leisure time won't last long. The survivors pouring out of the city would seek refuge in this paradise that they could not normally reach. The paradise on Earth will no longer be a paradise on Earth, but a horrific place with constant fighting and blood and flesh all over the ground. In her previous life, she brought the Mo family here to seek refuge. Longqing is very close to the Mo family, only an hour's drive away. At the end of the world, Mochujo took the Mo family around to look for a place to stay. The first stop is this mountain villa complex in Longqing. Her thoughts were the same as those of the people who came here at that time. They thought that the scenery here was beautiful, the population was sparse, and there must not be many zombies. They feel comfortable and safe hiding here. But she forgot one thing. The more famous a place is, the more people will come to seek refuge there. When they arrived, the place was already crowded. Later, the survivors formed gangs to survive. There were constant fights between small gangs, and murders and robberies of supplies occurred from time to time. Almost every day, small groups are destroyed and new small groups emerge. Gradually, this place is no longer a paradise, but a hell on earth. In his previous life, Mochujo saw that the situation here was like this. He only stayed for one day and then hurriedly left with the Mo family. Later, she joined a small base in Longqing, where she heard that the villa area had been captured by zombies. Because there is a large group in the villa area, and the leader of the group is a ruthless and lustful man named Brotherhood. Almost all the women who joined their group were forced to sleep with by him. It's just that those women dared not speak out, and their families didn't dare to do anything to Brotherhood. But one day, a couple entered the villa area. The woman in the couple was very beautiful and was immediately noticed by Brotherhood. That tiger brother raped the woman in front of the man. Afterwards, the woman felt sorry for her lover and hanged herself in the woods. The man was filled with hatred, and regardless of his own danger, he went straight to Haiching to lure out a large number of zombies and went to the villa area. The consequences are predictable. The villa area was completely wiped out. Therefore, in the end times, the comfort zone is actually the most dangerous place, and they cannot stay here. The two drove for half an hour before they reached the villa area halfway up the mountain. There are more than 20 villas standing on the hillside, each of which is independent and separated from each other by a distance. Most of these villas were already occupied by many people, and some survivors who could not enter the rooms set up tents in the yard. Some of them don't even have tents, just some clothes spread on the ground. Fortunately, it's summer now, so it's not cold living outside. Mochujo's armored off-road vehicle drove past the villa quickly, attracting many people to come out and watch. Hey, am I seeing things? That car seems to be the one that the black-clad god robbed in Japan. Is that the black-clad god in that car? Yes, you read it right. It's that car. The black-clad god has collected a lot of supplies in Japan. Let's catch up with him quickly. The god in black is a man of justice and will definitely give us some supplies. We follow her, and she will protect us. Yes, yes. Chase after him. Many survivors who had no supplies chased in the direction the car disappeared. Su drove the car very fast, so the survivors naturally couldn't catch up with the armored off-road vehicle, but they still went down the mountain road. Since this car is on this mountain road, it must be heading to a villa. As long as they follow the mountain path down, they will surely find the black-clad god. Mo Chujio and Su did not notice the little tail following them, and they drove the car quickly to the door of the Su family's villa. Unlike most villas, there are not many people living here. The door of the Su family villa was closed, and it was quiet inside. Su took out his cell phone from his pocket and called his father and mother. At the beginning of the end of the world, the internet and electricity can still last for some time. The phone rang a few times, but no one answered. Su immediately felt a bad feeling in her heart. Could something have happened to her parents? She quickly dialed the number again, and at this time, a man with a rough voice answered the phone. Su's heart skipped a beat. This voice was not her father's. Chapter 31. Meeting the Mo family again. Two beautiful ladies come in. I'll open the door for you. As soon as the man finished speaking, the door of the Su family's villa slowly opened. Who are you? Where are my parents? Su cuestión de nervos vez. Don't worry, little beauty. How are your parents? You'll know once you come in. The man on the phone laughed arrogantly. Su was extremely scared. She didn't care about anything else. She hung up the phone and ran straight into the villa. Mo Chujio followed behind with a frown. As soon as they reached the door of the villa was open from the inside. Su saw a tall and strong man with a scar on his face sitting on the sofa, looking at her and Mo Chujio with lustful eyes. Next to him stood a dozen young men, all of whom were hooligans who were obviously not good people. My parents? Where are they? As soon as Su entered the door, she asked anxiously. Don't worry, your parents are not dead, but they are not here. If you want to know their whereabouts, just serve me well. If you serve me well, brother who might tell you if he is happy. The scarred man smiled as he put out his cigarette in the ashtray. Then he stood up and walked over, reaching out to touch Su's fair and delicate face. Su dodged in disgust. Have some respect. I'll kill you. Su shouted angrily. As soon as she said this, there was a burst of laughter from the audience. Seeing that Su was a hot girl, the man with the scar withdrew his hand, smiled, and returned to the sofa. If a woman he likes is sensible, she will be gentler at night. If you don't know what's good for you, just knock you out. Anyway, since he has set his eyes on them, they can't run away. So he is not in a hurry. Brother who, what's wrong? What are you laughing at? At this time, a man carrying a plate of food came out of the kitchen. Mo Chujio was particularly familiar with this man. He was her so-called brother, Mo Junfei. Mo Junfei was also shocked when he saw Mo Chujio. After being shocked, a hint of joy appeared on his face. This joy was naturally not from seeing Mo Chujio. His situation here was getting worse and worse, he could see it. Brother who was increasingly unwilling to take care of their family and may kick them out at any time. Brother who is extremely lustful, and now that my sister has appeared, isn't that just the right solution to his urgent needs? I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be my little sister. Mom and Dad, come out for a moment. Look who's here. Mo Junfei knew very well that Mo Chujio would not listen to him, so he quickly called for help. Then Mo Junfei walked to the sofa and lit a cigarette for the scarred man. Brother Tiger, this is my sister, my real sister. The scarred man looked at Mo Chujio, then at Mo Junfei. No. Are they your biological children? Your sister is much prettier than you. Most importantly, she is much braver than you. My sister is indeed prettier than me. She is better than me in every way. Mo Junfei looked at the scarred man and smiled flatteringly. Brother who really likes Mo Chujio. It looks like there's a chance. Mo Chujio naturally knew what Mo Junfei was planning. She sneered but said nothing. At this time, Li Tsuehua and Mo Fuge also came out of the kitchen. You damn girl, where have you been? Where's our money? Give us our money back. The moment Li Tsuehua saw Mo Chujio, she became angry and rushed towards him screaming. Before Mo Chujio could move, Li Tsuehua was already grabbed by the arm by Mo Fugue. What's the point of having money? At this time, money is not as good as toilet paper. Toilet paper can also wipe your butt. After Mo Fugue finished speaking, he looked at Mo Chujio again. Chujio, Give us all the supplies you bought with 600,000. Do I look like someone with supplies to you? Mo Chujio spread his hands, looking indifferent. Only then did Mo Fugue realize that Mo Chujio and the beautiful girl beside her had nothing on them, not even a backpack. Mo Fugue's face suddenly turned cold. Dad, my little sister just came over. Why did you ask her to give you supplies? It's very difficult for us to get some supplies. Where can a little girl like her get them? Mo Junfei secretly winked at Mo Fugue. Mo Fugue looked at his son's eyes, and then he remembered that brother who was a lustful man. If his daughter wins his favor, he will be brother who's father-in-law. Then does he still need to care about these people's faces? He knew brother whose strength. If his daughter could win his heart, not only would their family be able to eat and drink well, but the entire villa area would also be at his disposal. Thinking of this, Mo Fugue became more eagerly looking forward to it. Chujio, Dad was wrong just now, right? Where can a girl like you get supplies? Now that you have found your dad, don't worry. Dad won't treat you badly, Mo Fugue said, without waiting for Mo Chujio's reaction. He walked to the sofa and said to brother who in a flattering manner, Brother who, look, this is my daughter. She is all alone and helpless. Can you let her stay with you? The scarred man ignored Mo Fugue. Although the girl in front of him was young, she had only said one sentence since she entered the door. But he had seen countless people and knew that the girl in front of him was not so easy to handle. The Mo family wants to use their daughter to exchange for her future, but it also depends on whether the girl is willing. However, whether he was willing or not, now that this beauty was in his hands, there was no way she could leave. Thinking of this, he stood up and walked to Mo Chujio. He stretched out his hand and tried to lift Mo Chujio's chin, but Mo Chujio dodged it. It seems like the little beauty doesn't want to stay with me. Chujio, why are you so ignorant? It's your blessing to be favored by brother who. You will be blessed to be brother who's woman in the future. Mo Fugue saw that Mo Chujio avoided brother who's touch and was afraid that brother who would lose his temper and implicate them. You have to know that brother Tiger is very cruel. He never has a reason to kill people. If he is not happy, his family will be torn apart. Girl, they're your family? Adoptive parents, right? Su felt a little more at ease knowing that her parents were still alive. Seeing Mo Chujio's relatives act like this, they were all shocked. She has been the apple of her parents' eyes since she was young. She had never seen parents treat their children like this. Seeing his daughter stepping into danger, instead of trying to save her, he wanted to push her into the fire. It's obvious that this scarred man is not a good person. Can you be happy as his woman? Why doesn't she believe it? Besides, it seems that the scarred man's target is not just Mo Chujio. Seeing his lustful eyes moving between her and Mo Chujio, she couldn't help but want to dig out this man's eyes. Unfortunately, now is not the time. She had to find out the whereabouts of her parents. Otherwise, where could she find them in such a vast crowd of people? Chapter 32. I was so aggrieved that I shut myself off. Too bad they are. But don't bother with them. Let's get down to business, Mo Chujio said lightly. Su understood after hearing this. It seemed that the relationship between Mo Chujio and her family was not good. Although she had only known Mo Chujio for a short time, she knew Mo Chujio. Although he looked cold and aloof on the outside, he was actually very sentimental. Now seeing Mo Chujio's attitude towards his family, she immediately understood. This family must have hurt Mo Chujio, which made her completely heartbroken. In this case, she will help Mo Chujio to punish this family later. They dared to bully her sisters. They are courting death. Brother, some of your men have bad intentions. They want to use your own daughters and sisters to exchange their futures. However, if brother who wants us sisters, isn't it just a matter of a word from brother who? We two weak women can't get out of your palm, right? Is it really necessary for them to jump around here to seek a sense of existence? Su looked at the scarred man with a beautiful smile on her lips. Ha, it's good that you two know it. Be good, or you'll avoid suffering. Su's words pleased the man with the scar. She was a smart woman, and he liked her. Brother who, since we are all your women, will you protect us? If someone bullies us, shouldn't you help us out? Su pouted and approached Scarface like a spoiled child, holding his arms with both hands and shaking them. Of course you can. Anyone who dares to bully you is bullying Brother Tiger. The scarred man was so pleased with Su's swing that he patted his chest and agreed. Thank you, Brother who. No one bullied me, but my sisters were badly bullied by that family. Didn't you see how cold my sister looked? It's not that she doesn't like you. That is my sister's protective color. She was bullied so badly by this family. Her heart was hurt. Brother who, if you can help my sisters get revenge, I promise that my sisters will be loyal to you forever. Until death. Chujio almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he heard Su's diligent deception. What is Su planning to do? A honey trap? Help her to punish the Mo family? Actually, there is no need for this. Is that so? Brother who stared at Chujio. Chujio didn't say anything and continued to stand aside indifferently. The more the scarred man looked at this little beauty, the more he felt that she had suffered a lot of injustice. I was so upset that I shut myself off. That's right, didn't he see the family working hard to promote their daughter, just now? These words are most likely true. In this case, he could stand up for the beauty. Compared to the charming Su, he prefers the cold beauty in front of him, and he would feel more accomplished if he conquered her. If he helped her get revenge, wouldn't that make the beauty fall in love with him? The Mo family was unhappy to hear Su making up stories about them. Little girl, you can't say that. Which eye of yours saw us bullying Mo Chujio? You are slandering and spreading rumors. Mo Junfei jumped up and down and blamed Su. As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Tiger slapped him in the face. How can you talk to my woman like that? You guys go over there and teach them a lesson. You can't stop without my order. As soon as the scarred man finished speaking, Su began to flatter him. Brother Tiger is domineering and mighty. I like Brother Tiger so much. As long as you like it. Remember to come to Brother Tiger's room at night, and let Brother Tiger like you too. When the scarred man saw Su's charming appearance, he could no longer suppress his desire. He licked his tongue obscenely and stared at Su's breasts blatantly. Su smiled charmingly and didn't say anything. Night? I don't even know if you still have night. The man with the scar thought that the beauty had agreed, and he felt even happier. Boss, what are you doing? Don't you like my sister? We can give my sister to you. We will be a family from now on. How can you hit us? A few hooligans walked up to the Mo family, and without saying a word, they punched and kicked the 3 Mo family members. Mo Junfei protected his head and shouted, Brother Dao, please let us go. I'll give you my daughter. Yes, don't hit me. Don't hit me. My girl will serve you well. Please be merciful. Mr. and Mrs. Mo also knelt on the ground and begged for mercy from the scarred man while wailing. Drag them out and beat them until the 2 little beauties have vented their anger. Then stop. If the little beauty can't vent her anger, then beat them to death. The scarred man was talking to the hooligans, but his eyes were looking at Mo Chujio, who was standing at the door without saying a word. The scarred man saw Mo Chujio didn't even frown when she saw her family being beaten, which shows that this woman really has no feelings for this family. That's right. If a relative like this sees his daughter come to him, and instead of thinking about how to save her, he thinks about offering her to him so that they can live more comfortably with him, he would not recognize her, even if it was him. Since the beauty has no feelings for the whole family, just beat her to death. He took in these 3 people only because he felt that he was short of 2 cooks. Plus, Mo Junfei had been following him before, so he brought them along. But don't be fooled by this tall and strong guy. He's actually just a show-off. When killing zombies, he is not only clumsy, but also a drag. Besides, the food cooked by the 2 old guys in the Mo family is not very tasty. They ate food that was hard to swallow and had to feed these 3 people for nothing. The man with the scar has disliked this family for a long time and has wanted to get rid of them. It's just that I haven't had time yet. Now that they are being used to please 2 beauties, they are of some use. When the 3 members of the Mo family saw that the scarred man really wanted to beat them to death in order to please Mo Chujio, they suddenly panicked. This scarred man is a ruthless guy. If he says he will beat them to death, he will really beat them to death. They struggled to ask Mo Chujio for help. Chujio, please ask Brother Hu for mercy for us. We are your relatives. How can you watch us being beaten to death? Mom doesn't want to die. Li Tsuehua finally felt scared now and struggled to crawl towards Mo Chujio. But she was being held by a burly gangster. How could she crawl over? Mo Chujio, are you dead? Can't you see we are about to be dragged out? Why don't you save us now? Mo Junfei screamed hysterically. He doesn't want to die. Why doesn't this damn girl say anything? Does she really want to kill them? Chujio, Dad knows he was wrong. We don't want the 600,000 yuan. We will never try to plot against you again. Please save us. Father Mo's nose and tears were streaming. He didn't want to die. Mo Chujio avoided the door without saying a word, watching the family crying and screaming in an ugly manner. She felt neither sad nor happy, as if the incident had nothing to do with her. When the Mo family saw that Mo Chujio ignored them, They were immediately furious. The voice of begging for mercy disappeared, replaced by ugly curses. Mo Chujio was too lazy to listen and kicked the door shut. The mansion had great soundproofing, and the moment the door was closed, the curses and wails from the Mo family could no longer be heard. Ha! Beautiful girl with personality. I like it. Chapter 33. The Mo family was beaten so badly. Mo Chujio ignored the scarred man and just stood aside coldly, waiting for Su's performance. If she hadn't been worried about not being able to find out the whereabouts of Su's parents, she would have killed this scum with a knife long ago. The scarred man was sitting on the sofa at this time. Su walked behind the scarred man with a smile, put her hand on his neck, and gently stroked it tenderly. Brotherhood, since I am your woman, can you tell me the whereabouts of my parents? I am very worried about them. The scarred man felt numb all over after being touched by Su. He grabbed Su's restless hands and greedily sniffed the alluring fragrance emanating from her body. Beauty. To be honest, I don't know where your parents went. We just wanted the house. We didn't want to kill them all. So we didn't chase them when they ran away. But I guess they're on this mountain. After all, there is no place safer and more comfortable than this mountain within 100 miles. You should have seen it when you came. Several villas have been occupied by others. There are many survivors living there, and they will take them in. Your parents might be there. My dear, serve brother who well, serve me well, and I will take care of finding your parents. As the scarred man spoke, he grabbed Su's hand and pulled her into his arms. Su got the exact news and knew that her parents had indeed escaped, so she stopped pretending. She sneered and retracted her hand. Brother who, don't worry about my parents' affairs. Let's settle the score for you guys stealing my house and causing my parents to disappear, shall we? When the scarred man saw Su's expression change, he immediately reacted. No wonder the little wildcat who just came in suddenly became so docile. It turns out he was trying to get information about your parents. You want to settle accounts with me? Ha! Brothers, this chick said she wants to settle accounts with me? The scarred man pointed at Su and laughed wildly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. At this time, the scarred man's subordinates also laughed and did not take Su seriously at all. Oh, this girl has quite a temper. She actually dares to make demands to the boss, and even wants to settle accounts with him. She simply doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Ha! This girl really doesn't know how to live or die. Boss, do you want us to help you tie this girl up, drag her to the bed, and let you enjoy her? Boss, stop talking nonsense with these two girls. Just let the brothers tie up these two girls and send them to your room so you can have fun. Tired of playing. Enough of fun. I'll give it to you guys to try and see how it tastes. Yes, these two girls are the most beautiful I have ever seen. The women before were nothing compared to them. A group of hooligans spoke without restraint and acted recklessly, completely unaware of how dangerous their current situation was. Su glanced at Mo Chujio and raised the corners of her lips slightly. Girl, are these people going to be maimed or killed? Kill him. Mo Chujio's voice was indifferent and cold. These people committed many evil deeds in their previous lives, and they would be a disaster if they were kept alive. If they kill these people now, perhaps the tragedy in the villa area in the previous life will not happen again. Okay, Su responded and rushed towards the gangster closest to her, waving a dagger. There was a swish sound, and the sound of the knife cutting into the meat was heard. The gangster who was swearing just now covered his bleeding neck and fell to the ground wailing. The scarred man was stunned when he saw this, and watched in disbelief as one of his subordinates was killed in an instant. The other gangsters also looked at Su in horror. No one would have thought that a girl who looked so delicate could possess such cruel means. But they reacted immediately, picked up their weapons, and rushed towards Su and Mo Chujio. Mo Chujio took out a samurai sword from the space and joined the battlefield. Mo Chujio's movements were very agile, and every swing of the knife would definitely cut off the neck of a gangster. In the blink of an eye, 20 or 30 thugs were lying on the ground without a sound. The scarred man was the only one left in the room. The scarred man held a big knife in his hand and was forced to retreat step by step by Mo Chujio and Su. He knew that he was no match for these two women, so he simply knelt down and begged for mercy. My two aunts, I really didn't know you were such powerful people. I swear, I promise, I will never dare to provoke you again in the future. Please let me go. Let you go? Do you think that's possible? If we weren't powerful people, but two ordinary girls, would we have been bullied by you today? It is said that letting one bad guy go is equivalent to harming countless good people. How can I let you go? Stop talking nonsense. Aren't you arrogant? Stand up and fight. After Su finished speaking, she crossed her arms and looked at the scarred man with a look of contempt. Seeing this, the man with the scar knew that the two women would not let him go, so he had no choice but to fight. He raised his sword and rushed toward Su, but Su dodged sideways, and then the two of them started fighting. Mo Chujio did not step forward, but just stood aside and watched the fight. The scarred man was indeed the boss of a big gang in his previous life, and he was quite capable in fighting. However, compared with Su, who has been practicing martial arts since childhood and has spent 4 years in military school, he is still far behind. He was beaten back step by Su and vomited blood repeatedly. In the end, Su stabbed him in the chest with a dagger and killed him on the spot. This man is so useless. He looks fierce, but he can't stand being beaten. How did he become the boss of the gangsters? As Su spoke, she picked up the tissue on the table and wiped the blood off the dagger. You also know that they are small hooligans. They can only do things like bullying the weak and stealing. The fighting power is not strong. Scarface is a ruthless and cruel man, and he is also considered a good fighter among them, so he is qualified to be their boss. You think he is weak because you are too strong, Mo Chujio said with a smile. Ha, I think I'm awesome too. Su looked very proud. Su walked to the window as she spoke. She wanted to see how the Mo family outside were doing. It would be enough to teach these Mo family members a lesson. She didn't really want to have them beaten to death. After all, they are Mo Chujio's biological parents and brother. No matter how unkind they are, they cannot be allowed to die in front of Mo Chujio. Hey, how come those hooligans outside ran away? Only your family members are left on the ground. TSK. Your parents and brother are so miserable. He was beaten so badly that he couldn't even stand up. Girl, are you going to take care of them? Su looked through the glass window and saw that all the hooligans outside had disappeared. Only the 3 Mo family members were left lying on the ground wailing. She guessed that the hooligans heard the noise and came to the window to check what was going on. Then I was scared away by the scene of them killing people. Chapter 34. Girl, you are in big trouble. I have severed ties with them a long time ago. Whether they live or die has nothing to do with me. As Mo Chujio spoke, he began to collect supplies upstairs and downstairs. Oh, Su said nothing more after hearing this. He followed behind Mo Chujio and watched her empty out her villa. She still has a lot of feelings for this place. Her parents had a good relationship since she was a child, and the 3 of them often came here to vacation and camp in their spare time. Full of childhood memories. It's a pity that I don't know how long it will take for me to come back after leaving this time. Only after they had moved all the things out of the villa did the 2 of them open the door and walk out. Of course, she didn't want anything in the living room. There was blood everywhere, and they hated it. When the Mo family saw Mo Chujio walking out of the door, they immediately started cursing. Mo Chujio, you have such a cruel heart. We are your family after all, and you actually let Brother Tiger beat us. Do you still have a conscience? I shouldn't have given birth to you in the first place. Mo Chujio, you shameless bastard. We have raised you for 20 years, provided you with food, clothing, and education. But now you have become so powerful that you have teamed up with others to bully our own family. Mo Chujio, you will not die well. You will get your retribution sooner or later. Mo Chujio, you ungrateful thing. How could you have the heart to do that? I will take revenge sooner or later. I will kill you sooner or later. Su understood after hearing this. This family probably didn't see Mo Chujio killing anyone. If I saw it, I guess I wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. I remember that I severed ties with you guys a long time ago. You and I are strangers now. What does it have to do with me, whether you get beaten or not? Besides, aren't you getting beaten because you are incompetent and want to be Scarman's dog? If you are a dog, your master will inevitably beat you up if he is unhappy. If you don't want to be beaten, I advise you to behave like a human being. Also, don't tell everyone that you provided me with food, clothing, and education. You have never done such things. You've told too many lies. Be careful that you may go to hell and have your tongue pulled out after you die. After Mo Chujio finished speaking, he walked straight out the door. The Mo family wanted to curse again, but Su glared back at them coldly. If you dare to keep your mouth dirty again, I will cut it off and feed it to the dogs. You little girl, how dare you threaten me? Do you believe me? How could a scoundrel like Mo Junfei be afraid of a little girl? Just as he was about to curse, a dagger was pressed against his neck. Mo Junfei was immediately frightened and fell silent. You know what? If you weren't Mo Chujo's brother, you would be out of your mind now. Don't take Mo Chujo's kindness and indifference as an easy target for bullying. I warn you, if you dare to attack my friends again, I will kill you. As Su Su spoke, she gently scratched Mo Junfei's cheek with the dagger in her hand. Blood splattered everywhere, and Mo Junfei screamed in pain. The Mo family also panicked, fearing that this woman would really kill their son in the next second. We don't dare anymore. We don't dare anymore. Little girl, please let my son go. Can't we just stay away from that girl when we see her next time? When Li Tsuehua saw a big cut on Mo Junfei's face, she felt heartbroken and begged for mercy quickly. Humph, you better remember what you said today. Su Su snorted coldly, stood up, and looked down at the Mo family. Also, I advise you to go in and take a look at the situation inside the house if you can get up later. Once you see clearly, you will know how kind Mo Chujo is to you. After Su Su finished speaking, she rolled her eyes at these people and walked towards the door. Mo Chujo stood at the door and watched Su Su stand up for him, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. Although she no longer cared about how the Mo family treated her, she was still very happy to have such a close friend who cared about her and felt sorry for her. She was still very happy in her heart. Don't pay any attention to them. I just want to vent your anger. Are your parents and brother idiots? Isn't it better to follow you than to follow a small gangster? They actually offended you just to please a small gangster. I really don't know what they were thinking. Su Su curled her lips. It is said that there are many people who want to curry favor with a big shot like Mo Chujo. Even if her family members don't love her, they shouldn't treat her like this. They have always looked down on me and treated me as a money loser. Naturally, I feel that Scar Man is much stronger than me. But that's good. I'm also afraid that they will know my ability and come after me shamelessly. Let's not talk about them anymore. Let's quickly find the whereabouts of your parents, right? Yes. I remember I have a family photo in my bag, so it would be better to take the photo with me. But my bag is in the car. Get out of the car, and I'll look for it. Oh. The mountain road was narrow, and Mo Chujo was afraid that his large armored off-road vehicle would block the road if parked on the road, so as soon as they got out of the car, Mo Chujo directly put the car into the space. Hearing Su Su say that she was looking for something, she went straight to the gate and parked the car. When Su Su saw the car coming out, she got in directly to look for the photos. At this time, a group of people came up from the mountain. When they saw the armored off-road vehicle parked in the middle of the road, someone suddenly shouted, "There! The Black God's car is there! Why didn't we see it when we went down just now? How did the car suddenly appear there again?" You are stupid. The black-clothed master is a space-capable person. Didn't you see the master collecting all kinds of supplies in the video? This group of people were the survivors who chased Mo Chujo and the other man down the mountain. It's the end of the world, and people with special powers appear around them. There were also some space users, but their spaces were very small, unlike Mo Chujo, who could store countless supplies. But it also let them know that Mo Chujo's ability to disappear out of thin air is a supernatural power. It is also a special ability that can hold a lot of supplies. They are short of supplies, very short of them. So I wanted to see if I could get some supplies from Mo Chujo, or just follow Mo Chujo. They chased from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain, but did not see any trace of the armored off-road vehicle. Just when they thought the black-clad god was just passing by and were walking back disappointed, they unexpectedly encountered the car again. They quickly quickened their pace and ran towards the armored off-road vehicle. That's the great god in black. Umbrella of protection. Supplies. Mo Chujo sat in the passenger seat and looked at these people, frowning. Su Su also discovered something was wrong at this time, because this group of people were running towards their car while shouting, "Black God! Girl, you're in big trouble." Su Su looked ahead as if he was enjoying the fun. Mo Chujo was speechless. It seems that being famous is really not a good thing. Black-clad master? Is that you? Black-clad master, please get off the car. Black God, we need your help. Great God in black. We know you have a lot of supplies. Please give us some. Please save our lives. At this time, the group of people had already come around the car, surrounding it tightly and shouting for Mo Chujo to help them. There are indeed a lot of supplies in Mo Chujo's space, but she doesn't want to support so many people in vain. She still understands the principle of repaying kindness with kindness. She felt that the best way now was to deny that she was the black-clad god. If they didn't believe her, the worst that could happen was that they would take the car and run away with Su Su. She felt that with her and Su Su's speed and endurance, This group of ordinary people would not be able to catch up with them. They are students of the military academy after all, and their daily training is not in vain. But as soon as her thoughts came to her mind, she was interrupted by the voice of the system. Chapter 35. Don't use words like justice and morality to hold me hostage. Ding. System task. Increase the popularity of the bloody base. Each increase in popularity will reward 10,000 points. If the popularity reaches 1 million points within one day, you will be rewarded with the base personnel loyalty check function. The reward is a bottle of ice-type ability upgrade fluid. The reward is a bottle of wood-type ability upgrade liquid. A bottle of water-based ability upgrade liquid is rewarded. After listening to the system's voice, Mo Chujio changed his mind. Not to mention the 3 bottles of upgrade liquid. She was also attracted by the loyalty checking function. Her base will be expanded in the future. If the people with special abilities she recruits are all bad people, won't her base be in chaos? If there was a loyalty check feature, she could prevent problems before they happen. System. How to increase popularity? Every additional person in the bloody base counts as 1 popularity point. Mo Chujio understood. In that case, she would just recruit 100 people here. Anyway, her base needs to be developed. In addition to establishing a superpower army in the future, she also needs to recruit some ordinary people to take care of the chores in the base. Thinking of this, she opened the car door and walked out. You're looking for me? Mo Chujio asked straight to the point. Are you the Black God? Let's go find the Black God. I am. Little girl, stop kidding. The black-clad master on the internet doesn't look like you. The video of the black-clad master emptying the M country's arsenal went viral on the internet. Although she is also a woman, she doesn't look like you at all. Don't try to deceive us. That's right, little girl. Lying is wrong. I see there is another person in the car. Is she the God in black? Mo Chujio was speechless. That was her appearance after putting on makeup in the video. She couldn't ask Su to put makeup on her before they would believe her, right? At this time, Su also got out of the car. When everyone saw that it was not the case, they immediately shook their heads in disappointment. They were still counting on the black-robed god to lead them to survive. Unfortunately, there was no black-robed god here. Maybe this car is not the one from Japan. After all, although this car is rare, 5 of them were sold all over the world. They didn't know where the rest of the cars were. Maybe it was bought by Chinese people. Hey, don't you want to avoid being bothered by them? Isn't it just right that they don't believe you? Come on, let's get in the car and leave. Su took Mo Chujio's arm and leaned close to her ear and said, assist a mission to recruit people for our base. The reward is very tempting. I have to complete it. Mo Chujio also leaned close to Su's ear and whispered, oh, I see. Then start your performance. Su said this and dodged to the side, pointing at the car. Mo Chujio understood and immediately parked the car. This trick works every time. Sure enough, as soon as the car disappeared, the crowd became excited. It's the Black God. Oh my God, this girl is really the Black God. Really? But why does the black-clad god on the internet look like this? Could it be that the goddess from Country M and the black-clad god are not the same person? Who cares? Anyway, we have found the Black God. We are saved. There's help. Great God in black, please take us in. Please take us in. Master, we want to follow you. For a moment, the crowd was in chaos, and everyone had the same idea. They wanted to follow the black-clad god and enjoy the good life. It's not impossible for you to follow me, but you are all adults, and you should know that there is no such thing as a free banquet in this world. If you follow me, you must be loyal to me. I don't support idle people. Mo Chujio made it clear that the members of her base, even ordinary people, had to work hard in exchange for supplies. She didn't want to raise a group of vampires who ate her and used her things, and then scolded her for not taking care of any of them. She had seen a lot of people like this during the end of the world. Master, do we still need to work? Master, didn't you take away so many supplies? If you give us some, it will be enough for us to live for a lifetime. Why do we still need to work? You won't make us work hard on infrastructure or go out to kill zombies like in the novels, right? I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have superpowers to kill zombies, and I don't have the strength to do such heavy work. At this time, a fair-skinned young man in a black suit stood out from the crowd and said, he is a clerk in a company and a mental worker. He would not work under the scorching sun all day like those peasants. If he were reduced to that level, he would rather die. You can't kill zombies and you can't do heavy work. So what can you do? Mo Chujio raised his eyebrows and looked at the man, asking lightly, I'm a clerk. Is there any work in this field? Seeing that Mo Chujio was not angry, the man became bolder and continued to bargain shamelessly. I'm sorry. We don't have any. Even if we did, we wouldn't give it to a grown man in his prime. I don't think you're suitable for our base. Mo Chujio refused bluntly. Well, can you give me some supplies? I'm alone and can't eat much. The man continued. Some people who had the same idea as the man also pricked up their ears and listened. They felt that if they could get some supplies from this man, then they would want them too. They think this place is great, there are no zombies, and the environment is pretty good. If the great god gave them some more food and supplies, they would not have to follow the great god and join her base. After all, there is no free food and drink at the base. My supplies are used to support the base personnel. If I give you some, I will have fewer people. If there are not enough supplies, my base personnel will have to risk their lives to find them. So I think this is not possible. Mo Chujio answered very seriously. How can you be like this? I am alone. How much can I eat? Why can't you give me some? Everyone still says you are a righteous man, but I think you are just a selfish person. He has a large amount of supplies, but instead of using them to rescue everyone else, he uses them to build up his own power. What a righteous man. Ha! He is obviously just a hypocrite who wants to take advantage of the end of the world to build his own power and become a local tyrant. After the man finished speaking, some people who shared the same idea as him started shouting. Mo Chujio's face suddenly turned cold. She stepped to the man's side, grabbed his collar, and stared at him coldly. Even if I'm a hypocrite, so what? Is it your business? I got the supplies by my own skill. I give them to whomever I want. Don't hold me hostage with words like justice and morality. I won't buy it. Believe it or not, if you curse me again, I will make your head fall off. Mo Chujio's tone was cold, and his voice revealed a strong sense of oppression, which scared the man so much that he almost wet his pants. Chapter 36, Recruiting People. No, no. Great God, please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. I won't say it again. The man apologized quickly with a trembling voice. Mo Chujio sneered and pushed him to the ground. Roll! As soon as Mo Chujio finished speaking, the man immediately got up and stumbled away. If any of you want to eat for free like him, leave immediately. Although our base does not necessarily only recruit strong people, but anyone who enters my bloody base must be brave. It is the end of the world now. You can't rely on anyone, and no one will let you rely on anyone for nothing. Those who enter our bloody base and awaken their special powers must rely on themselves to continuously kill zombies and obtain crystal cores to upgrade. Those who don't have special abilities should work hard in the rear. What I want in the bloody base is an iron army and a motivated logistics staff, rather than a nest of borers. Mo Chujio looked around and spoke in a sharp voice with a firmness that brooked no room for dispute. Those who wanted to use morality and justice to pressure Mo Chujio to give her some supplies immediately gave up their thoughts after hearing this. They don't want to be like that fool, the first to stick out and be scolded by the woman in front of them. The crowd was silent for a moment, as everyone was considering whether or not to join the Scarlet Base. They heard about a large bunker built by a military district in the north. It is more than 200 miles away from here. If they go to the bunker built by the military district, there should be someone to protect them and provide them with daily necessities, right? It has to be said that at the beginning of the end of the world, most people were still naive enough to seek protection from the government. After all, the Chinese government has always been very good to its people, making them feel safe. But what they don't know is, where will the government come from in this end time? Even the so-called military bunker is no longer the original military bunker. Master, one of us brothers has the ability of space shield, and the other has the ability of mutated wood. We are willing to join the bloody base. At this time, a pair of twin boys stood up and looked at Mo Chujio with burning eyes. They both looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. Both were fair-skinned, with sunny and energetic faces, without any trace of the fear and decadence of facing the end of the world. They are Mo Chujio's diehard fans and have been her fans since her video in Japan was exposed. They also set up a fan club for the black-clothed god on QQ, and they are the president and vice president. Now that I see the great god in black right before my eyes, how can I not support him? Okay, what are your names? Do you have any family? If so, you can come with us. Mo Chujio likes such children, who are sunny and energetic, and who remain positive even when facing difficulties. That's great. Parents who can educate such a child must be good people. She is short of support, so it would be nice to take her away together. Really? That's great. My name is Feng Yun, and my brother's name is Feng Yu. God, we only have Grandpa left. Mom and Dad died in an accident a few years ago, and Grandma also died a few years ago. Grandpa is the only one left to depend on us. When we leave this time, we would like to ask you if we can take my grandpa with us. I didn't expect that you would bring it up before we even had a chance to speak. The great God is indeed a kind person. Feng Yun, the older twin brother, excitedly told the whole story. Feng Yu also quickly followed up. Thank you, Master. My name is Feng Yu. We will do a good job when we get to the base. Master, we are your fans. We have also set up a fan club for you. No matter what others think of you, we will always support you. Mo Chujio raised the corner of his mouth slightly and nodded. Well, don't call me God. You are younger than me, so you can call me Sister Mo or Base Commander. You guys are great. Keep working hard in the future. I won't treat you unfairly. Okay, Sister Mo. The two young boys' faces flushed with excitement. After they finished talking, they stepped aside, took out their cell phones, and started logging into QQ. They don't know when the internet will be disconnected, and if it is disconnected, they won't be able to access QQ. They have to quickly show off in the group that they have become the masters. The god even asked them to call her sister. Base Commander, we are also willing to join the Bloody Base. There are 8 of us in total. We were special forces before, but now our military region has been occupied. There are only 8 of us left in the entire military region. Among us, 3 have gold-related abilities, 1 has earth-related abilities, and 1 has space-related abilities. The remaining 3 are ordinary people without any awakened abilities. But they have rich combat experience and can kill zombies without any problems. A tall and strong man raised his hand. He was accompanied by 7 companions. The 8 people in the group were all wearing tattered camouflage uniforms, which showed how difficult it was to escape from the military area. Moreover, these people must have fled in a very miserable state. Not only did they not bring any supplies, but their clothes and shoes were all in tatters, like scavengers. Okay, I'll accept all 8 of you. Don't worry, follow me. You won't regret it. As Mo Chujio spoke, he took out 8 sets of men's clothing from the space, both inside and outside. Your clothes are too torn. Take a shower and change clothes before the power and water are cut off. Just go to that house and wash them. Also, what size shoes do you wear? Tell me. I'll give them to you. Thank you, Base Commander. Thank you. Thank you, Base Commander. The 8 Special Forces soldiers did not refuse. After reporting their shoe sizes one by one and receiving their own shoes and clothes, they thanked Mo Chujio and entered the Su family villa. When they saw the dead body in the living room, they looked at each other, but in the end said nothing and went upstairs to wash up. It's the end of the world. They have to adapt to this situation. After these special forces left, Mo Chujio recruited some members who were willing to join the base. Some have awakened special powers, and some are just ordinary people. Today is only the 2nd day of the zombie virus outbreak, and not many people have run out of the city to seek refuge here. In addition, many people have sufficient supplies, so they plan to stay here and wait for the government to send rescuers. Therefore, Mo Chujio did not recruit many members, only 113 people at most. The system task was completed, and Mo Chujio recruited a dozen more, mainly the families of those psychics who wanted to join. Seeing that there were not many people, she accepted it. Mo Chujio did not intend to tell those who were waiting for rescue that there would be no rescuers in the next few days. Because the local governments and armies have already been overthrown, the remaining people can't even protect themselves. How can anyone come to rescue them? There are 4 bunkers in the southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest, and if you go too late, there will be no space left. Living in the end times, one has to endure some setbacks in order to grow, but the price of growth may be something they cannot afford. But who could she blame? She had given them a chance. Mo Chujio asked those who had joined the Bloody Base to go back and pack their luggage first. After a few days, they would find the people they needed and leave together. Chapter 37, Dr. Fong. After everyone left, Mo Chujio took the special forces who had already taken a shower to find Su and Su's parents. Su has already received news about Su's father and mother. Coincidentally, the person who saved them was Feng Yun and Feng Yu's grandfather. At this time, Father and Mother Su were recuperating in Grandpa Feng's villa. The Mo family members have been carried by the special forces into the guest room of the Su residence to rest. Mo Chujio said nothing about this. As soon as Mo Chujio entered Feng's house, he saw the yard was full of tents. There were also many survivors coming in and out of the villa. In the courtyard of the mansion, there is a gazebo covered with vines. Sitting in the pavilion was an old man with white hair, but a very kind face. He was chatting with Su, Su's mother and Su's father. The two brothers Feng Yun and Feng Yu were practicing their special abilities beside the flower bed in the yard. Mo Chujio walked straight to the two young men and watched them wave their arms again and again to familiarize themselves with their special powers. The two children's superpowers are an air shield and a mutated wood power. The air shield has a protective effect. In the past, there were very few people who awakened the air shield. Every air shield person was a person that all forces fought for. Their defensive capabilities are often stronger than those of Earth-type mutants. Feng Yu's supernatural power is a mutated carnivorous plant. Most of the wood-type ability users have awakened vines in their hands, which can be long or short, thick or thin. It can be entangled or transformed into a vine whip, becoming a very powerful weapon. Mo Chujio had never seen the supernatural power of the piranha plant in his previous life, and he didn't know what kind of abilities it would have when it reached a higher level. But now both teenagers have first-level superpowers. Feng Yun's air shield can only condense to a size large enough to protect his head. It's not very useful when you encounter zombies. The wind and rain carnivorous plant is small, although if you look closely you can see that it has sharp teeth in its mouth, making it look quite ferocious. But because it is only the size of a coin, it has no lethality. Feng Yun Fenju saw Mo Chujio coming and happily stopped what he was doing. Sister Mo, you're here. Look at our abilities. We've been practicing very hard since we awakened them yesterday, but we can't see any progress at all. Compared with the superpowers described in movies and novels, this is too bad. Sister Mo, how can we improve? Feng Yun asked anxiously. Feng Yun, your superpowers have only been awakened for one day. What do you want to upgrade to? You're already very insightful. Many people have just awakened and have no idea how to use their powers. You can feel this energy and release it, which is already amazing. Mo Chujio smiled faintly. But if we continue like this, when will we be able to kill the zombies? Feng Yu also had a sad face and looked very depressed. Don't worry. Low-level abilities upgrade very quickly at first. As long as you practice diligently, your abilities will be upgraded to level 3 in half a month at the latest. A third-level supernatural power can have some lethality. After level 3, it is no longer possible to upgrade by practice alone. You have to kill zombies and obtain crystal cores. Absorb the energy in the crystal core of the same series. This is the only way to upgrade quickly. You'd better hone your skills. Although superpowers are powerful, they will eventually run out. Only with good skills and powerful supernatural powers can you become a truly powerful person in the end times. Mo Chujio answered patiently, giving the two teenagers new hope. Sister Mo, we understand. But how do we hone our skills? Feng Yun asked doubtfully. Well, let's talk about this when we get back to the base. Then we'll have someone to train you. Montag Shuyu smilet. After listening to this, Feng Yun nodded, indicating that he understood. Grandpa Feng had already seen Mo Chujio at this time, and he walked over with a smile. I heard Feng Yun and Feng Yu mentioned you. Your name is Mo Chujio. Hello, Grandpa Feng. I'm Mo Chujio. Mo Chujio replied with a smile. Good, good. I'm Feng Molly. Nice to see you. It is true that heroes have always emerged from youth. I've also seen those videos on the internet. I am your fan, as are my two grandsons. Grandpa Feng winked at her as he spoke. Mo Chujio. This old man is so cute. However, why did Feng Molly sound familiar to her? Wait, isn't this China's medical master and national treasure-level doctor of medicine? He is actually the grandfather of Feng Yu and Feng Yin? This news is really shocking. In his previous life, Grandpa Feng was taken to a bunker in the north, where he had been doing research. In the 10th year of the apocalypse, it was reported that Feng Molly had developed a drug that could inhibit the spread of the zombie virus. After this drug is injected into the human body, the person will still die if bitten by a zombie, but will no longer transform into a zombie. This means a lot to humanity. If this drug is produced on a large scale, it will prevent the emergence of new zombies. This will give humans a chance to eliminate the zombies. Unfortunately, this medicine came out too late. In the 10th year of the apocalypse, zombies had evolved into advanced zombies on a large scale, and humans were no match for the zombies. Even if the drug is produced on a large scale, it cannot escape the fate of human extinction. What's more, at that time, humans did not have a complete production line to produce medicines on a large scale. So in this life, she met Dr. Feng at the beginning of the end of the world. Does that mean that she can kidnap Dr. Feng before the people from the military bunker come to pick him up? You should know that the main reason why the medicine in the previous life was not available until the 10th year after the end of the world was the chaos in the management of the military bunker. The equipment and materials used for research were not prepared in time, resulting in Dr. Feng's research being delayed. Now I will take Grandpa Feng to the base and then try my best to search for the things he needs for his experiment. So in this case, will the medicine be available earlier? Even if it comes 1 year earlier, it is still hope for mankind. Mo Chujio thought this was feasible and immediately looked at Dr. Feng with a smile and said, Grandpa Feng, I have something I want to talk to you about. Can we find a quieter place? Oh, you want to talk to me about something? Sure. Then come with me to the study upstairs. Okay. Grandpa Feng, you go up first. I'll say hello to Uncle Sue and Aunt Joe first, and then I'll come upstairs to find you later. Feng Moli nodded when he heard this and went upstairs first. Mo Chujio walked towards the Su family's parents with a smile on his face. When Su's father and mother saw Mo Chujio coming, they quickly stood up and spoke politely to Mo Chujio, something like thanking her for taking care of Su. Mo Chujio waved his hand, indicating to the two elders that they didn't need to be so polite, and asked about the injuries of Su's father and mother. Mr. and Mrs. Su's injuries were not serious. They were all caused by accidental falls and scratches while escaping. After a day's rest, apart from some pain where I fell, everything else was fine. Seeing that Su's parents were fine, Mo Chujio talked to them and got up to find Dr. Feng. The Feng family villa has a very simple and ancient decoration style. There are 2 floors in the villa, and every room is full of people. There were a few kids in the living room on the first floor, making noise and fighting. The whole first floor was a mess. Mo Chujio didn't stop and went straight to the second floor. There were quite a few people on the second floor, but there were no children fighting around. They were all families without children. It can be seen that although Feng Moli is a kind-hearted person who took these people in, he also likes quietness. Perhaps Feng Moli was afraid that Mo Chujio couldn't find the study, so he opened the door of the study. He sat on the chair in the study and read a book. Mo Chujio walked in and closed the door of the study. I sat down opposite Feng Moli. Chapter 38, I have no reason to lie to you. Grandpa Feng, Feng Yun, and Feng Yu said they want to take you to our bloody base. Are you willing? If her estimation was correct, the call from Fort in the Northern Military District should have arrived. A national-level medical expert like Grandpa Feng will definitely be taken away by the military and well protected as soon as possible. As for me, I won't go. Grandpa has his own mission. Although Feng Moli was very excited when he heard from his grandchildren that they were going to her base with the black-clad god. But early this morning, Bao from the military district called, asked him if he is willing to go to the northern bunker to conduct research on zombie virus inhibitors. Of course he was willing, so they said they would send someone to pick him up in the next 2 days. He has to wait at home and can't go anywhere. Grandpa Feng, the mission you're talking about is to go to the northern military district bunker to conduct research on the zombie virus? But there is no place where you can't do research. Come with me. Give me a list of what you need, and I will help you move your laboratory back to the base. And I will also find everything you need for your experiment as soon as possible. Mo Chujio looked at Feng Mo confidently and said with a smile, You? It's not that Grandpa looks down on you. No matter how powerful you are just a little girl. How can you help me move the laboratory into your base? Not only the lab, but also I have to look for all kinds of materials and medicines I need for my research. Did you know that the city is now full of zombies? And even the military's rescue operations are at a standstill? You're just a little girl. Even if you count the dozens of new recruits you have, you can't break into the city and move my experimental equipment out. Feng Moli shook his head. He felt that the girl in front of him was a little arrogant. No matter how powerful Mo Chujio is, he only has a small base that has not yet reached a certain scale. Such a small base cannot compare with the strength of the military region. If he wants to conduct experimental research smoothly, he still has to enter the military region bunker. Grandpa Feng, how about this? You go to the Scarlet base first. After a week, if I don't move your laboratory to the base intact, how about I personally take you to the northern bunker? Mo Chujio said with a faint smile. You are too naive, kid. Even if you move my laboratory here, what will happen? Even if I can develop a zombie virus inhibitor, can you build a production line? Hey kid, I also want to go to your place with my grandson, but I really can't go. Feng Moli sighed and earnestly persuaded Mo Chujio to give up this idea. Grandpa Feng, if I say you go to the Northern Military District bunker, you can indeed research the zombie virus inhibitor, but that would be in the 10th year of the zombie virus outbreak. At that time, zombies had fully evolved, and advanced zombies were everywhere. Even if you develop the medicine, humans will no longer be able to fight against zombies. In the end, humans still went extinct. I said so. Do you still want to go? Mo Chujio spoke calmly, and every word she said was powerful and resounding. How can you say that? What do you know? There was a flash of astonishment in Feng Moli's eyes. He always thought this girl was very strange. When she was in Japan, she bought a lot of things from supermarkets and stores in Japan. In Country M, she did it even worse, directly taking away a large shopping mall and even emptied the military base in Eagle State. She did this as if she had foreseen something happening in advance and was frantically hoarding supplies. Grandpa Feng, I'm sure you've also watched the videos uploaded online. Why did I go and cause trouble 3 days before the zombie virus came to Japan? And why did I collect supplies in Japan on a large scale? Why did you empty the M country's arsenal in a large shopping mall? Mo Chujio stared into Feng Moli's eyes and said lightly, You're hoarding supplies? Do you know the exact time when the zombie virus will break out in Japan? Do you know that the end of the world will come? Feng Moli screamed in disbelief. That's right. I know. I know that Japan will be covered in a black fog in the early morning of July 26th, 2026, and will then become a country of zombies. I also know that the black fog will spread all over the world, and there is no escape. After the black fog passes, 70% of the world's population will become zombies. I also know that after the black fog, the country, the government, and the army will no longer exist. Not only China, but the entire world will enter the base era. The Chinese nation had countless bases of all sizes, each operating independently. After struggling to survive for 10 years in the last days, it ultimately could not escape the fate of human extinction. The same is true for the military bunker you long for. And because of the constant conflicts and division of power within the military region, your experimental research cannot proceed smoothly. This is what led to the delay in the release of the zombie virus suppression drug. Mo Chujio looked at Feng Moli and spoke word by word. How do you know? How is this possible? Feng Moli was shocked. Grandpa Feng, this world is so vast that nothing is impossible. If I hadn't lived my life again, I wouldn't have believed it. Mo Chujio said with a smile. Wait, are you telling the truth? Although he already believed what Mo Chujio said in his heart, Feng Moli still couldn't help asking again. After all, rebirth is too unbelievable. I have no reason to lie to you. In fact, to support your research, I have to spend a lot of manpower and material resources, and I have to take a lot of risks. If I didn't know there was no other way, why would I go to such great lengths to get you to come to my base? Mo Chujio shrugged. Grandpa Feng looked at her for a while and said solemnly, Child, Grandpa Feng believes in you. I will go and write what you need. You can take it away when you finish writing it. But you have to promise me that you will get what I need as soon as possible. Good. Mo Chujio smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Feng Moli stood up and went to find paper and pen. Mo Chujio also walked out of Feng Moli's study. Are you done? Who is this old man? Why did you spend so much time alone with him? Su was already waiting in the living room on the second floor. When she saw Mo Chujio coming out, she waved at her and asked her to come over and sit down. The hope for the future of mankind. Do you think he is worth it? Mo Chujio walked over to Su and sat down, poured himself a glass of water, and spoke while drinking. Oh, what happened? Su was intrigued by Mo Chujio and started asking questions. Mo Chujio explained the whole story to Su. Wow, girl, you're awesome. You're fighting the military for people. Su said excitedly when she heard what Mo Chujio said. Rob, you think I wanna? The military in the last days has long been corrupted, and the management is in chaos. If Dr. Feng went there, it would take another 10 years to research the drug to suppress the zombie virus. The sooner this thing comes out, the better it will be for us. Mo Chujio spread his hands. Yeah, that's true. Su nodded in agreement. Su, the night is long and the dreams are numerous. I think we should leave here tonight. Mo Chujio suddenly said seriously. Leaving here tonight? Aren't we going to wait for me, Xiaoqi, and the others? Su frowned and asked. I called them, and they all got on the highway smoothly. Mi Xiaoqi will be here early tomorrow morning. Lin Jin and Xin Qingyang will be here around noon. Don't worry about them. After all, they are members of our Scarlet Squad. They were able to survive on their own in their previous lives, so they can survive in this life too. We have to quickly get Dr. Feng to our base. I don't want the Northern Bunker to know about our base and then compete with them for people. Mo Chujio said with a smile. What? Are you still afraid of them? Don't be afraid. But if you can avoid confronting them head-on, then we should avoid it. It's also best not to reveal the location of our base. Chapter 39 Departure. At dusk, the sky gradually took on a rich orange-red hue. Mo Chujio drove an armored off-road vehicle, like a giant armored beast, majestically walking at the front of the team. Following closely behind him were more than a dozen cars of various types and a military truck. The cars belonged to the survivors, and Mo Chujio asked them to drive behind him. The truck was obtained by Mo Chujio from the aircraft carrier of Country M. For those families who did not have a car, Mo Chujio would place them on the truck. In the area near Longshan, the zombies had been cleared out by the survivors in the villa area, so the drive down the mountain was smooth. The car drove straight onto the main road effortlessly. It was still 30 kilometers from Longshan Villa District to the beach. Mo Chujio tried to turn on the satellite navigation system in the car. Fortunately, it still works, but I don't think it will last for a few days. It's the end of the world. The satellite's transfer station on the ground has no one to maintain it and will be paralyzed within a few days. By then, neither satellite maps nor satellite phones will be usable. There are two roads to Longhai. One is the highway. Through the satellite map, you can see the densely packed red areas. When I expanded the area, I realized it wasn't a traffic jam. There were countless cars parked on the highway. Many of the car doors were open. There were bright red bloodstains on the car and the ground. There were a large number of zombies wandering around the car. Some of them had lost their arms, some had lost their legs, and some had a big hole in their stomachs with half of their bloody intestines exposed, which was disgusting and terrifying. But these bloody scenes seemed too childish to Mo Chujio. After a cold glance, she looked away and continued to look at the map. The other road passes through a small village where the situation is slightly better. Although there were many zombies wandering on the streets of the small village, at least there were no cars blocking the road. Mo Chujio decided on the destination without hesitation and drove towards the small village. When the convoy arrived at the small village, it was already completely dark. The street lights in the small village flickered with a dim light, and the zombies that were seen on the streets during the day were nowhere to be seen. Mo Chujio parked the car at the entrance of the village and asked the car behind to wait there. He drove the car directly into the village. Xiao Mo, why don't you let them follow? Is there something strange in this village? Father Su, who was sitting in the back seat, saw Mo Chujio driving the car alone towards the small village and couldn't help asking. Su's mother and Dr. Fong also looked at Mo Chujio in confusion. Well, when I came in this direction, I opened the satellite map and clearly saw a lot of zombies wandering around in this village. I don't know what happened. Now these zombies have disappeared. It's better for us to go in and explore the way first, Mo Chujio said as he slowly drove the SUV inside. Oh, Father Su agreed and said nothing more. At this moment, a burst of gunfire broke the tranquility of the small village. Father Su suddenly pointed to the right and shouted, "What is that?" Everyone looked in the direction that Su's father pointed. They were at a T-junction at this time. On the street on the right side of the intersection, there were more than a dozen soldiers in camouflage uniforms standing there. They were holding guns and shooting at the rooftops above. On the roof, there was a human-shaped black shadow crouching. When the black shadow saw their car, he immediately got on all fours and jumped towards them. The soldiers then noticed that there was a car parked here, and they had to stop shooting. One of the soldiers shouted at them, "Run! That's a mutant speed zombie." But the zombie was too fast, and the soldier didn't even finish his words. The zombie was already lying on the windshield of their car. Only then did everyone see clearly that this was a female zombie. Half of her cheek was eaten away, revealing the white bones inside. Its eyes were grayish-white, its mouth was wide open, and saliva was dripping from the corners of its mouth. The zombie seemed to smell the scent of fresh flesh and blood. It barked excitedly twice and opened its mouth to bite the car window glass. But the car's windows were made of thickened, bulletproof glass, which it couldn't bite through at all. The zombie seemed to realize this as well, and suddenly it stretched out an arm and slammed it on the windshield. The windshield made a muffled bang-bang sound. "What are you all standing there for? Run! Your cars can't withstand it. Get out and run. Damn it, get out of the car quickly. I'm dragging the zombies, you guys go." The soldiers at the back shouted anxiously, urging everyone to get out of the car quickly, while constantly aiming and shooting at the zombie, trying to attract her hatred and buy time for the people in the car to escape. The ammunition penetrated the zombie's skin, splashing black and red blood. Even so, it did not scare it away at all. Instead, it became even more enraged, causing it to attack the car frantically. "Wait in the car and don't get out." Mo Chujio gave a warning to the people behind him. then opened the car door and ran out quickly. When the zombie saw the people in the car coming out, it pounced towards Mo Chujio. Mo Chujio dodged sideways and took out a blasting gun at the same time. When the zombie pounced on him again, Mo Chujio did not dodge or evade, but went straight towards it. Pull the trigger and shoot the zombie in the head. The zombie's head was instantly blown to pieces, and black and red liquid flowed all over the ground. The zombie just fell down. Mo Chujio picked up the crystal core on the ground, wiped it casually, and put it into the space. Level 2 speed-type zombies are just faster and more agile. But this was too weak for Mo Chujio, who was used to seeing high-speed zombies. At this time, the soldiers who had just seen a person jumping out of the car and rushed forward to rescue him stopped. Isn't this woman's fighting ability too strong? When they faced the zombie just now, they were helpless. This zombie was extremely fast, and if they hadn't relied on the abundant ammunition they had, they would have been able to suppress it with firepower. It is estimated that these people are in great danger. After Mo Chujio put away the crystal core, she walked towards the soldiers who were staring at her blankly. "Have you cleared all the zombies in this village?" Mo Chujio asked as he looked at the dozen or so fully armed soldiers. Only when Mo Chujio walked in did the soldiers come to their senses. The soldiers were even more shocked when they saw that the person in front of them was a young, extremely beautiful, and neat girl. "Yes, all the zombies here have been cleared out by our team. Where are you going? If you have nowhere to go, you can go to our northern military bunker. Survivors are being received there." One of the soldiers, who was very thin and wore black-framed glasses, said, "Are you from the northern military district bunker?" Mo Chujio raised his eyebrows and asked, "Could they be the ones to welcome Dr. Feng to the northern bunker? What a coincidence." "Yes. If you want to go, you can follow us. We're going to Longshan to pick up someone. We will return to the bunker after the mission is completed. Lu Li cordially invites you." It was them. "No thanks. We have somewhere to go. Since there is no danger ahead, let's go first. Goodbye." Mo Chujio said this and was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, another group of soldiers hurried over from the depths of the alley. They ran and shouted, "Run! Get out of here! Run! The monster is chasing us." Chapter 40 Level 3 Zombies. Monster? What monster? Upon hearing this, Mo Chujio stopped and looked curiously at the group of soldiers behind him. The group of soldiers quickly ran up to them and joined the previous group of soldiers. Only then did Mo Chujio see clearly that there were 6 soldiers in this team, and each of them was injured. One of the soldiers even had a seriously injured man on his back. The man had his eyes closed, his face and body were covered in dirt, and his clothes were stained with blood. Such an embarrassed appearance still couldn't hide the man's handsome features. The man had skin as white as jade, eyebrows as black as ink, narrow eyes, a straight nose, and lips that were pale and sickly. When Mo Chujio saw the man's appearance clearly, his pupils shrank slightly. Is it him? In her previous life, she was framed by the Mo family and killed the son of the base commander of a small base. When she was almost beaten to death by the base commander, it was this man who saved her. The man took her out of the base and left. She only knew that his name was Song Yubai. He is actually from the northern bunker? Lu Li, run! Why are you still standing there like an idiot? The soldier carrying Song Yubai on his back shouted loudly to the soldier wearing black-rimmed glasses as he continued to run forward. "Xinyan, what's going on? Why are you running?" Before Lu Li could finish his words, he heard a roar coming from the corner of the alley. Then a huge creature walked out from there. The monster was as tall as a 2-story building, with a thick and powerful body and a huge head. There are no obvious signs of gnawing on the body, which shows that this is a zombie directly infected by the black mist. When it saw the crowd here, it immediately rushed over excitedly, baring its teeth and claws. The zombie's huge feet stepped on the ground, making a dong-dong sound. The huge body shook the dust. "Oh my god, what is this?" Lu Li shouted in shock. "Level 3 mutated giant zombie," Mo Chujio said and walked directly towards the giant zombie. "This zombie is too big. She has to hold it back to give these soldiers a chance to escape. She had to save Song Yubai." "Giant zombie? Damn, how did this guy become so big? This is not normal," Lu Li yelled in shock. But there was no hesitation. He raised the submachine gun in his hand and rushed towards the giant zombie. Although he knew that this gun couldn't kill it, it could stop the giant zombie and give Xinyang and the others a chance to escape. And that girl, he had to protect her. The other soldiers who did not run away all raised their guns and rushed over. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone was running and shooting, and all the bullets were directed at the giant zombie. But this time, the bullet didn't even break the zombie's skin, let alone stop them. The giant zombie slowly approached, and it seemed that they were about to be caught by the zombies. Spread out to both sides, Mo Chujio suddenly yelled. The soldiers instinctively moved aside. At the same time, Mo Chujio pressed the flying rope on his wrist, and a flying rope as thin as a cicada's silk shot out. Shot directly at the body of the giant zombie. This flying rope was exchanged by her and the system. She didn't know what material the flying rope was made of. It was so thin that it seemed like it would break if pulled, but it was extremely strong. It was more than enough to bear her body weight. The flying rope shot into the giant zombie's shoulder. Mo Chujio rose from the ground and jumped directly onto the top of the enlarged zombie. Then he drew his knife and cut its neck. But normally chopping zombies is like chopping vegetables with a samurai sword, but when chopping this zombie, it actually made a clanging sound like metal colliding. Such a tough skin. This is a giant mutated zombie with hardened skin, estimated to have reached level 3. Level 3 zombies are not something that ordinary people can deal with. They can only be killed with the supernatural powers of a psychic or explosive weapons. Not even her blaster could blow its head off. The giant zombie felt threatened, raised its head and roared, then stretched out its claws and swung them towards Mo Chujio. Mo Chujio hurriedly let go of the flying rope. His whole body fell to the ground and rolled a few times into the distance to relieve the force of falling from a great height. What are you guys standing there for? Run to the village entrance. I'll deal with this zombie. Mo Chujio landed on the ground and looked at the people who were standing there in a daze, watching her fight the zombies, and immediately urged them. But can you do it yourself? Luli frowned and asked Mo Chujio. I can't do it? Why don't you come? What nonsense are you talking about? Just run away. Mo Chujio shouted coldly. Luli was stunned when Mo Chujio shouted, Damn, how can such a beautiful girl be so fierce? But he couldn't leave. This girl was a bit fierce, but she was still saving them no matter what. He couldn't leave her to fight here alone. He had to fight alongside her. Even if it costs his life, he will not hesitate. Thinking of this, he quickly shouted to Xinyang, who was carrying the captain not far behind, and looking at them anxiously. Xinyang, you run away with the captain. I will stay here to help her. Hurry up. She is more powerful than all of us. If you stay here, you will be in the way. Luli looked at Mo Chujio with a feeling of admiration in his heart. Why does it feel like this skill is better than their captain? After hearing this, Xinyang said nothing more and ran towards the village entrance with Song Yubai on his back. Nothing is more important than the captain's life now. Wait for him to send the captain out, and then come back to save the girl. You go too. What are you doing standing here? Can you fight me? Don't make trouble. Leave quickly. Luli looked at his comrades around him and said, TCH, you won't leave. Why do you want us to leave? Leave such a little girl here to fight? Do you want to lose face? That's right. Luli, we can't do this kind of thing. We must die together. Little girl, let's go. Let's hold this monster back. Yes, let's go. For a moment, more than 20 soldiers were chattering here, looking like they were going to die bravely. Mo Chujio was almost so angry that he laughed. She is here working hard fighting the zombies, and they're just messing around. Let her go? Joke. If she left, they would be eaten by this giant zombie in no time. Whether you can bravely sacrifice yourself for a cause depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Is it heroic for them to stay here? That's called seeking death. Shut up. Mo Chujio couldn't help but curse. You go too. All of you go. Don't get in the way here. Mo Chujio said coldly while fighting with the zombies. I won't leave. I'll help. Before Li could finish his words, he was slapped away by the enlarged zombie's claw. He was knocked to the ground and blood spurted out of his mouth. Mo Chujio frowned when he saw this, and anger rose in his heart. Do you want to die? Mo Chujio's face looked very ugly, and his tone was extremely cold, as if he was really angry. The comrades around him were stunned for a moment, then pulled Luli up. Or they should just leave. It seems like they can't really help at all, and they've made the little girl really angry, although they didn't believe that the little girl could do anything to the giant zombies. But at least the little girl was jumping up and down to attract the zombies' attention and prevent them from targeting them. This little girl is such a good person. Moreover, this little girl's fighting ability is indeed much stronger than theirs. They think that if they run away, the little girl will not be able to defeat the giant zombies later, so it will be easier for her to run. When these soldiers thought of this, they actually pulled Luli back. Chapter 41. When they return, they will burn incense and kowtow to her, and erect a monument with inscriptions. Although Lu Li was reluctant to leave, he had no choice. He was injured and even more vulnerable. Staying there would only cause trouble for the little girl. He broke free from his teammates and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Then I'm leaving. Be careful. If you can't win, just run away. Nonsense. Mo Chujio snorted coldly, then changed his target and focused on fighting the giant zombie. Now her superpowers have not been upgraded yet, and it is difficult to deal with level 3 zombies relying solely on the physical fitness of an ordinary person. She must concentrate fully. Lu Li felt a little aggrieved when he heard this. He just wanted to help. When he was in the army, his skills were considered among the best. How come he is now worse than a little girl? What he didn't know was that Mo Chujio's skills were honed through 10 years of hard work in the apocalypse. Not to mention him, even Su Su and Song Jusi, who had learned martial arts since childhood, could not beat Mo Chujio, who had rich combat experience. Although Lu Li and the soldiers left, they did not go far. They stood next to the armored off-road vehicle and watched Mo Chujio fight. At this time, Su Su got out of the car and went straight towards the zombies. Lu Li saw that it was another little girl and quickly called out, "Hey, are you going to die? Those are zombies. Are you going to die? Don't go over and cause trouble." Su Su looked back at Lu Li and smiled. "Take a good look at how my sister fights." After saying that, she ran towards the direction of the giant zombie. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Lu Li gave up and stood beside the car, staring straight ahead. If either of them lets down, he will go and rescue them first. Even if he had to risk his life to block the zombies' mouths with his own body, he could be saved. At this time, Su's father, Su's mother, and Dr. Fong were all leaning on the car window to watch Mo Chujio fighting with the giant zombie. I saw her small body jumping around the huge zombie. Occasionally, he would chop the zombie's ankle. Although the knife couldn't cut through, Mo Chujio still enjoyed cutting at the same place. I don't know how many times she chopped, but suddenly I heard a crisp and loud snapping sound. The zombie's right leg broke at the ankle. The giant zombie lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. The huge body hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Mo Chujio dodged the moment the zombie fell to the ground. At this time, Su Su was already standing beside Mo Chujio. "Wow, it's impossible to cut it? How did you do it?" Only the surface skin of a level 3 zombie is hardened. Once the skin is broken, the muscles and bones inside will be vulnerable. Just chop at the same place. Mo Chujio said it simply, but Su Su knew it was not easy. Zombies are not pieces of wood. They won't just stand there and let her chop them. It is not easy for ordinary people to dodge the attacks of such a giant zombie. So how can they be like Mo Chujio, who hits the same place every time? This requires agility and rich combat experience. "What are you going to do now?" "I'll help you." Su Su watched the giant zombie slowly stand up. Even without a leg, he was still able to walk, albeit a little slowly. Limping, "You entangle it and I'll release the tank. This thing needs to be bombarded with heavy ordnance," Mo Chujio said. "Good," Su Su said as she drew out the samurai sword hanging at her waist and rushed towards the giant zombie. She was very fast and reached the giant zombie in the blink of an eye. Su Su was seen holding a samurai sword and poking at the broken ankle of the giant zombie. The giant zombie was hurt and screamed, trying to catch Su Su. Su Su was agile and moved nimbly around the zombies. Mo Chujio released the tank and climbed inside it, familiarizing himself with its operation. She had driven a Chinese tank before, but it was just a hobby for her, driving a tank like a car. She had no chance to do things like aiming and shooting. "Now I can only shoot while groping, hoping to succeed." Mo Chujio was open-minded. There were 3 shells in the tank. If she couldn't hit the target, she would exchange it with the system for a rocket launcher. She probably only has enough points to redeem one. If they fail to hit the zombie again, they will have no choice but to run away. Anyway, the zombie has a broken ankle and cannot catch up with him. Mo Chujio felt that he was ready, so he steered the cannon towards the zombies. "Su Su, get out of the way!" Mo Chujio poked his head out from above the tank and shouted, "Oh!" Upon hearing this, Su Su ran away quickly. He was afraid that if he ran too late, he would be killed by Mo Chujio's shell. She had just seen Mo Chujio manipulating the cannon barrel while fighting the zombies, swinging it up and down and left and right. It was obvious that he didn't know how to aim. She didn't want to die because of her good friend's self-confidence. Mo Chujio saw Su Su running far away before he aimed the cannon at the giant zombie. She pressed the fire button and with a bang, the shell whizzed out of the muzzle and accurately hit the three-story building next to the zombie. The shell hit the wall and exploded, causing debris to fly and smoke to fill the air. The second floor of the small Western-style building suddenly collapsed in half, and the rubble knocked the unstable zombies to the ground. With a loud bang, the third floor of the three-story building was also collapsed by the zombies that fell to the ground. The giant zombie was buried in the ruins. Chujo frowned and moved the barrel back a little. She just observed that the height of the shell was almost at the zombie's head, and she thought that it should be fine if she moved it back a little. At this time, the giant zombie crawled out from the ruins again, with his head and face covered with dust. He raised his head and roared at the sky, then pounced towards Chujo. Chujo was startled and pressed the button while maneuvering the tank to retreat. But this time the shell missed the target and landed on the red wall on the right side of the zombie, causing it to collapse. Another cloud of dust rose. Damn it, just now left, now right. How come she can't hit the zombie with such a big head? Chujo still wanted to adjust the gun barrel, but this time the giant zombie didn't give her a chance. It jumped up with all its strength and actually jumped onto the top of the tank. The huge body directly wrapped around the tank, making it impossible for Chujo to escape. Not only that, the sturdy tank seemed unable to bear the weight of the giant zombie. The entire tank was crackling and seemed to be crushed soon. Chujo, how are you? Chujo. Chujo heard Susu's anxious shouts coming from outside the tank, accompanied by the sound of a machete cutting metal. She knew that Susu was attracting the zombies' attention for her, and she wanted the zombies to attack her. Chujo smiled, and a warm feeling passed through his heart. Whether in the past life or this life, Susu treated her like this. What more could one ask for in life if one could have such a close friend? Susu, I'm fine. Did you forget that I have space? I'm going to detonate the tank's self-destruct program later. Stay away, so I don't get hurt. Chujo shouted. Susu then remembered Chujo's space. She could enter it herself. She was really worried and confused. Okay, I'll stay away from you then. As she spoke, she ran towards the SUV. At this time, several people in the car had come out and were looking anxiously at the giant zombie in front of them. The small tank was surrounded by zombies, and Chujo's situation could no longer be seen. What's going on? Is Xiao Mo going to die? When Sue's mother saw her daughter running over, she asked hurriedly with tears in her voice. Don't worry, she'll be fine. She's a god, Su said with a smile. You kid, Xiao Mo is in such danger. How can you still laugh, you? Before Sue's mother finished her words, there was a loud bang, and the tank exploded. The zombie's huge body was blown to pieces by the tank, and its head was also blown to pieces. A level 3 crystal core fell to the ground. Wow, Xiao Mo, what a good child. Just gone like that, wow. Sue's mother burst into tears. Seeing this, Father Su quickly supported his shaky wife, his voice choking with sobs. Alas, he died young. God is blind. Dr. Fong didn't say anything, but his old body was a little shaky. Now that the person who was reborn is gone, will everything develop like it did in the previous life? Does that mean there is no hope for all mankind? Even Lu Li and the soldiers had red eyes and were silent. What a nice person, all for the sake of saving them. When they return, they will burn incense and kowtow to her, and erect a monument and carve a seal on it. Chapter 42. That man is obviously a little submissive. Chujo waited until the smoke from the explosion cleared before leisurely emerging from the space. She squatted down, picked up the third-level zombie crystal core on the ground, and threw it directly into the space. Then she slowly walked towards the crowd who were staring at her in amazement. Susu, Xiao Mo is not dead. Sue's mother grabbed Susu's arm and asked with a look of disbelief. Father Su and Dr. Fong also looked at the girl in front of them in shock. I told you, she is a god. She cannot die. You don't believe it. Su curled the corners of her lips slightly as she watched Chujo slowly approaching. Full of pride. Her friend. Awesome. Believe it. Believe it. Mom believes it now. Mother Su said as she walked towards Chujo. She held Chujo's hand and looked left and right. When he saw that Chujo was safe and sound, with not even a strand of hair messed up, he was finally relieved. You kid, you scared me to death. Don't do such dangerous things next time. Mother Su patted her chest in fear. Anijo, don't worry, I know my limits. Chujo knew that Sue's mother cared about her, and said with a sweet smile on her face. Father Su quickly pulled Mother Su aside and said, "What do you know? Xiao Mo is really capable. It's dangerous for us, but it's nothing for Xiao Mo." After saying this, Father Su looked at Mo Chujio with admiration. This child is really amazing. There was such a violent explosion just now, but he was not hurt at all. He is so adored. After Su's father finished speaking, the soldiers standing next to him nodded frantically in agreement. Strong. Too strong. They only idolized the captain before, but now they think they are about to fall in love with someone else. This girl is stronger than their captain. Even Dr. Feng, who had been standing nearby without saying a word, gave her a thumbs up when he saw Mo Chujio looking over. Mo Chujio smiled embarrassedly. In fact, she was just hiding in a space. Can you please stop worshipping her so much? She doesn't deserve it. Where's your captain? How is he injured? Mo Chujio quickly changed the subject. Xinyang should take our captain out of the village. Our car is parked at the entrance of Beitsuan. Although Lu Li didn't know why Mo Chujio suddenly asked about the captain, he still told the truth. Mo Chujio nodded when he heard the words, turned to look at Su's father beside him. Uncle Su, please help us take everyone to the north end of the village. Su, and I will go check on their captain first. We will meet up at the north end of the village later. Hey, okay, I'll go right away. After hearing this, Su's father turned around and got into the car, and Su's mother and Dr. Feng also followed. Mo Chujio and Su followed Lu Li and others towards the north end of the village. Girl, you don't look like a nosy person. Why are you dragging me to see their captain? An old acquaintance? Su looked at Mo Chujio with a playful expression and asked, not very familiar. She and Song Yubai were indeed not very familiar with each other. In his previous life, Song Yubai just saved her and left after that. He might not even remember her at all. I haven't even met him in this life. So they shouldn't be very familiar with each other? This is not right. Girl, you were not attracted by the beauty of that man just now, were you? Su teased with a smile. She just accidentally glanced at the man and found that he was not only good-looking. There's also a sickly, broken feeling. Could it be that this girl has fallen in love with that guy? Hearing this teasing, Mo Chujio's mouth twitched violently. She glanced at Su and said, "Go away. What are you thinking about? Am I the kind of woman who would be fascinated by beauty? If that's the case, why should I go so far away? Isn't Song Jusi from our team no less handsome than this man?" That's possible. This man and Song Jusi are not of the same type. How could ordinary people stand Song Jusi's icy face? He is so cold and rarely speaks more than 3 sentences a day. If I were with him, I would be bored to death. But the man just now was different. He looked like a little submissive, the kind that made people pity him. TSK. The kind that a strong woman like you likes the most. Su said this, still looking like an experienced driver, and touched his chin. Little submissive? 3 black lines crossed Mo Chujio's forehead. What's in this girl's head? Stop being so sarcastic. I'll show it to Song Yubai later. I'm definitely not familiar with him. To be exact, we have never met each other in this life. But he was my savior in my previous life. It would be fine if I couldn't meet him, but now that I have met him, I can't just let him go. He saved me once in my previous life, and I saved him once in this life. We're even. I don't like to be in debt. Oh, so that's it? No wonder you're so enthusiastic. So it's because you saved my life. Well, I'll show him a good look later, but I can't guarantee whether I can cure the disease or not. After all, I'm just a senior student in the military academy's medical department, and I haven't graduated yet. I don't have any experience at all. Su shrugged. Just do your best, Mo Chujio said lightly. Su was a medical expert in his previous life. A high-level healing ability, coupled with her medical talent. Let her have a resounding name in the end times, the Demon Doctor. One of the reasons why she got this title is that Su looks as beautiful as a fairy. On the other hand, her medical skills are like gods and demons. She was able to bring many people back from the brink of death, worthy of this title. However, her ability is only at level 1 now, and it is estimated that she cannot reach the level of perfection in her previous life. But she felt that even if Su did not use healing techniques, based on the medical skills she had demonstrated in her previous life, she could be considered one of the top doctors in China. So she still has great confidence in Su. Good. Soon, a group of people arrived at the north entrance of the village. 5 jeeps were parked in the open space at the entrance of the village, with more than 30 survivors surrounding the jeeps. There were men, women, and children, and Mo Chujio estimated that these were the surviving villagers of this village. When these villagers saw Lu Li and the others approaching, they all moved out of the way. Lu Li and the group of soldiers hurried over to check on their captain. Mo Chujio and Su Su also stepped forward. Song Yubai was lying on a clean and soft mattress. At this moment, a steel bar as thick as a thumb was inserted into his chest. The interface between the steel bar and the skin was oozing blood. Blood drops accumulated on his chest, and soon accumulated into a large drop. Then they rose and fell with Song Yubai's weak breathing, and finally fell from his chest, and were wiped away by Xin Yang, who was frowning and said nothing. Lu Li's eyes turned red as soon as he saw Song Yubai's condition. He squatted beside Song Yubai anxiously. How could this happen? How could he be so seriously injured? Chapter 43. For your captain, do you dare to take risks? While fighting the giant zombie, the captain was unfortunately thrown onto the half-built light steel building by the giant zombie. There was a section of steel bar that happened to be standing upright, and the steel bar happened to penetrate the captain's body. We were afraid that the captain would bleed heavily after the steel bar was pulled out, so we did not dare to pull it out. He just ran back with the captain in his arms. Xin Yang's deep and hoarse voice came. What should we do? Where can we find a doctor in this wilderness? And one of the soldiers murmured in a low voice. He did not continue what he said, but everyone knew it well. With such serious injuries, what can a doctor do even if there is one? Their captain is probably in real danger this time. For a moment, everyone in the team fell silent, and the whole scene was quiet and depressing. Seeing this, Mo Chujio pursed her lips and walked to Lu Li and said, "Get out of the way and let Su Su come and see. She's a military doctor." Mo Chujio's words immediately ignited a glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts, but this hope was fleeting. So, what if there is a military doctor? Not to mention that this girl named Su Su is very young and has no experience at first glance. Even the experienced military doctor could not save their captain in such a crude environment. Hearing this, Lu Li looked at Mo Chujio and Su Su and finally gave up his seat. This girl left him dumbfounded from the moment she appeared. He thought things were impossible, but the girl always accomplished them brilliantly. So he thought, maybe this girl would really have a solution. "Bring me a pair of scissors." Su Su squatted down and stared at Song Yubai's wound with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Mo Chujio immediately took out a pair of scissors from the space and handed it to Su Su. Su Su took the scissors and carefully cut off the clothes at Song Yubai's chest. In his chest, a steel bar penetrated deep into his flesh and bones. The steel bar was less than a centimeter away from the heart. If it was a little further away, it would definitely pierce the heart. After looking at the wound, Su Su's expression became more serious. "Girl, I can't save this man." Su Su sighed and shook her head. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's expectant look slowly dimmed. Is it still unsuccessful after all? Mo Chujio's brows couldn't help but frown. She always felt that although Song Yubai was unconscious, he was not seriously injured. After all, he was alive and well at this time in his previous life, so why is he suddenly dying now? It seems that not everything will go according to the trajectory of the previous life. Is there no solution at all? Su Su, as long as there is a solution, we have to try it. Mo Chujio said, unwillingly. Chujio, it's not that I don't want to try. You have seen his situation. He must undergo surgery immediately to remove the steel bar. Otherwise, not to mention anything else, just based on the loss of so much blood, he wouldn't survive the night. But you have seen our current situation. We don't even have a sterile laboratory. We can't get the instruments, anesthetics, blood bags, anti-infection infusion drugs needed for surgery, etc. How can I save him? Su Su spread her hands. When the others heard Su Su's words, they all showed a hint of sadness. By now, they had given up hope. Mo Chujio's gaze fell on Song Yubai lying on the ground, looking at his pale face. Thinking of her previous life, when she was most helpless, desperate, and dying. It was he who extended a helping hand to her. If only she hadn't met him. Now that they have met, she will not allow him to die so easily in front of her. We don't have those things here, but the hospital in Dragon City does. Su Su, I owed him in my previous life, and I can't watch him die in front of my eyes in this life. Mo Chujio raised his head and looked at Su Su, with a determined light in his eyes. Seeing this, Su Su was silent for a while, and then nodded. She actually wanted to persuade Mo Chujio to give up, as the chances of the man in front of her surviving were slim. There was no need to take risks for a man who just saved her. But she couldn't say it, because the main reason why she and Mo Chujio could become close friends was that they were the same kind of people. If it were her, she would not give up the life of the person in front of her so easily. Okay, in that case, I'll help you. Mo Chujio nodded. Thank you. Su waved her hand and said, Why are you being polite? Who are we talking to? Lu Li and Xinyang, who were standing nearby, heard the conversation between the two and opened their eyes wide, looking at Mo Chujio and Su in disbelief. What did these two little girls just say? Are they going to launching hospital to perform surgery on their captain? But why is this? They met by chance, so why were they willing to take such a big risk to save their captain? You must know that launching has already become the territory of zombies. Why are you doing this? We just met by chance, and you. Don't ask why. Just think of it as something you owe your captain. I just want to ask, do you dare to go to launching hospital? Before Li could finish his words, he was interrupted by Mo Chujio. She glanced at the soldiers standing in a circle and asked. The soldiers looked at each other in bewilderment. Go to Dragon City? How? That city has long been filled with zombies. Even if they were not afraid of death, they would not be able to break into Launching Hospital to fight for the captain. Launching Hospital is in the city center. Girl, there's nothing we dare not break into, but it's impossible for us to break in. Dragon City is full of zombies, and we will be chased and intercepted by zombies as soon as we enter. It is impossible for us to reach Launching Central Hospital with our seriously injured captain. Xinyang's face looked particularly serious due to worry. As long as you dare to go, I will have a way to bring you to Launching Hospital. But there must be a lot of zombies in the hospital. Are you afraid? Mo Chujio analyzed calmly, and also told them that going to Dragon City was dangerous. Xinyang frowned, not knowing how to choose. He hesitated for a moment before answering, Girl, I'm not a coward, but you have to understand that Launching Hospital is too dangerous. With our captain's current health, I am worried that I will be a burden to you. You two don't need to worry about it. You don't have to worry about these, you just need to tell me. For the sake of your captain, it's up to you whether you dare to take the risk or not. Mo Chujio was getting a little impatient. Did these people want to go with her? If she and Su couldn't handle it, she wouldn't bother talking to them. I'll go with you. The captain was injured to protect us. Even if there's just a glimmer of hope, I'm going to give it a try. That's right. I'll go too. I'm a grown man. I can't be inferior to two girls. They don't even know our captain, but they can do this for him. So why can't I do this? Yes, even if we have to die, we will accept it. Let's go. The soldiers talked in unison. Chapter 44, Launching Central Hospital. Li walked to Mo Chujio's side. May I ask what your name is? Mo Chujio. Her name is Su. Mo Chujio said his name and pointed at Su. Ms. Su. No matter what the outcome is today, don't worry. We, the Raptors, will remember your kindness. Today, we will protect you even if it costs our lives. If our Raptors team can come back alive this time, we will definitely help you with anything you need in the future. Li promised solemnly. Well, you guys get ready. We'll set off soon. I need to arrange my people. Mo Chujio didn't waste any words. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked to his own convoy. Everyone in the convoy has arrived. Mo Chujio asked them to rest where they are and set off again when they come back tomorrow. The group of people had no objections, and each dispersed to find a place to sit down and rest. It is August now, and the weather is not cold, but there are too many mosquitoes outside. Some people couldn't bear it anymore, so they stood up and went to the villagers' houses. It's the end of the world, and no one would mind if zombies appeared in the house or people died. Everyone looked for a family that looked wealthy and stayed with them for a night. The villagers who originally lived here also returned home. This village is close to Longsheng, so it is relatively wealthy. In addition, the water and electricity had not been cut off, and the zombies were cleared out by the group of soldiers. So this night was the most comfortable night for these people, as if the end of the world had not yet come. There is electricity, water, and air conditioning. Some people even opened social software and started chatting. After Mo Chujio arranged these people, he took the helicopter out of the space and placed it on the open space. When these soldiers saw the helicopter, their eyes widened. Is this a spatial ability? What level of spatial ability did the girl in front of me have? She could even fit a helicopter transport plane? There are also people with awakened spatial abilities in the northern bunker, but the highest level of them is only level 2. The space is only the size of a suitcase. This girl has enough space to fit a plane. And her space is definitely not just for the plane, it must also be able to hold some supplies. After all, they just saw that this girl had left some supplies for the people in their base. Let's get ready to go. Mo Chujio didn't notice the gazes of others and said something to Lu Li, who was standing beside him. Lu Li retracted a shocked look and quickly nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll find someone to carry the captain onto the plane. Oh, Mo Chujio nodded and went straight to the cockpit of the helicopter. In order to take better care of Song Yubai, Su Su sat in the back. After everyone carefully lifted Song Yubai onto the helicopter, it slowly started. Half an hour later, the plane slowly landed on the top floor of the outpatient building of Longqing Central Hospital. Longqing Central Hospital is a very large hospital with 4 buildings. Generally, operating rooms are located in the middle part of the outpatient building, so Mo Chujio parked the helicopter directly here. Su Su, it's relatively safe here. You stay here to guard Song Yubai, and I'll take them down to clean up the zombies. We'll take you there when we find the operating room. Mo Chujio got off the plane and looked around. The city center hospital has 8 floors in total. There are no high-rise buildings nearby, so it is relatively safe to stay on the top floor. Well, be careful. Su Su was not pretentious. Song Yubai's life was in danger at any time now, and he really needed her to stay here to take care of him. As for Mo Chujio's safety, she was actually not too worried. Mo Chujio has space to hide, so the possibility of danger is very low. Okay, I know. As Mo Chujio spoke, he took out more than 20 samurai swords from the space and distributed them to the soldiers. Don't bring your guns. Not only will they fail to kill zombies, they will also attract more zombies. It's safer to chop with this. Okay, thank you. Lu Li took the samurai sword and thanked Mo Chujio. Others also nodded at Mo Chujio to express their gratitude. Mo Chujio arranged everything and led these people downstairs. The door at the stairs was locked by Mo Chujio after they all went in. Everyone came to the 8th floor, which seemed to be the hospital's management, because the zombie virus broke out in the early morning. The management had not yet arrived at work, so there were not many zombies on this floor. Mo Chujio and his companions wiped out all the zombies in no time. Shenyang also found the regional distribution map of the central hospital on this floor. Only then did Mo Chujio know that the first floor of this hospital was the registration office, outpatient hall, and emergency room. The second floor is the laboratory department, the ultrasound room, x-ray room, etc. The third floor is the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, expert clinic. The fourth floor is the operating room, anesthesiology department, and some intensive care units. From the 5th floor to the 7th floor, they are all wards. In other words, if they want to go down from the 8th floor, they have to pass through the 3rd floor ward area. But this is not particularly difficult for them. Mo Chujio planned to take these soldiers through the safe passage and then lock the safety doors on each floor. When moving Song Yubai, as long as it doesn't make too much noise, there should be no problem. The 4th floor they were going to was the most dangerous place in the entire hospital because of the operating room. This floor connected the inpatient departments on both sides. Moreover, there is only a long corridor between the inpatient department, and there is no door in the corridor to separate the two sides. Therefore, if you want this floor to be completely safe, you must not only eliminate the zombies on the 4th floor, but also eliminate all the zombies on the same floor of the 2 buildings next door. Then lock all the safety passages over there. Can we take the elevator? It would take less than a minute to get from the 8th floor to the 4th floor if we take the elevator down. In this way, we only need to clear out the zombies in the elevator and the zombies on the 4th floor. And when I looked at the map, I saw that the elevator shaft was right next to the operating room, so we could go directly into the operating room after exiting the elevator door. It's safe and fast. Lu Li pointed at the map and said to Mo Chujio, "No, it's the end of the world. The power might go out at any time. It would be troublesome if we were stuck in the elevator. Your captain is in critical condition now. No accidents can happen. We can't take any risks." Mo Chujio shook his head and rejected the proposal. "Well, it was my negligence. What do you think we should do? We will listen to you." Lu Li didn't say anything more now. He felt that he was not as good as the girl in front of him in terms of strength or intelligence. He might as well just listen to her. Anyway, from the first time they met until now, the girl in front of him always brought him surprises and never let him down. Chapter 45, Little Ghost Zombie. We'll go down through the safe passage and clear out all the zombies in it. Then lock the security doors on each floor. When carrying your captain, be careful and try not to make any noise. It shouldn't be a big problem to reach the 4th floor smoothly. Mo Chujio paused here and then continued. The other floors are fine, but the most difficult one is on the 4th floor. The corridor on the 4th floor connects the inpatient departments on both floors. There must be the most zombies there. It's difficult for us to kill them all. So kill them if you can. If you can't, find a way to lure them to the third floor. There is the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine and Specialist Clinics. The zombie virus broke out in the early morning, so there must be no doctors or patients there yet. Mo Chujio said while thinking. Everyone nodded when they heard this. There was no other way except this method. Anyway, they knew this place was dangerous when they came here, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Besides, it is now much safer than what they had imagined before to enter the hospital from the ground. The group walked down the safe passage. The lights and the stairs were voice-controlled. But in this situation, everyone moved very carefully and did not dare to make any sound. So the corridor was dark. Mo Chujio took out a flashlight, turned on the light, and then led everyone down step by step. Soon everyone arrived at the security door on the 7th floor and looked inside through the glass on the security door. There are many zombies in hospital gowns wandering in the corridors of this floor. Mo Chujio didn't look at it any further and took out a few iron chains for tying dogs from the space. She bought these chains from a pet supply store in Japan. They were not thick, but tying a few more should be able to withstand the impact of zombies. Mo Chujio tied the chains one by one, and only stopped after tying 4 or 5. He looked up. Suddenly, a pale and bloodless zombie face suddenly appeared in front of Mo Chujio. Ah! An elderly zombie in a hospital gown pushed violently against the security door. His dry face was pressed against the narrow glass window of the security door, and his gray eyes were staring straight at Mo Chujio and others standing outside the security door. The fresh flesh and blood stimulated it to become more and more crazy. The pounding sound became more and more violent. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The violent collision attracted the zombies in the corridor, and they all turned their heads to look over. Get down and leave quickly. Mo Chujio calmly gave orders to everyone, and at the same time he squatted down and quickly ran down the stairs. Seeing this, the others followed Mo Chujio and ran downstairs. The security door on the 6th floor was also closed. Mo Chujio bent over and tied the handles on both sides of the security door with the iron chain. After tying it, continue walking down. The security door on the 5th floor was open, and a figure in a pink striped hospital gown was standing on the stairs at the door. With her back to them, she felt the presence of a stranger, and the figure turned towards her. Long black hair covered half of his face, revealing only half of a pale face and a gray zombie eye. There was a big hole on its belly, with a severed umbilical cord and placenta extending from the hole. As it turns its body, the umbilical cord and placenta also swing back and forth. It seems that this is a pregnant zombie, but I don't know where the fetus in the zombie's belly has gone. Ayo! When the zombie saw the human, it immediately roared excitedly and pounced directly towards Mo Chujio. Mo Chujio took out a samurai sword and chopped at the pregnant zombie's head without dodging. Phew! The pregnant zombie's head was chopped in half. A first-level crystal core fell out from it. Just as Mo Chujio was about to pick it up and put it into the space, he saw a naked baby crawling towards them through the security door. The baby had no hair on its bald head, and its body was slightly smaller than that of a normal full-term fetus. The body was grayish-white, covered in dried mucus and blood. The whole body is wrinkled like a piece of dried bacon. It crawled towards them quickly, making a howl similar to a baby crying. Wah! Mo Chujio didn't bother to pick up the crystal core. He tightly grasped the big knife in his hand and retreated in a hurry. The soldiers behind her also stared at the little zombie in front of them with a serious look. They didn't know how powerful this thing was in combat, but it looked really scary. The baby zombie crawled to the side of the pregnant zombie and paused for a second. He stretched out his cat-like little hand, picked up the crystal core, and ate it in one gulp. Then he licked the mucus flowing from the corner of his mouth and looked at Mo Chujio and others. This time it did not continue to crawl, but arched its body, like a cat ready to catch its prey. Base! The little zombie jumped directly from the ground and pounced on Mo Chujio and others. The little mouth suddenly stretched to the back of the head, revealing its sharp fangs. Mo Chujio raised the samurai sword in his hand and chopped directly at the little zombie's neck. But this time it was not as smooth as before. The samurai sword hit the little zombie's neck as if it was hitting a rubber sheet. The strong resistance made it difficult for the samurai sword to move forward. Not only that, the blade was stuck in the little zombie's neck and could not be pulled out. Damn it! How come so many tough zombies evolved in just one day? Mo Chujio couldn't help but curse. When she has some free time, she will ask the system to exchange it for a good knife that can cut through iron like mud. The chance of encountering tough zombies is also really high. Although the little zombie was not split in half, it still roared in pain. Ah! The shrill cry cut through the night. The little zombie twisted its body and struggled continuously, opening its big mouth and biting at the samurai sword. Ding, ding, ding. After a few bites, several cracks were left on the samurai sword. Mo Chujio didn't say anything and directly took out the blasting gun from the space. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet got stuck in the little zombie's forehead and fell to the ground without even exploding. Damn! Is this the legendary method of using softness to overcome hardness? Mo Chujio reluctantly threw the gun back into space. Luli, come and help. Hurry, Mo Chujio said as he took out an axe from the space and threw it on the ground. Hold it and hit the kid's head. Remember, hit only one place and don't stop until it's split open. Hey, I know it's like you chopping up a giant zombie, right? Luli quickly ran over and picked up the axe. Yeah, Mo Chujio nodded and pressed the little zombie to the ground with a knife. The blade was stuck on the little zombie's neck, and the little zombie couldn't break free and could only struggle continuously. Luli swung the axe and chopped at the little zombie's head. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! The intense pain made the little zombie howl even louder. The security door upstairs was banging. The sound of zombies running could also be heard downstairs. Chapter 46. Oh my god. I almost peed myself. Hurry up. The zombies are being attracted here. Mo Chujio urged. Upon hearing this, Luli quickened his attack on the little zombie, chopping the axe on its forehead again and again. Crack! The little zombie's skull cracked open. A level 3 crystal core fell out. The howling of the little zombie suddenly stopped. As the little zombie's voice disappeared, the sound of banging on the door upstairs stopped. But there were more frequent footsteps coming from downstairs, and several people looked down at the stairs. Downstairs, a large group of zombies were rushing towards the entrance of the safe passage. Run! After Mo Chujio finished speaking, he ran away with his samurai sword in hand. Hey, why are you running to the 5th floor? That's the inpatient department. Wouldn't it be like going in to die? Seeing Mo Chujio running towards the 5th floor without saying a word, Luli hurriedly chased after him, shouting. Seeing this, the other soldiers followed behind. If they were to die, they would die together. They couldn't let the kind little girl face the risk alone. But when they ran into the 5th floor, they found the ground was littered with fallen zombies. There was a big hole between their eyebrows, and the crystal core inside had disappeared. Only then did they remember that the little zombie had eaten the crystal core. No wonder a little ghost was upgraded to level 3 in just one day. It turned out that he relied on eating zombie crystal cores and absorbing the energy inside. It is said that humans can upgrade by absorbing the energy in the zombie crystal cores. Is it also possible for zombies to do the same? As soon as everyone entered, they closed the security door. The security door is opened by pushing it from the inside out, so zombies without intelligence have no way of opening the door from the outside. No need to lock it now. Ms. Mo, can the little ghost eat the crystal core to upgrade? Does that mean all zombies can eat the crystal cores of the same kind to upgrade? Luli asked. If that were the case, then the stronger zombies would devour the weaker ones. And wouldn't the number of zombies decrease rapidly without any need for fighting? At that time, humans would just have to deal with the stronger zombies. No matter how powerful the zombies are, he doesn't believe that they cannot be killed by heavy thermal weapons. If this is the case, then the zombie crisis is no longer a crisis. Not all zombies can do that. This kid is a copycat zombie. As the name suggests, it can copy the power in other zombies' crystal cores for its own use. For example, if it absorbs the crystal core of a water zombie, it will possess water-related abilities. If it absorbs the fire zombie crystal core, it will possess fire-type abilities. This type of zombie is very scary and upgrades much faster than ordinary zombies. The main reason why we can destroy it so easily is that it is still the beginning of the apocalypse, and most of the zombies have not yet produced crystal cores. The occasional ones that have crystal cores are only level 1. Even level 2 zombies are rare, and level 3 are even rarer. Although this zombie's superpowers are powerful, there are no high-level zombie crystal cores here for it to absorb. So its ability is still very weak and can even be ignored. Mo Chujio explained while observing the situation on the 5th floor. Oh, Miss Mo, you are really knowledgeable. This kind of zombie is not even in the military's information, and you actually know about it. Luli gave a thumbs up in admiration. Mo Chujio ignored Luli's flattery and started wandering around the 5th floor. The zombies outside the safety passage were still howling and banging on the safety door. Fortunately, the quality of the safety door was still acceptable. After banging on it for so long, there was no damage at all. However, no matter how strong the door is, it cannot withstand the constant pounding of so many zombies. If they stay here, it is only a matter of time before the door breaks. Besides, the loud noise here will sooner or later attract the zombies they have locked up upstairs. The door there was fastened with an iron chain, but it couldn't withstand such an impact. Mo Chujo walked into a ward and looked down through the window. I found zombies wandering in groups of 3 or 4 in the parking lot of the hospital downstairs. These zombies are constantly turning around in the same place. A zombie happened to look up and saw Mo Chujo upstairs. He immediately started to climb up the wall like crazy. But how could it climb to such a high floor? I could only stand at the bottom of the building, screaming and jumping high. Don't stand around outside, come in. They won't be able to see you, so they won't bang on the door anymore. Zombies' vision, hearing, and taste are all very sensitive, but not to the point of being exaggerated. As long as they hide in the room and don't make too much noise, the zombies will soon disperse. It's not like what is written in novels, where you can smell human flesh from tens of thousands of miles away. If that were the case, there would be no way for humans to survive. Upon hearing this, everyone entered the room where Mo Chujo was. Sure enough, the zombies scattered away immediately after they could no longer see them. Oh my God! I almost peed myself. Luli wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and complained with lingering fear. Everyone echoed, "Yeah, my legs are weak. There are too many zombies." That's right. Do you think we have attracted all the zombies into the corridor? Then how are we going to move the captain in later? A soldier asked with a frown. We must eliminate all the zombies in the corridor and on the 4th floor. Otherwise, Song Yubai won't be able to reach the operating room smoothly. If something unexpected happens, he will be in danger. Mo Chujo's tone was serious. She would not allow any mistakes. So what should we do now? Luli looked at Mo Chujo. They usually follow the captain's orders, and they are really no good when it comes to brains. It's very simple. Climb up to the 4th floor from here, and then lead those zombies to the 3rd floor. As he spoke, Mo Chujo took out the climbing rope from the space and tied it to the legs of the hospital bed. Others also walked to the window and looked down and found that the window downstairs was open. From here, you can climb to the 4th floor quietly. Miss Mo, you have always been the one taking the lead. Should I go down first this time? Shin Yang stood on the windowsill, stretched out his hand to grab the climbing rope, and stared at the situation below with bright eyes. Okay, if there are too many zombies down there and you can't handle it, just shout and we will pull you up. If there is no danger, just pull the rope 3 times. We're going down one by one. Mo Chujo warned. Good. Shin Yang responded and slowly slid downstairs along the rope. After a while, the rope shook 3 times and Mo Chujo turned around. You two stay here and the others follow me. Mo Chujo pointed at the 2 soldiers who looked the strongest and said. She thought that after leading the zombies to the 3rd floor, these people would have to climb back to the 5th floor along the rope. Leave 2 strong men here so that they can help them when the time comes. The 2 nodded to show that they understood, and Mo Chujo led the rest of the people to slide down along the rope. When Mo Chujo reached the 4th floor, he realized that they were in an intensive care unit. The bed in the ICU was empty, with only an electrocardiogram machine ticking away. In line with the principle of avoiding waste, Mo Chujo directly packed up all the medical equipment in the room. She thought that if she arrived at the military island, she would also build a hospital if conditions allowed. This way, if someone in the Scarlet Base is injured, they won't have to risk going all the way to the hospital. Chapter 47, Are You the Rescue Team Sent by the Government? When everyone saw that everything in the room was gone, they were no longer surprised. They already knew that the girl in front of them had a large space. So it was not surprising to everyone how much stuff she was able to move. Mo Chujo looked through the glass of the room and saw that there were very few zombies in the corridor outside. Only a dozen or so were wandering around. We split into 3 groups. All the way, climbed directly along the rope from this room to the room on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine and Specialist Clinics. There will definitely be very few zombies inside. This way, we will be responsible for clearing out the few zombies on the 3rd floor. Then respond outside the room to prevent the person who lured the zombies from finding a way to climb up. Along the way, go out and kill more than a dozen zombies. I saw that they are all level 0 zombies. They are very weak. You guys must kill them quickly. After killing them all, they made loud noises from all over the 4th floor, including the hospital buildings on the left and right, and used themselves as bait to lure the zombies to the 3rd floor. I will go to the 1st and 2nd floors to lock the doors later. After locking the door, I will stay on the stairs on the 2nd floor and come up to lock the door after all the zombies have entered. You must wait until all the zombies have entered before leaving. Mo Chujio told everyone his battle plan in detail. Lu Li and most of the soldiers knew about Mo Chujio's abilities, but Xinyang had never seen it. He frowned in disagreement. You close the door? How are you going to close the door? Hide at the stairwell on the second floor in advance? If there are zombies and go directly to the second floor, you won't have anywhere to hide. No, you can't go. If someone must be responsible for locking the door, then I'll do it. Are you going? Are you looking for death? Don't mess around. Miss Mo is very powerful. She can go without any harm, but you will definitely die if you go. Lu Li looked at Xinyang with disgust and said, if you want to show off your strength, you should look at your own strength. Quietness adds to chaos. Mo Chujio knew that Xinyang was concerned about her, so she smiled. Don't worry, I won't show off. Since I plan like this, I must be sure. But what? You don't know what Miss Mo is capable of, but we do. Yes. Stop talking. Miss Mo's plan is perfect. When it's over, you'll know what she's capable of. Before Xinyang could finish speaking, the other soldiers interrupted him with all kinds of chatter. Mo Chujio smiled and patted Xinyang on the shoulder and divided the soldiers into two teams. One pair was led by Xinyang and was responsible for luring the zombies, and the other was led by Lu Li and was responsible for cleaning up the zombies upstairs and providing support. After dividing the work, Mo Chujio climbed to the third floor along the rope, followed closely by Lu Li and 5 soldiers. The remaining 14 people all stayed on the 4th floor and were responsible for luring zombies. Mo Chujio followed the rope to the 3rd floor. The windows on the 3rd floor were closed. Mo Chujio took out an axe from the space and struck it. Click! The sound of breaking windows was heard. The sound of breaking glass made the zombies downstairs hear the movement, and they followed the sound and looked up. When he saw Mo Chujio hanging at a high place, he suddenly became excited and jumped up with a cry. Mo Chujio was not at all flustered. He reached his hand into the broken glass hole and opened the window. After the window opened, Mo Chujio jumped directly in. This room is a specialist clinic. On the table, there is a sign that reads expert times. Mo Chujio thought that this table was nice, so he put it directly into the space. Others also jumped in along the rope. They were no longer surprised to see Mo Chujio collecting things. This girl is really good at it. She receives messages wherever she goes. Mo Chujio opened the door and walked out. The corridor was empty. There was no one and no zombies. Mo Chujio walked through all the rooms on the 3rd floor and took away everything inside. Just as she was about to put away the vending machine on the 3rd floor, she discovered that this machine had been damaged. The glass of the vending machine has been smashed and the contents have been taken away. Mo Chujio reacted immediately and realized that there were survivors on this floor. Are there any survivors on this floor? Let's find the survivors and send them out first. Then move on to the next step. Lu Li behind Mo Chujio also noticed this, and he suggested, soon, this place will become a zombie territory, and he has to get the survivors out. Oh, Mo Chujio nodded and continued to collect. Lu Li and others dispersed and started searching everywhere for the whereabouts of the survivors. They didn't dare shout loudly and could only search room by room. After a while, they brought out 3 men and 2 women from a room, all wearing white coats. The leading man was probably in his 50s, with a gentle and elegant appearance, like a professor. The other 4 were relatively young, looking to be around 20 years old. Are you the rescue team sent by the government? The middle-aged man looked at Lu Li and others wearing camouflage uniforms and asked excitedly, no, but you can leave with us. Mo Chujio is not interested in these people, so the tone is light. Oh, thank you too. We have been trapped here for a whole day and night. If you hadn't come, we would have died here sooner or later. The man said politely. You're welcome. You go up first. Mo Chujio turned around and walked outside, no longer paying attention to them. She has to lock the door. Wait, are you going down or up? The man asked nervously. How? Mo Chujio noticed that the man looked unusual, so he stopped and asked. It's best not to go upstairs or downstairs. There are hundreds of zombies upstairs. There are not many zombies downstairs, but there is a very powerful zombie downstairs that can become invisible. It hides anywhere, coming and going without a trace. It will always give you a fatal blow when you are not paying attention. A few of us escaped from the 2nd floor today. We had dozens of survivors, but they were all killed by it. Fortunately, it was just a zombie. Although it had powerful abilities, it was not smart enough to open the door. Otherwise, we would have died long ago. Yes, thanks for letting me know. Mo Chujio thanked sincerely. If this man hadn't reminded her, she might have suffered at the hands of this invisible zombie. After all, a zombie that can become invisible must be at least level 3. If she is not careful, she might fall into the hands of that zombie. However, now that she knew about the existence of the invisible zombie, it would be difficult for it to hurt her. Luli, send them up. Good, Luli said as he took them to the window, tied them with climbing ropes, and then had 2 soldiers on the 5th floor pull them up one by one. Mo Chujio didn't care about this, but walked directly out of the security door on the 3rd floor. Chapter 48, Invisible Zombies. Mo Chujio shone the flashlight down the stairs and found the corridors on the 1st and 2nd floors were empty. There were no zombies wandering around. Fortunately, the zombie virus broke out too early and the hospital was not open yet, so there were not many zombies even in the lobby and the laboratory on the 2nd floor. Mo Chujio took out a toy water gun from the space, and before going down the stairs, he held the water gun and sprayed it forward for a while. If an invisible zombie is on the stairs, the water sprayed from the water gun will hit the zombie, so that the water will not continue to spray forward, but will be blocked by the zombie's body and then fall to the ground. Mo Chujio successfully reached the 2nd floor using this method. The security door on the 2nd floor was closed, so Mo Chujio went straight forward and locked the door. She used the same method to go down to the 1st floor, where the security door was open. There are more than a dozen zombies wandering around inside, including doctors, nurses, and ordinary people. These people should be the hospital staff on duty and the patients' families. Mo Chujio stood on the steps and sprayed the water gun towards the door. Suddenly, she saw that when the water was spraying towards the empty door, it seemed to hit something and stopped spraying forward. Instead, it flowed slowly downwards in the air until it dripped onto the ground. Invisible zombies appeared. Mo Chujio quickly took out his samurai sword and prepared to fight. At the same time, the water column was shrinking rapidly, which proved that the invisible zombie was also running towards her. The dong 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 footsteps sounded particularly loud in the empty stairwell. Mo Chujio's eyes flashed with cold light, and he swung the samurai sword in his hand and slashed towards the place where the water column was intercepted. With a puff, Mo Chujio's big knife directly hit the zombie's body. Dark red sticky blood flowed along the blade. Ah! The invisible zombie appeared after being hit. It was a thin, elderly zombie, with half of its dry cheek eaten away, revealing the pale skull inside. One of its eyes was probably eaten by other zombies, and only the empty eye socket and the broken nerves and blood vessels inside were left. Its mouth was wide open, revealing a row of big yellow teeth with some minced meat between its teeth. It seemed to be in great pain and kept wailing. Its wailing quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies. The zombies that were originally wandering in the hall on the 1st floor immediately rushed over here upon hearing the sound. The invisible zombies also pounced towards Mo Chujio at this moment. Seeing this, Mo Chujio raised his big knife and chopped at the invisible zombie's neck. Snap! The invisible zombie's head separated instantly. Blood splattered everywhere, and a pitch-black crystal core rolled to the floor. Mo Chujio didn't bother to pick up the crystal core and rushed towards the zombies rushing towards him with a big knife. These level 0 and level 1 zombies are a piece of cake for her. After a while, Mo Chujio cleared the zombies on the 1st floor and locked the security door on the 1st floor. She took out her cell phone and sent a message in the WeChat group to start the action. Lu Li and Shenyang replied quickly. Got it. Mo Chujio received the reply message, put the phone into the space, and then ran directly to the door of the 3rd floor, hid in the space and waited. After a while, gunshots were heard from the 4th floor. The loud noise became the switch that activated the zombies, and all the zombies in the east and west inpatient departments howled and ran towards the outpatient building where they were. All the zombies that they had just led to the 5th floor also ran downstairs. The sound of dong 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 footsteps echoed throughout the stairwell. When Shenyang and his soldiers saw the zombies getting closer and closer, they swallowed their saliva and ran downstairs. When they arrived at the security door on the 3rd floor, the soldiers did not see Mo Chujio, but they entered the 3rd floor directly. They can only trust Mo Chujio now. Luli was already waiting at the door of the room with the rope. Seeing Shenyang and the others running in, he quickly waved to them, and the soldiers quickly ran towards the clinic. After everyone went in, Luli closed the door and locked it, and piled all the tables and chairs next to the door. Without saying a word, the soldiers climbed upstairs one after another. The zombies hit the door of the consulting room the moment they entered. The door of the clinic is made of aluminum alloy and is very strong, but it cannot withstand the constant impact of so many zombies. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The sturdy aluminum alloy door soon began to crumble. Do you have any ropes upstairs? The door is about to collapse. Luli looked at the door that was about to collapse and shouted anxiously upstairs. At this time, 6 of the 16 people below had climbed up, leaving 10 people. At this rate, the door wouldn't be able to support all of them climbing up. Wait a minute, said the soldier above. Turn around and cut the rope with a samurai sword. The climbing rope was actually very long, but only the length of one floor was needed, so the excess was thrown casually on the floor by Chujio. Now everyone worked together to cut the rope into 10 pieces and threw them all down. The soldiers downstairs pulled the ropes out of the window one by one. When Luli was the last one to grab the rope and climb up, the zombies broke through the door and rushed in frantically. Luli climbed up in no time, but the window was too small, so a dozen soldiers could only climb to the top of the 3rd floor, where they lay on the wall like spiders, waiting in a line to go to the 4th floor. The zombies squeezed through the door and chased Luli to the window. They were unable to stop for a moment and crashed into the window with a bang. The zombies chasing from behind also rushed forward frantically, trying to squeeze into the house and grab the fresh flesh and blood. There were more and more zombies in the room, all crammed together like sardines in a can. Suddenly, there was a crisp click sound and a crack appeared on the glass. Then, the crack gradually grew larger. With a bang, the glass in the window shattered. The zombies in the front row fell down along with the broken glass. Luli swallowed. There's so many zombies. That was a close call? At this time, hundreds of zombies in the corridor had all entered the 3rd floor. Chujio came out of the space, secretly closed the door of the 3rd floor, and tied it with a dog chain. At this point, all the security access doors are locked. Chujio slowly went up to the 4th floor and met up with the soldiers. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Chujio appear safe and sound. After all, they did not see Chujio when they came in. In this hospital full of zombies, there are dangers everywhere, and they are afraid that something might happen to Chujio. Chujio brought everyone to the operating room. She opened the door of the operating room and found that it was clean, without any zombies, and not contaminated. It seems that this operating room is fine for surgery. She directly asked the 5 doctors in white coats to help prepare the surgical equipment, and then left some people behind to protect Dr. Lee and the students. He took some other people and went straight to the top floor to move Song Yubai to the operating room. The operation went smoothly. Just like in her previous life, Su's first surgery was very successful. It was so successful that Dr. Lee and the students next to her praised her again and again. Dr. Lee even clamored to become Su's disciple and learn some surgical skills and knowledge from her. Chujio took the opportunity to recruit them as doctors of the Bloody Base. Since she planned to build a hospital in the Scarlet Base, a doctor was indispensable. In the end times, surgeons are even more valuable because injuries are inevitable in fights. There are some surgeons in the Scarlet Base, so there won't be any more panic when people in the base get injured. Dr. Lee and his students had nowhere to go anyway, so they agreed readily. After the operation, Su gave Song Yubai and 4 directly in the operating room. They decided to wait until Song Yubai was over the critical period before leaving. Chujio was bored, so he started to collect the hospital's equipment, medicines, blood bags, surgical instruments, desks, beds, etc. Anyway, her space is infinitely large, and now she puts everything she can into the space. Chapter 49, Song Yubai wakes up. The next morning, sunlight shone into the ward through the gaps in the curtains. Song Yubai slowly opened his eyes and felt his body a little heavy. He twisted his body slightly and tried to sit up, but suddenly felt a severe pain in his chest. He looked down and found that his chest was wrapped in thick bandages. Only then did he remember that he seemed to have been seriously injured yesterday. He thought he was dead yesterday, but he didn't expect that he was still alive. He glanced around the room and found that it looked like a hospital ward. Hospital? Why is he in a hospital? There's zombies everywhere. How can he get into the hospital for treatment? Just as I was thinking about it, a very pretty girl with short hair walked in. The girl was wearing a white sports outfit, which made her skin look particularly fair, and her facial features were so delicate and beautiful that she looked like a painting. She held a bowl of health-preserving porridge in her hand and walked to Song Yubai's bed with a smile. Are you awake? Are you hungry? Here, eat something first. You are out of danger. We have to return soon. Who are you? Song Yubai looked at Chujio with a puzzled look and asked. Me? My name is Chujio. I met your team yesterday, and saved your lives. Mo Chujio said with a smile. Mo Chujio exaggerated his gratitude to them for a simple purpose. She saved them. So would he feel embarrassed to compete with her for Dr. Feng? Furthermore, her base is short of people. She really wanted to recruit under her wing a big shot like Song Yubai, who was famous in her previous life. Besides, every member of their Raptors team is brave and good at fighting. Not only are they skilled in fighting, but all 20 of them have awakened special powers. Although the current level of supernatural power is not high and cannot be used yet, these people are very united and loyal. If they all grow up in the future, they will definitely become a sharp sword in her hand. You saved us? Song Yubai looked at the girl in front of him with disbelief. He knew how powerful the giant zombie was. The girl in front of him didn't look very old. How could she have the ability to save them from the giant zombie? You don't believe it? If you don't believe it, just ask your teammates. Lu Li, your captain is awake. Mo Chujio said this and shouted towards the door. After this shout, all the soldiers who were anxiously waiting outside were called in. Captain, you're finally awake. Do you know that you scared me to death? Lu Li said. He still felt scared now. If they hadn't met Mo Chujio, their entire team would have been in danger. I'm fine, right? By the way, where is this place? Song Yubai patted Lu Li on the shoulder and signaled him not to worry. This is Launching Central Hospital. We put a lot of effort into getting you in. And this is all thanks to Miss Mo. Captain, your injuries were too severe. We were powerless to help you at the time, and we all thought you could not survive. It was this Miss Mo who brought you here in her helicopter. And after overcoming numerous difficulties and dangers, we finally got you into the sterile operating room. Captain, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Mo Chujio, Miss Mo. She saved the lives of our team. I told you. Lu Li briefly recounted what happened last night. The other soldiers also praised Mo Chujio's prowess one after another. When Song Yubai heard that Mo Chujio had dealt with the group of zombies by herself, she was shocked and full of admiration for her. Such a young girl actually has such strong fighting power. Song Yubai admired Mo Chujio very much. He took the initiative to extend his hand to express his gratitude to Mo Chujio. Ms. Mo, thank you for saving us. I will remember this kindness. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. I will go through fire and water, no matter what it takes. Mo Chujio grabbed Song Yubai's hand and shook it. You said it, don't cheat in the future. Song Yubai nodded seriously. No. Mo Chujio smiled and said, how about this? I want one person from you. Who? Song Yubai asked in confusion. Your mission target this time is Feng Moli. You want Dr. Feng? No. This is our mission. We have to take him away. Song Yubai shook his head. TSK. I just said that if I have anything to ask you, you will go through fire and water for me. I haven't asked you for anything important, but you refused. No sincerity. Mo Chujio said, with an unhappy look. Dr. Feng is very important to the North Bunker and to all of humanity. I can't give him to you. Change him. Song Yubai said, without any doubt. What you said is important only because you want Dr. Feng to help the Northern Bunker research the zombie virus inhibitor. Why do we have to go to your Northern Bunker to do this kind of research? Besides, Dr. Feng has agreed to go to the Scarlet Base with me. You can't force people to do things that are difficult for you, right? Mo Chujio raised his eyebrows. Dr. Feng agreed to go to the Scarlet Base? How is that possible? Song Yubai frowned. Dr. Feng knew the mission he was carrying. So how could he be so irresponsible as to go to a small base? Because I can provide him with the conditions for conducting experiments? I believe you know something about my abilities. I can tell you with certainty that within a month, Dr. Feng's experiment will begin in my bloody base. Excuse me, if Dr. Feng goes to your Northern Bunker, how long will it take for you to gather the things he needs for his experiment? Mo Chujio said lightly. Song Yubai fell silent when he heard this. He couldn't guarantee such a thing. So, for the future of mankind, it's better for Dr. Feng to go with me. I know you are in trouble. Just tell your manager there that Dr. Feng was no longer there when you went there. Anyway, if you hadn't met me, not only would Dr. Feng not be in the villa area, but you wouldn't be able to get to the villa area either. You were not supposed to be able to complete this task. I saved so many of you. You won't even agree to this? Mo Chujio looked into Song Yubai's eyes and said lightly. Song Yubai lowered his head and thought for a while after hearing this. After a while, he nodded in agreement. You're right, but you have to ensure Dr. Feng's safety. And if you can't get Dr. Feng to start his experiment within a month, please send Dr. Feng back to the northern bunker. Miss M.O., this is not a joke. Dr. Phone is related to the future of mankind. Okay, I agree. M.O. Chujo curled her lips slightly and agreed. Then she continued to deceive. I have one more thing. Look, I have saved so many of your lives. Shouldn't I repay you for saving my life? Well, Miss M.O., just tell us what you want to do. If we can do it, we will never refuse. The corners of Song Yubai's lips twitched. Is this girl repaying a favor in a legitimate way? Why don't you all come with me? That way, we don't have to go back and explain everything. I tell you, our Scarlet Base is very good. I guarantee you won't regret it after you go there. Chapter 50 System Rewards. Ms. M.O., we are from the military and have our own mission, so we can't follow you to your base. Song Yubai refused directly. Don't rush to refuse. Maybe one day you will want to join our base. Here you go. If you figure it out in the future, you can use this to contact me. M.O. Chujio said as he took out a radio from his arms and handed it to Song Yubai Deo. She thought he would need this. She remembered that in her previous life, she met Song Yubai in the 3rd year of the apocalypse, and at that time he was no longer from the northern bunker. He was alone when he rescued her. Others say that he is one of the strongest psychics in the north, and he has not joined any base. They come and go without a trace, and their daily necessities are obtained by exchanging crystal cores with various bases of all sizes. The reason why he was able to save her in that small base was that he happened to meet her when she was beaten to death when he went to exchange supplies. M.O. Chujio thought of this and glanced at the soldiers surrounding Song Yubai. These people had such a good relationship with Song Yubai and were so united. So why did they let Song Yubai wander alone? Where did they go? M.O. Chujio tried hard to recall the news about the northern bunker from his previous life in his mind. In the 2nd year of the apocalypse, a riot broke out in the northern bunker. At that time, the 3-year natural disaster had entered its 2nd year. Because the zombie virus broke out so suddenly, the supplies prepared in the bunkers were not very sufficient. Coupled with the need to feed tens of thousands of ordinary people, supplies soon became scarce. At this time, the fort was divided into 2 factions. One faction is the conservatives who advocate continuing to protect the people, uniting the bunker superpowers and collecting supplies to support the people. They believe that if a person with special abilities becomes powerful, he or she must shoulder his or her own mission and take on the responsibility of protecting civilians. Even if we have to fight to the last man, we cannot give up on ordinary people. The other faction wanted to drive tens of thousands of civilians out of the bunker and then recruit a large number of people with special abilities. They believe that it is the end of the world and the strong should be respected and the fittest should survive. Only by gathering the strong together can mankind have a chance of victory. The 2 sides argued endlessly, and finally it led to civil strife. The conservatives lost. A large number of ordinary people were driven out of the bunker, along with some conservative psychics. She heard that these people had established a large base. Although it is a large base, there are too few people with special abilities and too many ordinary people in the entire base. The supplies we find every day are simply not enough to be distributed. Coupled with the extreme cold and high temperatures, countless people in the entire base died of starvation, freezing, and heat stroke. The number of people at the base shrank rapidly. In the end, their entire army was wiped out in a zombie tide. Could these people be the conservatives in the northern bunker? So, did all these soldiers in front of us die in the end? M.O. Chujio couldn't help but sigh. After all, these were the people who had fought with her all night, and she didn't want them to die like this. So whether they were conservative or not, she left them with a radio, and that radio was their fallback. As for the rest, she didn't want to say more. After all, everyone has their own path to choose, and she has no right to interfere too much. Song Yubai did not refuse the radio in M.O. Chujio's hand. He thought that it was the little girl in front of him who saved their Raptors team. Then they have to repay this kindness. It's the end of the world now, and he has nothing to repay her with. If anything good happens in the northern bunker in the future, they can just take her with them. After all, it's the end of the world, and what each base lacks most is various supplies. And their Raptors team is specifically responsible for going out to find supplies. It was already noon when M.O. Chujio flew the helicopter back to the village. M.O. Chujio took out some military compressed biscuits from the space and distributed them to the soldiers. After the soldiers finished their meal quickly, they stood up and said goodbye. All the survivors in the village followed the soldiers into their jeeps. After M.O. Chujio watched them leave, he also set off with the people from the bloody base. On the way, they also encountered several small waves of zombies, but Mo Chujio did not get off the car. Instead, he ordered the special forces to take the new members of the base down to practice. These people were very afraid of zombies at first, and they were timid and disorganized when fighting the zombies. But after killing a few zombies, they gradually adapted. He was very skillful in wielding weapons to kill zombies. Mo Chujio was very satisfied. It seemed that these people with special abilities were very adaptable, and she had indeed made the right choice. They walked and stopped, killing zombies as they headed towards Longhai Wharf. By the time they arrived at Longhai Wharf, it was already dusk. There are a few fishing boats docked at the Longhai Pier, with a small number of zombies wandering around on them. After Mo Chujio ordered the people at the base to clear out the zombies on them, he put away the fishing boats. Apart from the large-scale death of marine life in the waters near the Japanese Sea, creatures in other more distant waters were actually not affected by the black fog. Especially since the human body has been infected by the virus, we are even less afraid of these polluted marine life. Therefore, once things settle down, it would be a good idea to let these people go out to sea to catch some seafood and store it. After Mo Chujio put the boat into the space, he released 10 yachts. In addition to Mo Chujio and Su, who each drove one yacht, Mo Chujio taught 8 Special Forces soldiers how to drive yachts. Their base is on the sea, and Mo Chujio plans to teach more people how to drive boats and fly planes in the future, so that when the base grows stronger, it will be more convenient for them to go out on missions. People who can be Special Forces soldiers must be very skilled in both physical and mental skills. Mo Chujio only explained the operating essentials, and the 8 Special Forces soldiers learned it almost completely. Mo Chujio asked the system to send the location of the military island to the yacht's navigation system. Then he drove the yacht forward, followed by the other yachts. The yacht was moving very fast, but it still took them 2 hours to reach the military island. It was already dark at this time, but the island was still bright. Mo Chujio knew that this was the effect of the eternal power system rewarded by the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The popularity of the Bloody Base has increased by 119 people, and the reward points are 1,190,000 points. Ding! Free the host base personnel loyalty check function. Ding! Reward the host with a bottle of ice-type ability upgrade fluid, a bottle of wood-type ability upgrade fluid, a bottle of water-based supernatural power upgrade liquid. Excuse me, host, do you want to check the loyalty values of the base personnel? The mechanical voice of the system suddenly rang in Mo Chujio's mind. Check. As soon as Mo Chujio finished speaking, a string of numbers immediately appeared above the heads of the people standing on the shore and looking around. Mo Chujio looked over. Chapter 51 Arrival at the Military Island. First is Su, who stands beside her, with 90% loyalty. Mr. and Mrs. Su's loyalty is 85%. The loyalty of the 8 Special Forces soldiers is 70%. Dr. Feng's loyalty is also 70%. The loyalty of most other base members is between 50 and 60%. What surprised her most was the twins' loyalty. It's actually 95%. The loyalty even surpasses Su. It seems that these 2 children really like her. System, please explain what the loyalty percentage represents. Loyalty ranges from 10% to 100%. The higher the percentage, the higher the loyalty. 10 to 40% means that the loyalty is extremely low and the person is about to betray or has already betrayed. It is recommended that the host not accept the person into the base. 40 to 50% means slightly lower loyalty and a high risk of betrayal. 50 to 60%, there is a risk of betrayal. 60 to 70% means appreciating the host and not betraying easily. More than 80% will not betray. More than 90% are willing to sacrifice their lives for their hosts. They are extremely loyal. After listening to the systematic explanation, Mo Chujio understood. She shut down the system and walked towards the island. Not far from the shore, Mo Chujio saw a wall. The wall was about half a meter thick and 10 meters high. The zombies can't climb up with their current IQ. There is a large gate on the city wall. The entire gate is about 20 meters wide. It is made of steel, which is extremely hard and looks very strong. Walking into the gate is an airport runway, with neatly arranged hangars on both sides of the runway. At first glance, you can tell that these are prepared for various military aircraft. Further in, there is a large helicopter pad. Behind the apron are rows of warehouses. Mo Chujio felt that these warehouses should be used to store supplies and weapons and ammunition. But now the doors of the warehouse are open, and there is nothing inside. Behind the warehouse should be the office area and accommodation area. There are rows of buildings of different heights. Mo Chujio looked over and saw so many empty buildings. Wouldn't that mean tens of thousands of people must be living there? Does this mean that she should try her best to pull the person out? However, even if this island could accommodate so many people, Mo Chujio would not dare to bring so many people in. Although she had a lot of supplies in her space, she couldn't afford to support tens of thousands of people. Mo Chujio took everyone to building number 1, whose internal structure was like a hotel. There are 20 to 30 rooms on each floor, and each room has an independent bathroom. The beds are also ready, but most of the rooms have simple military single beds. But this is already very good for the survivors of the apocalypse. Mo Chujio divided the rooms according to the families, with those with more people getting 2 rooms and those with less people getting 1 room. Then some daily necessities were distributed to those who did not bring any supplies. For example, bed sheets, quilts, toothbrushes and toothpaste, shower gel, shampoo, etc. Of course, these things are not given for free. They need to be recorded and they can be returned after they earn points in the future. As for the price, Mo Chujio referred to the price of these supplies in the military industry system. Although it is a military system, it is very user-friendly and basic daily necessities that soldiers will use are also sold in the system all. And the prices are not expensive. It's just that they are all in camouflage green packaging, produced by military factories. Mo Chujio thought that after settling down, the first thing she would do would be to open a shopping mall and earn what these people needed through her own efforts. This will also inspire base personnel to work harder and live a more energetic life. After Mo Chujio had arranged all these, the new members happily went into their rooms. Some people even came over specially to thank Mo Chujio. They really didn't expect that even in the end of the world, they could still stay in such a safe place and live in such a good house. It seems that they really came to the right place. The great goddess is the great goddess, and it's right to follow her. Mo Chujio curiously turned on the loyalty check function and found that the numbers above everyone's heads had all gone up, reaching more than 60%. The corners of her lips rose unconsciously. These people are quite easy to satisfy. Once her base matures and these people can settle down and work here, she believes their loyalty will be even higher. Girl, what are you laughing at? After helping Mo Chujio distribute the supplies, Susu walked to Mo Chujio and put her hand around his shoulder. Nothing. Let's find a room to rest. I have to pick up Miss Xiaoqi and the others early tomorrow morning to avoid any accidents. Mo Chujio said this and walked out. She had noticed a long time ago that there was a building, probably where the senior leadership lived. The rooms inside were larger than here and had separate bathrooms. There is also a living room and a kitchen, which looks like an ordinary resident's home before the end of the world. Although the bed was also a simple military single bed, her space had her newly bought big bed. Just change it. Good. Su followed behind Mo Chujio. Mr. and Mrs. Su and Dr. Feng's family were all strolling outside. When Dr. Feng saw Mo Chujio coming out, he hurried over to him. Xiao Mo, are you done with your work? Yeah. Grandpa Feng, is there something wrong? Mo Chujio asked with a smile. Well, I saw that the top floor of a building here is particularly suitable for a laboratory. Can you let me work there when the time comes? And my experimental equipment and necessary materials. When can you help me get them? I can't wait to start my experiment. Dr. Feng said cheerfully. As soon as he entered the island, he knew he had made the right choice. The bloody base is located on the sea far away from the mainland. It is not only very safe, but also has a simple staff. The one who keeps her word is the little girl in front of her, and there is no chaotic management of the military bunker. He could do experiments here with peace of mind. Since the little girl said that she had developed a zombie virus inhibitor in her previous life, then he must be able to do it in this life. He needs to get down to work as soon as possible and try to develop the inhibitor as soon as possible. Grandpa Feng, don't worry. Research is not something that can be completed overnight. I promised you that I would let you into your laboratory within a month, so I will definitely do it. Now you go and have a rest. By the way, Grandpa Feng, you are a special talent and will be treated preferentially by the Scarlet Base. From now on, all your food, clothing, and daily expenses will be free. You can also stay in a luxury suite. Family members are allowed. Come on, pick a room and rest. After Mo Chujio finished speaking, he took Dr. Feng's arm and walked towards where he lived. The twins also happily followed Mo Chujio. Oh, by the way, Uncle Su and Aunt Zhou, tell me which room you have chosen. I'll go change your beds and get you some bedding. Mo Chujio took a few steps and turned back, looking at Sue's father and mother who were standing behind and chatting with Sue and said, "Hey, go and do your work. Don't worry about us. We won't be polite to you." Seeing that Chujio was so busy but still thinking about them, Sue's mother smiled and waved her hand, indicating that Chujio didn't need to worry about them. Father Sue nodded at Chujio. "Go ahead. My parents have me. Susmaid. Well, then I'll go in first." Chujio waved to Sue's parents, and then continued to walk towards the largest building. Chapter 52. Mi Xiaoqi and Uncle Mi lost contact. Dr. Feng likes quietness, so he chose the top floor. Chujio directly gave the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren a room on the top floor with 2 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 1 bathroom, which was about 80 square meters. 1 room for Dr. Feng and 1 for the twins, just right. The room is fully equipped with furniture and appliances. This made Chujio sigh at the thoughtfulness of the system. Chujio walked into Dr. Feng's bedroom and replaced a military bed with a soft, large bed brought from the furniture store. But Dr. Feng refused to accept it. He said his waist was not in good condition, so he could not sleep on a soft bed. Chujio could only put out the hard bed again, and then put quilts, mattresses, sheets, quilt covers, etc. on the bed. She replaced the twins' beds with 2 soft single beds, and also gave each of them a set of bedding. Chujio went to the bathroom again and filled the sink with towels, bath towels, toothpaste and toothbrushes, shower gel, shampoo, etc. Then she placed several large bags of toilet paper, several rolls of garbage bags, and several trash cans on the table in the living room. There is a drum washing machine on the balcony that was given by the system, and Chujio also placed laundry detergent and clothes hangers next to it. Then she went to the kitchen and put in the pots, pans, chopsticks, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, detergent, and dish towels. Chujio placed some rice, flour, meat, vegetables, fruits, and other daily necessities. Dr. Feng and the 2 twins packed their own clothes, shoes, and socks and brought them here, and placed them in Chujio's space. Chujio did not bring them new ones, but just took out their packages and piled them on the floor of the living room. Chujio took one last look around and found that it was almost done. She told Dr. Feng and the twins to look for her if they needed anything in the future. She is fully responsible for their food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The 3 of them thanked Chujio and sent her out. Chujio went to see Sue's father and mother again to choose a good house. Their house was downstairs from Dr. Feng's house. It is a 3-bedroom, 2 living room, and 2 bathroom apartment with an area of over 120 square meters. Chujio repeated the basic exercises that Dr. Feng had done. However, what was different from Dr. Huffing's place was that Chujio replaced all the furniture and beds in their house with the best ones. The clothes, shoes, and socks are all brand new and all from famous brands. Chujio also included a lot of toiletries, skincare products, and cosmetics. She replaced the refrigerator with a larger one and filled it with fruits, vegetables, drinks, mineral water, eggs, various meats, and seafood. The table was piled with various snacks, which were Sue's favorite. Chujio asked, and Sue said she wanted to live with her parents. So Chujio put a lot of what Sue liked to eat and drink. There was no way. Half of the supplies in her space were bought with the Sue family's money, so their food, clothing, and daily necessities were definitely the best. Uncle Sue and Joe, if you need anything, just tell me. Half of the supplies in my space are yours. Even if you squander it casually, you will never be able to use it all in this lifetime. But you have to keep these things with me. I will keep them for you. Otherwise, food and medicine will spoil quickly. Chujio put out all the things, looked around, and when he found that there was nothing missing, he clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Xiao, I told you before, as long as you protect our Sue family, all the money will belong to you. The supplies purchased with that money are naturally yours, and they all belong to the Scarlet Base. You don't have to feel any psychological burden. Without you, your Uncle Sue, and I might not be able to survive in this world. So, what does money mean? The rich and stable life you are giving us now is truly precious." Mother Sue handed a wrapped orange to Chujio and said with a smile, "But..." Chujio took the orange and was about to refuse when Father Sue's voice rang out again. "Xiao, your Aunt Zhou is right. Money is something you can't bring with you when you are born, and you can't take with you when you die. Even if we didn't spend it on you, we would have taken it in exchange for supplies. We can't hold on without you. Even in this chaotic world, it may bring us fatal disaster. Besides, what can we do with it if you give it to us? Do you have space for it? So, these things are yours. You can use them to develop a base and provide a shelter for humans. which can be regarded as our contribution to our country of China. Mo Chujio laughed when he heard this. Okay, in that case, I won't be polite. Uncle Sue, Aunt Joe, don't worry, as long as I, Mo Chujio, am alive, I will make sure you have everything you need. Hey, we believe you, Dad Sue said with a smile. Girl, don't be polite with us here. Go back and get some rest. I'll go with you to pick them up early tomorrow morning. Sue couldn't bear it anymore and pushed her out. Isn't it being too polite to be so polite to their family? Yes, you go back first. Sue's mother also urged with a smile. This child has to do everything by himself. It's so hard. Mo Chujio nodded and said goodbye. Mo Chujio came to his room, which was also on the top floor. She put out all the things she had moved from the new house, and without taking time to arrange them, she just made the bed and went to sleep. She hadn't slept well in the past 2 days and was very sleepy. She fell asleep in a short while. The next day, before the sky was fully light, Mo Chujio and Sue left the bloody base in a helicopter. She did not assign any tasks to the people in the base today so that they could have a good rest and put their own homes in order, and left them some military compressed biscuits. Give this to those people in the base who have no food. Right now, the bloody base isn't functioning properly, so those without supplies can't earn points. She could only provide them with food to keep them fed for the time being. When Mo Chujio and Sue arrived at the villa area, it was already bright. Mo Chujio tried to call Mi Xiaoqi's cell phone. The network was still available, but unfortunately her phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Mo Chujio had a bad feeling in her heart. She continued to dial the phone. Still no one answered. What's wrong? Sue asked. I don't know. No one answered. Let's go down and look for them, Mo Chujio said as he jumped off the helicopter and put it into space. They drove the armored off-road vehicle directly down the mountain road. Every time they passed a villa, Mo Chujio would always stop the car and then go to inquire about Mi Xiaoqi's whereabouts. But as they walked along, no one saw Mi Xiaoqi and Mi Ershu. Mo Chujio called Lin Jin and Shun Qingyang again. Both of them said they were on their way and would be at the villa area in the afternoon. They had not received any calls from Mi Xiaoqi and did not know where she was. Mi Xiaoqi and Uncle Mi have lost contact. Chapter 53, Domain Power. What happened? Did they receive a call from Mi Xiaoqi? Sue also asked with a worried look. No. Sue, I'm afraid we have to act separately this time. I called Mi Xiaoqi before I boarded the ship yesterday, and she said everything was going well. They had arrived at Nanzhou City, 150 kilometers away from launching. They rested for a night on the outskirts of the city and then set off again. We were able to reach the villa area early this morning. But we've been searching for so long, and no one here has seen Mi Xiaoqi and Mi Ershu. Then it is very likely that they had an accident on the road. Sue, we have to act separately now. You wait here for Lin Jin and Shun Qingyang. Don't let them get separated. If I have time, I will also look for news about Mi Xiaoqi on Langshan Mountain. I see a lot of people going up the mountain today. Maybe someone has met Mi Xiaoqi and Mi Ershu on the road. If you have any news, just call me. I'm going to drive in the direction they came from to look for them. Mo Chujio arranged calmly. Okay, then be careful when you go there. Call me if there's anything you can't handle. Sue instructed. Yes. Mo Chujio agreed and drove away in the armored off-road vehicle. Mo Chujio knew that something had happened to Mi Xiaoqi and Mi Ershu, but he didn't know whether it happened near Nanzhou City or on the way to launching. So she wanted to open the satellite map and search for the route that Mi Xiaoqi and the others were most likely to take. Find a route they are most likely to take, so that you might run into them on the road or hear news about them. But when I opened the satellite map, I found that it could not connect to the internet. Not only that, the phone also had no signal. After Mo Chujio cursed in annoyance, he took out a paper map of China from the space. I just picked a county road and drove towards Nanzhou City. On the way, Mo Chujio would encounter some zombies from time to time. The huge roar of the Tunglong off-road vehicle caused them to rush towards Mo Chujio howling. Mo Chujio didn't even bother to pay attention and just stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward, knocking the zombie away and crushing it immediately. Mo Chujio sped along the way, taking detours when encountering groups of zombies and crashing into small groups of zombies. When they meet survivors passing by, they will also hold up Mi Xiaoqi's photo on their mobile phones and ask about her. But no one has ever seen Mi Xiaoqi, Mo Chujio asked as she walked. It took her nearly 4 hours to reach the outskirts of Nanzhou, a journey that should have taken more than an hour. She didn't go into the city. Even in a small county town, there would be hundreds of thousands of zombies. Barging in directly would be tantamount to committing suicide. Mi Xiaoqi and Uncle Mi would not be stupid enough to go straight into the city. Mi Xiaoqi said that she would rest in the suburbs of Nanzhou City. So Mo Chuzhou drove and searched on the roads in the suburbs of Nanzhou City. Suddenly, she saw a large gas station. There were 20 or 30 zombies surrounding the convenience store in the gas station. Those zombies were howling and banging on the door and windows of the convenience store. Mo Chuzhou was afraid that Mi Xiaoqi and Uncle Mi were trapped in the convenience store. He immediately parked the car on the side of the road, drew out his sword, and walked towards the zombie group. As soon as Mo Chuzhou got off the car, the zombies no longer cared about the people in the convenience store and all rushed towards her with roars. Mo Chuzhou didn't dodge or evade, but went straight forward. She wielded the big knife in her hand, chopping off the zombies' heads one by one, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Although there were a lot of zombies in number, Mo Chuzhou was agile and his moves were ruthless, so he dealt with all the zombies in just a quarter of an hour. At this time, the people in the convenience store also came out. It was an elderly couple and a little boy of 4 or 5 years old. "Thank you for saving our lives," said the old man of the old couple with tears of gratitude. "You're welcome. It's just a piece of cake." After Mo Chuzhou finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. "Wait, girl, may I ask if you have any food? My grandson hasn't eaten anything for a day and a night. Can you give us something to eat?" The old lady looked at Mo Chuzhou expectantly. "Yes. Wait a moment," Mo Chuzhou said as he walked towards his car, pretending to take something out of the car, but actually took out 3 pieces of bread and 3 bottles of water from the space. She walked back to the convenience store entrance and handed the items to them. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Peng Yu, thank your sister quickly." The old lady quickly pulled her grandson over and asked him to thank Mo Chuzhou. "Sister, thank you for saving us." The little boy named Peng Yu bowed and thanked Mo Chuzhou obediently and sensibly. "Your name is Peng Yu?" Mo Chuzhou asked in shock. "Could it be that Peng Yu?" In the 10th year of the apocalypse, a big man awakened in the northern region. This big guy is only 14 years old, and his superpower is a mutated psychic power. In the 10th year of the apocalypse, his psychic abilities had reached level 9. In his spiritual realm, everything is under his control. He controls the life and death of all creatures and zombies within the area covered by his mental power. Except for zombies or humans of the same level or higher than him, no one else can escape. Moreover, within the coverage of his mental power, nothing can escape his sight. His brain can clearly project every corner he wants to see. If he is that Peng Yu, then Mi Xiaoqi might be able to find him. "Yes, sister, my name is Peng Yu." The 4-year-old Peng Yu is so cute and looks well-behaved and polite, completely different from the bloodthirsty boy in the apocalypse. "Can you tell me, sister, whether you have awakened a special power that allows you to see everything you want to see around you?" Mo Chuzhou suppressed his inner nervousness and excitement, tried to keep his tone calm, and asked gently, "Yes, sister, how did you know? If I want to, I can see all the scenes around here." "Sister, let me tell you, it was with this power that I was able to escape from Nanzhou City with my grandparents. And the area I can see is very large. I can see where there are zombies and where there are no zombies in our entire community." Little Peng Yu blinked his big eyes, looking cute and adorable. "Xiaoyu, you are bragging again? Girl, don't listen to him. This kid loves to brag. How can anyone see so far?" When Grandma Peng heard her grandson speaking without restraint, she pulled him to her side and tried to cover up the matter. There are too many bad people these days. What if people knew about her grandson's abilities and took him away for research? Even if the girl in front of them looks like a good person, they cannot take it lightly. "Granny Peng, don't worry. I'm not a bad person. I asked this because I know Xiaoya's ability and I wanted to help me find 2 people." Mo Chuzhou said with a smile. Chapter 54 is a weak and crispy chicken used as a surveillance camera. "You know Xiaoya's special ability? How did you know it?" Grandpa Peng asked in surprise. "You know, they didn't tell anyone about his grandson's special abilities." "Grandpa Peng, your grandson's ability is to dominate the domain. I know this because I also have abilities. In this day and age, you don't have to feel strange about anything. You don't have to ask about my abilities. I just hope you can help me find 2 people. And whether I can find these 2 people or not, I will take you to a safe place. It will also save you, the old and the young, from wandering around," Mo Chuzhou said lightly. "Okay, little girl, you don't look like a bad person. In that case, let our little grandson help you find someone. However, as I just said, you will send us to a safe place whether we find the person or not." "Is that the northern bunker? When we escaped, we heard a lot of people going there. We originally wanted to go there, but after the three of us, grandparents and grandchildren, escaped, our car was robbed, so we couldn't get to a place that far. Little girl, can you really take us there? Grandpa Peng asked in disbelief. They have been here for a day and a night. Whenever they see a passing car, they always stop it and ask if it is going to the northern bunker and if they can give them a ride. Kind-hearted people would stop their cars and ask about the situation. But the vehicles used for escape were either filled with people or filled with supplies. No one wanted to take them. Some people are so cruel that when they see them blocking the road, they would not only not give them a ride, but also take advantage of the situation to rob them. They also took away their little remaining food. They had no car and no food, old and young. Plus, there are man-eating zombies everywhere. To be honest, they were all in despair before this little girl came. But the little girl said that whether they could help or not, they would send them to a safe area. In this cold and cruel age, are there really still good people like this? Of course it's true, but I'm sending you to the Scarlet Base. It's a safer and more comfortable place than the northern bunker. Mo Chujio replied with a smile. Bloody Base? The old couple of the Prung family looked at each other. It was obvious that they had never heard of this place. But no matter where you go, it can't be worse than here. So although the two were confused, they did not continue asking, but followed Mo Chujio and got into the car. Mo Chujio's car was very high-end. The moment the couple saw the car, they felt that this girl was definitely extraordinary. You have to know that it is the end of the world and things are in chaos. What is scarier than zombies is human greed. The beautiful girl in front of me is driving such a cool luxury car and walking around alone in the apocalypse. In fact, it has proved her ability. Mo Chujio had searched this area thoroughly, so he didn't waste time here. She started the car and drove back. This time, she took another county road. Xiaoyu, how long can you use your special ability continuously? Mo Chujio asked while driving. Sister, I can explore continuously for about an hour, and my ability will disappear after an hour. Then you can continue to use it the next day. Little Pengyu answered in a baby voice. An hour? Xiaoye, you are awesome, Mo Chujio said with a faint smile. Generally, if the primary superpower is used continuously for half an hour, the energy will be insufficient. This little guy can actually use his mental power to explore for an hour, which shows how powerful his mental power is. However, in the early stages of this psychic ability, although its ability to detect is very outstanding, it is only the ability to detect. There is no way to use your own abilities to kill people or zombies. That's why this child became famous only in the 10th year of the apocalypse. Because of his domain domination ability, unless it reaches level 8 or above, he can only be a weak and fragile person used as a monitor. Mo Chujio decided that in order to ensure the smooth rise of this big boss, she would add a powerful general to her bloody base. She wants to help him upgrade. Pengyu laughed when he heard Mo Chujio's praise. They walked and searched along the way. Whenever they passed by a small town or village, Mo Chujio would stop the car and ask Pengyu to take a photo of Mi Xiaoqi on his mobile phone and use his mental power to investigate. But there was no trace of Mi Xiaoqi. Soon it was completely dark, and Pengyu's special ability was about to expire. Mo Chujio parked the car on the outskirts of a small town where there was a printing factory. Mo Chujio got out of the car and came to the gate of the printing factory. The gate was closed tightly. She looked inside through the gap in the factory gate and saw that the lights were bright inside the closed gate. It seems that although the internet is down, the electricity is still functioning normally. There were 5 cars of various models and a large truck parked inside the door. There were neither zombies nor people in the factory yard. The whole factory was quiet, eerily quiet. Xiaoyu, use your special ability one last time to investigate the situation inside. If there is no danger, we will rest here tonight. Mo Chujio looked at the empty factory and said to the little boy sitting in the car. Pengyu climbed down from the car obediently. Grandpa Peng and Grandma Peng also got out of the car behind. After getting off the car, Pengyu came to Mo Chujio's side. He closed his eyes and then spread his mental power into the interior of the printing factory. Sister, there are 5 cars and a 4-story building in the yard. In addition to several large machines, there are also a lot of large white papers on the first floor. Some of the white papers have words on them, while some do not. There are some zombies with their heads chopped off on the ground. 1, 2, 3. When little Pengyu said this, he started to point and count, and it was obvious that he was counting. Mo Chujio was a little amused. Actually, there was no need to count so detailed, okay? Sister, there are 16 zombies in total. Little Pengyu looked at Mo Chujio with a smile, as if asking for praise. Seeing this, Mo Chujo patted Xiao Pingyue's head and praised him. Well, Xiaoye is amazing. Keep observing. Good. Little Peng Yu was praised, and the smile on his face became even sweeter. There are also many machines on the second floor, and there are many books on top. Some seem to be finished and were neatly arranged. Some don't. The books were neatly stacked on a wooden shelf. Hey, sister, there are so many sketchbooks there. They look so good, sister. Can I take a few copies back later? This way, Xiaoye won't be bored anymore. Peng Yu said excitedly to Mo Chujio. Mo Chujio naturally agreed with a smile. Chapter 55, Finding Mi Xiaoqi and Mi Ershu. There are zombies on the second floor as well, and their heads have all been chopped off. But these zombies seem to be much more numerous than those on the first floor. As little Peng Yu said this, he wanted to raise his little hand and start counting. Mo Chujio quickly stopped him. Xiao Yu, don't worry about the dead zombies. Just look to see if there are any living people or zombies. Oh, the third floor seems to be an office or something like that. There are people there. 8 men, 1 woman. Wait, sister. I found the sister in the photo. She and an uncle were tied up, and there were many fierce uncles who wanted to bully her. Her sister closed her eyes and did not move, and it was unknown whether she was dead. The tied uncle was trying to stop the bad guys, but he was beaten badly. He had many wounds on his body and was bleeding a lot. Woo-woo, sister, I'm scared. Can I stop watching? Peng Yu couldn't help sobbing when he said this. He didn't want to look at those bad guys anymore. They were really scary. When Mo Chujio heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Mi Xiaoqi and the others really got into trouble. She quickly asked Peng's grandpa and grandma to carry Peng Yu into the car and told them to lock the door. Don't open the door for anyone who comes except her. After giving the instructions, without waiting for the Peng family's consent, Mo Chujio hurriedly climbed up the wall of the printing factory and jumped in. This printing factory is a small one, and its area is not very large. There is only a small courtyard and an office building inside. The situation on the first and second floors was exactly the same as Peng Yu described. Mo Chujio went straight to the third floor. As soon as Mo Chujio went up, he heard Uncle Mi's angry roar. You beasts! You beasts! Let Xiaoqi go! I'm going to kill you! I will definitely kill you! The roar sounded like a trapped beast driven mad, full of despair and helplessness. Mo Chujio quickly walked into a room that looked like an office, and saw Mi Xiaoqi lying on a table, tied up with ropes, with blood at the corners of his mouth, and he was unconscious. There were 7 men surrounding her, and they were touching Mi Xiaoqi all over. Uncle Mi was tied up and thrown on the ground. At this moment, he was staring at the group of men in front of him with red eyes and roaring angrily. His legs were tied, preventing him from standing up, but he still struggled hard. Court death! When Mo Chujio saw this scene, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. She walked quickly towards the 7 men and kicked the 2 men closest to her. The 2 men were kicked to the ground before they could react. Mo Chujio grabbed a chair nearby and smashed it hard at the other men. The 7 men never expected someone to suddenly break into the house. They didn't even have time to fight back before they were knocked to the ground. Damn it! How dare you sneak attack me? One of the bald fat men stood up holding his butt. He actually held a gun in one hand. Not only that, the other 6 men also took out a gun from their pockets and pointed it at Mo Chujio. Mo Chujio then realized how Mi Xiaoqi, who was good at fighting, could be caught by these small fry. It turned out that they had guns. The men stood up screaming, and only then could they see Mo Chujio's appearance clearly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. This woman is even more beautiful than the previous one. Oh, she's a beauty too? The bald fat man saw Mo Chujio's appearance. His eyes lit up, and then he laughed lewdly. Beautiful lady, don't be afraid. I won't take your life. After all, I can't bear to part with a girl as beautiful as you. Come on, if you don't want to die, take off all your clothes and lie on the table. When we have enough fun, we will let you go. The bald fat man loaded his pistol and threatened Mo Chujio with the gun. Great God? It's you. Great God. Please save Xiaoqi. Well, Uncle Mi looked at the person who came, and his originally angry mood immediately turned into excitement. There's also a kind of fear after relaxing. Just a little bit, his little niece would be ruined by these scumbags. He was so lucky and grateful for Mo Chujio's coming. Uncle, don't worry. If anyone dares to hurt my sisters, I will make sure they die miserably. After Mo Chujio comforted Uncle Mi, he turned around and stared at the people in front of him with a cold look and a stern tone. Oh, my little beauty, you are so arrogant. Let este miserable. Huh? Guys, this chick is going to make us die. In that case, We don't have to be polite to this girl. Let's all come together and catch him alive. Today, we brothers will have a good meal." The bald fat man said this and waved his hand to signal others to take action. "Ah, the boss is so awesome. Girl, enjoy yourself today. Your brother is here." "Ha, girl, don't you want us to die miserably? Come on, come here and kill me." As the 7 men spoke, they pounced on Mo Chujio, trying to subdue him first and then play with him slowly. Mo Chujio looked at the 7 men rushing towards her. She curled her lips in disdain and snorted coldly. She swung her right hand violently, and a big knife quickly stabbed into the chest of the man rushing in front. The man fell to the ground with his eyes wide open and died, and the bright red blood slowly flowed down the blade of the sword. "Oh, you actually want to be killed by me? This is the first time I've heard of such a weird wish. In that case, I won't be polite." Mo Chujio looked at the dead man and said coldly. He pulled out another dagger and stabbed the remaining man quickly. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The men were frightened by Mo Chujio's ruthlessness in killing a person with just one move. They didn't expect Mo Chujio to be so powerful. At this point, the sperm in their heads finally subsided. The men dodged in panic and fired indiscriminately with their guns. But these people obviously don't know how to use guns. Not only are their shooting skills poor, some of them don't even know that they have to load the pistol before firing. Mo Chujio sneered, dodging left and right, then quickly went behind the men and snatched one of their pistols. Then, without hesitation, she pulled the trigger and shot the men continuously. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots continued to ring out, and wailing and screaming were incessant. After a while, the men fell to the ground one by one and were silent. In the end, only the bald fat man was left, and he kept shooting at Mo Chujio with a gun. But Mo Chujio was in the middle of the bald fat man's companions, and the bald fat man couldn't hit him accurately at all. Some bullets even hit their companions directly. The companions died so quickly, it can be said that the bald fat man's excellent shooting skills played an indispensable role. When the bald fat man saw that all the people he brought were dealt with by Mo Chujio, he widened his eyes in horror and kept shaking his fat body as he backed away. He pointed the gun in his hand at Mo Chujio, who was walking slowly towards him, his hand holding the gun, trembling constantly. "You don't come over here. If you come over here again, I will shoot." "Oh, really? Then let's see which one is faster, your gun or mine." Mo Chujio raised the gun in his hand and aimed at the bald fat man's eyebrows. Bang, bang, 2 shots. Both men fired at the same time. The fat man was shot in the middle of his eyebrows and fell to the ground. But the woman in front of him disappeared out of thin air and reappeared in front of him in an instant. Before he died, the bald fat man realized what a horrible person he had offended. Chapter 56. This little brat? The future boss? Mo Chujio first walked quickly to Mi Xiaoqi's side to check her condition. Her clothes were disheveled, and there was blood at the corners of her mouth. It was obvious that she had fainted. Fortunately, she arrived in time. Although Mi Xiaoqi was violated by these beasts, she did not really lose her virginity. Mo Chujio took out a set of women's clothes from the space and covered Mi Xiaoqi with it, then walked to Uncle Mi and helped him untie the rope. Uncle Mi thanked Mo Chujio with red eyes and then walked to Mi Xiaoqi. He reached out his hand and gently patted Mi Xiaoqi's cheek. "Xiaoqi, wake up, open your eyes quickly and look at your second uncle. Don't sleep, you're fine. God came to save us." Unfortunately, Mi Xiaoqi still had her eyes closed, and no matter how Uncle Mi called out, he couldn't wake her up. Seeing this, Uncle Mi became anxious. "Master, what is Xiaoqi doing? She was just knocked unconscious. She should wake up soon." "Don't worry, Uncle. You go out first, I'll help her change her clothes. Then let's get out of here first." "Hey, okay. I'll get out right away. Help her change her clothes and call me. I'll carry her downstairs." "Oh." Uncle Mi turned and went out. Mo Chujio helped Mi Xiaoqi sit up, then took off her torn clothes and helped her change into clean summer clothes. There were many bruises on Mi Xiaoqi's body. Mo Chujio looked at it and sighed. No wonder when she met Mi Xiaoqi in her previous life, her personality was not so lively and cheerful at all. At that time, she was cold and taciturn, rarely smiled, and seemed a little gloomy. It turns out that I have suffered such great torture. Fortunately, she came in this life and saved Mi Xiaoqi from this humiliation. Then in this life, perhaps Mi Xiaoqi will not have the same personality as in the previous life? After Mo Chujo helped Mi Xiaoqi put on his clothes, he called Uncle Mi air over. Uncle Mi picked up Mi Xiaoqi and followed Mo Chujo downstairs. When the Prung family members in the car saw Mo Chujo coming out, they hurriedly got out and helped Mo Chujo open the back seat. Uncle Mi first put Mi Xiaoqi in the back seat of the car, and then got it himself. Mo Chujo asked the Prung family to pick a car from the cars behind and drive it themselves. Then the remaining 4 cars and a truck were stored in the space. She remembered that Prung Yu said he wanted to read a book, so she went upstairs again and put all the bound finished books into the space. Then Mo Chujo drove quickly towards the Longshan Villa district. The Mo family drove a black G-Class behind Mo Chujo's car. It was already late at night when they returned to the villa area. Mo Chujo drove the car directly into Su's house. Su, Lin Jin, and Shin Qingyang were sitting in the living room, waiting anxiously. Seeing Uncle Mi carrying Mi Xiaoqi in, they all stood up to greet them. What happened to Mi Xiaoqi? Su asked with concern. Upon hearing this, Uncle Mi's eyes became red again. Don't ask yet. Find a room for Mi Xiaoqi. She needs to rest. Mo Chujo said this calmly, then walked straight to the second floor with his long legs. Su also hurriedly followed and found a guest room for Mi Xiaoqi. After Uncle Mi settled Mi Xiaoqi down, he told everyone what had happened. It turned out that after Mi Xiaoqi hung up the phone last night, they found a gas station to refuel. After a day and night of hard work, they were all very tired. I just wanted to rest for a night in the convenience store at the gas station. Although the food and water in the convenience store had long been taken away by passersby, it was still a place that could shelter from the wind and rain. They slept there successfully for one night, but in the morning, when they were about to continue on their journey, they met those damn men. They not only stole their cars and food, they beat them up and threw them into the car. Originally, those people were no match for Xiaoqi. Even if they had guns with Xiaoqi's skills, she could easily run away. It's all my fault. I'm just a burden. They caught me and threatened Xiaoqi, so Uncle Mi lowered his head and looked at Mi Xiaoqi lying on the bed guiltily. Uncle, this matter has nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself. Fortunately, Xiaoqi didn't really get into trouble, which is a blessing in disguise. Second uncle, you don't have to worry about anything else. Just go to bed early. Mo Chujo comforted. You guys go and rest first. Don't worry about me. I want to stay here with Xiaoqi. She has been wrong today. I'm afraid she'll cry when she wakes up. After Uncle Mi finished speaking, he sat on a chair, leaning against the wall, watching over the sleeping Mi Xiaoqi. Okay then, Uncle, if you're sleepy, go to the next room and rest. Then we'll go out first. Mo Chujo said this without further persuasion. She called Su, Lin Jin, and Shin Qingyang and left Mi Xiaoqi's room together. After leaving Mi Xiaoqi's room, Mo Chujo saw the Prung family standing outside the room waiting for her. Grandpa Peng, Grandma Peng. Just take little Peng Yu and find a room to rest. I have a self-heating hot pot here. You can eat some before going to sleep. Mo Chujo said as he took out 3 small buckets of hot pot from the space and handed them to Grandpa Peng. Hey, okay, go ahead and do your work. Don't worry about us. This is already very troublesome for you. Grandpa Peng took the hot pot and said gratefully. Grandma Peng also thanked Mo Chujo. Sister, did you give me the sketchbook you promised me? Little Peng Yu waited until the adults finished speaking before looking up at Mo Chujo and asking. Yes, I just collected them all. I'll get you one first. You take a look. As for the rest, when we get to your new home, I'll build you a bookcase and put all these beautiful sketchbooks in your room. Okay? Mo Chujo said with a smile, taking out a picture book of Journey to the West from the space and handing it to Little Peng Yu. Okay, thank you, sister. Little Peng Yu happily went to an empty guest room with his grandparents, holding his sketchbook. Girl, I didn't realize you like kids so much. Su hooked her arm around Mo Chujo's shoulder and said, Don't underestimate him because he is just a kid now. In 10 years, he will be a world-famous tycoon. If we can take him into the Scarlet Base, it would be like picking up a treasure. Mo Chujo said as he walked downstairs. Just this little brat? The future big boss? Su widened her eyes in disbelief and chased after him in surprise. Lin Jin and Shin Qingyang looked at each other and followed. How are your families doing? Mo Chujo sat on the sofa in the living room and asked with concern. My parents and sister haven't had any abnormalities. They're all resting in the guest room. They're probably asleep now. I'll introduce you to them tomorrow. Shin Qingyang simply replied. Mo Chujo nodded when he heard this. Shin Qingyang's parents in his previous life were also alive and well. My grandma is gone, but my parents and grandpa are fine. Lin Jin felt a little lost when he said this, but he knew that in the end times, their family situation was already considered good. Not to mention anything else, even the family next door to him, all 7 members of the family turned into zombies. My condolences, Mo Chujio sighed and comforted him. After hearing this, Lin Jin forced a smile, nodded, and said nothing more. Seeing this, Mo Chujio stopped trying to persuade him. This kind of thing cannot be solved by outsiders. You can only adjust yourself slowly. Chapter 57, Military Island Supermarket Butler. By the way, when I came over this morning, your parents and your brother were still at my house. I didn't kick them out because their injuries haven't healed yet, and they are your family members. They are resting in a bedroom on the 2nd floor. Su suddenly said, as if she remembered something. They are here to stay. Don't worry about them. I have severed ties with them a long time ago. Whether they are alive or dead, good or bad, it has nothing to do with me. Just treat them as ordinary survivors. Mo Chujio waved his hand and said indifferently. Su nodded upon hearing this. All right, this is for you. Mo Chujio took out a bottle of light green liquid from the space and handed it to Su. What is this? Su took the bottle and asked. What type ability upgrade liquid? It's a system reward from the last mission. There are only 3 types. Ice, wood, and water. This is for you. After Mo Chujio finished speaking, he looked at Shen Qingyang and Lin Jin again. We've run out of energy upgrade fluid, so I'll give you these crystal cores. You can absorb the energy inside and upgrade as well. But the effect is probably not as good as the ability upgrade liquid. Mo Chujio said as he handed Lin Jin and Shen Qingyang several gold and strength crystal cores. But there's nothing we can do about it. There are ability upgrade potions for sale in the system. It's just that the price is too high. It requires 1.5 million points, and I don't have enough points. It's okay. This is already good enough. Thank you, boss. Shen Qingyang looked at the crystal core in his hand, his face showing a happy expression. Boss, is my crystal core a level 3 one? I have a level 1 ability now. Can I use it directly? Lin Jin asked. Didn't I give you some level 1 and level 2 crystal cores? You can now absorb level 1 and level 2 zombie crystal cores. As for the 3rd level power crystal core, you can only absorb it after you successfully upgrade it to the 2nd level. Otherwise, the violent force inside might cause you to explode and die. Mo Chujio looked at Lin Jin and explained. That 3rd level power type crystal core belonged to a giant zombie, and that zombie was a mutated power type zombie. I wonder if Lin Jin will become as huge as it when he absorbs its power and uses his supernatural powers. Yeah, I got it. Lin Jin nodded in response and put the crystal cores in his hand into his pocket. Shen Qingyang, most of your gold crystal cores are of the 1st and 2nd levels, but they are several times more than Lin Jin's. If you absorb them well, it will be no problem to upgrade them to the 3rd level. You should absorb it well. If you fail to reach level 3, I will help you find a way. Mo Chujio explained. Yeah, okay. Thanks, boss. Shen Qingyang nodded and said, Have you all eaten? If not, I have some delicious food in my space. You can order some. After Mo Chujio finished speaking, he took out a portion of cola chicken wings and rice from the space and prepared to eat. No need for dinner. Bring me some ice cream, strawberry flavor. It's too damn hot in this weather. Su said. When Mo Chujio heard this, a large bucket of strawberry ice cream appeared directly on the table. Su picked up the ice cream and sat on the sofa and started eating. Boss, do you have any ice coke? Shen Qingyang also asked. Yes. Big or small? A small one will do. Good. As Mo Chujio spoke, he took out a small bottle of ice cola and handed it to Shen Qingyang. Boss, do you have any ice beer? Give. A bottle of ice-cold beer appeared directly on the coffee table in front of Lin Jin. Lin Jin's eyes widened as he watched Mo Chujio take things out of the space one by one. There is definitely a treasure chest in the boss's space. Is there anything here that isn't in her space? After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they all returned to their rooms. Mo Chujio took out a bowl of noodles from the space and sent it to Uncle Mi Air and found that he had fallen asleep beside Mi Xiaoqi's bed. She didn't disturb him, just put the noodles away and went back to her room. She sat on the bed in the room and took out the ice-type ability upgrading fluid. It was a bottle of transparent liquid that emitted a chill. Mo Chujio drank the upgrade liquid without saying a word. After a moment, she felt an extremely cold force flowing through her body. The coldness made her shiver uncontrollably. Crack, crack. Mo Chujio's whole body was stiff and his teeth were chattering. She felt like her blood and bones were frozen. She closed her eyes tightly and sat cross-legged, trying to control the extremely cold power and let it flow into every vein of her body. Gradually, the sense of ice was digested and absorbed, and Mo Chujio felt that his supernatural powers were slowly improving. When all the energy in the potion was absorbed and digested by her, the coldness was gone. Instead, there was a warmth and comfort that I had never felt before. She opened her eyes, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Ice level 4. Very good. Mo Chujio raised his palm and condensed an ice cone the size of a football. Mo Chujio waved his hand, and the ice cone turned into dozens of small ice cones as thick as fingers. Bang, bang, bang. The ice cone shot into the wall with a sharp whistling sound and actually made small holes in the hard wall. Mo Chujio looked at her palm. The superpowers upgraded with the superpower upgrading fluid seemed to be more powerful than the superpowers upgraded by absorbing zombie crystal cores in her previous life. In her previous life, when her ice ability reached level 4, the ice cones she condensed were not as powerful as they are now. At most, they could only penetrate the wall but could not penetrate it. Mo Chujio was very satisfied with the superpower upgrade liquid. She must kill zombies carefully, obtain crystal cores, and then sell the crystal cores to the system to buy more superpower upgrade liquid. System, I want to sell some crystal cores. Mo Chujio did what she said. She directly called the system and wanted to exchange the unused low-level crystal cores for points. Ding! The crystal core trading system has been opened for the host. Please check and select the trading crystal core yourself. As soon as the system finished speaking, a transaction page appeared in Mo Chujio's mind. Mo Chujio looked over and saw that a level 1 zombie crystal core could be exchanged for 10 points. Level 2 can be exchanged for 100 points. Level 3, 1,000 points. Level 4, 5,000 points. Level 5, 10,000 points. Level 6, 100,000 points. Level 7, 200,000 points. Level 8, 500,000 points. Level 9, 1 million points. Level 10, 10 million points. After reading this, Mo Chujio immediately decided not to sell it. The most common ones she has now are level 1 and level 2 crystal cores, and there are not many of them, only a few dozen. Even if she sold all of these, she wouldn't get many points. Not to mention exchanging it for superpower upgrade liquid. You can't even buy much for a self-heating hot pot. It would be better to keep these and use them to upgrade the psychics in the base. System, don't you have a lottery function? I want to draw a lottery. Mo Chujio suddenly thought that this system has a lottery function. It's just that she was so busy these days that she forgot about the lottery. Now that I think of it, it's a good opportunity to try my luck. She remembered that the price of the lottery was 100 points, which meant that if she killed 10 level 1 zombies, she could redeem one chance to draw a lottery. It was a good deal. Ding! The lottery page is open. Please select a number from the panel. As soon as the system finished speaking, a huge screen appeared in Mo Chujio's mind, with number cards from 1 to 100 on the screen. Number 5. Mo Chujio didn't hesitate and directly said his lucky number. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the Military Island Supermarket Butler. Chapter 58 Supermarket Butler? What is that? Supermarket Butler? What is that? Mo Chujio asked doubtfully. The Military Island Supermarket Butler is an artificial intelligence management system. Can help the host manage the sale and purchase of goods within the Military Island. All goods in the supermarket are sold in the form of points. The supermarket manager will issue points cards to residents, and residents can use the cards to shop. There are 2 ways for island residents to earn points. 1. Crystal Core Exchange. 2. Gifts from members of the island. The system is briefly introduced. After listening to the introduction of the system, Mo Chujio was immediately delighted. She had long had the idea of letting base members exchange points for supplies, but she was troubled by the lack of a complete exchange system, and she had no idea of the prices of items. The presence of this supermarket manager solved her urgent problem. This is easy now. She just needs to build a large supermarket on the island. The supermarket manager can help her solve all these problems. System, do the points earned from the supermarket belong to me? Mo Chujio has not forgotten the last time the system tricked her military base. She had to ask clearly. Otherwise, if she put all the supplies into the supermarket, the points she earned would become part of the system. Wouldn't that mean her work was in vain? She wouldn't be that stupid. Yes, the host will have an island owner points card in his hand. All the host points will be transferred to the card, including buying and selling points. Mo Chujio nodded, indicating that she understood, and then asked, how is the Crystal Core exchange price calculated by the supermarket manager? The system replied, the Crystal Core exchange points are the same as the host's Crystal Core exchange system. When points are redeemed for items, The smart butler will give smart pricing based on the items in the supermarket. Mo Chujio was very satisfied with the supermarket's smart housekeeper. Now she didn't even have to waste time thinking about setting prices. She felt that the prize she won was awesome. If she could draw something like this every time, wouldn't she be making a fortune? Thinking of this, she continued. System, I want to continue the lottery. Ding! The host does not meet the lottery requirements. Why is it insufficient? Aren't there 100 points drawn at a time? Host, please read the small words below the lottery panel carefully. Mo Chujio stared at the lottery panel carefully. It turns out that there is a row of small black words below the number of points required for the lottery, which reads, Conditions for the lottery. The number of people on the island must reach 100, 500, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, or 50,000 respectively before the lottery can be drawn once. When Mo Chujio saw this rule, he almost vomited blood. Damn, does this system mean that she should put people on the military island? This is not a military system at all. It is clearly a doomsday humanity rescue system, right? Why does she feel now that she is just working for the system, a tool to help it complete its plan to save humanity? She felt like she was being tricked by the system. What should she do? But thinking that the system could help her become stronger, and that their goals were the same, she didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. So she decided that in the future, she would try to recruit as many people as possible as long as it was within her ability. The people she saved, Mo Chujio thought about it and stopped worrying about it. She got into bed and closed her eyes. She couldn't help but want to arrive early tomorrow so she could go back and see the style of the base supermarket manager. The next morning, Mo Chujio got up early. She first went to Mi Xiaoqi's room and found her curled up on the bed, not saying a word, with tears unconsciously sliding down her eyes. Uncle Mi was sitting beside her bed, sighing. He was a grown man and had no idea how to comfort her. Uncle, please go out for a while. I want to talk to Xiaoqi. Mo Chujio walked up to Uncle Mi and patted him on the shoulder. Hey, great master. Thank you for your help. I'll be out first. I'll make some breakfast for you guys. Uncle Mi stood up and left his seat for Mo Chujio. Second uncle, just call me Xiaojiu from now on. Mo Chujio remembered that her Uncle Mi in her previous life called her Xiaojiu. Yeah, okay, Xiaojiu. Uncle Mi didn't refuse and kept calling him Great God, which was indeed a bit awkward. You don't have to cook. I have some delicious food here. We'll eat together in the dining room later. If you want to do it, go back to the base and do it. I love the food you cook. I will definitely go to your house to eat and drink, Mo Chujio said with a smile. Okay, I'll wait for you outside then. Uncle Mi also forced a smile on his face, then glanced at Mi Xiaoqi, shook his head, and left. Mo Chujio turned to look at Mi Xiaoqi and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue. Xiaoqi, do you know? When I met you in my previous life, you were already a taciturn woman with gloomy eyes. In this life, when I saw you for the first time, I almost didn't recognize you. You were so playful, lively, smart, and cute. I really like your current personality. Xiaoqi, in your previous life, you just experienced the death of your grandparents, and then experienced that kind of thing. It was difficult for you to accept it for a while, and your temperament changed drastically. I understand, but this life is different. Your grandparents did not change their fate in the previous life, and they are gone. But you are not alone. You have Uncle Mimi, Su Su, Lu Jingxi, and the company and care of all the members of the Crimson Squad. Now that we have just met, you may not think of us as your family. But in our previous life, we were indeed a family who cared for, looked after, and supported each other. I believe you will slowly feel this kind of feeling as you get along with each other in the future. Mo Chujio said this and looked at Mi Xiaoqi. Seeing that she was still looking down and immersed in sadness, she reached out and gently held her cold little hand. Xiaoqi, that incident is actually not important to a girl. Don't say that you didn't really lose your virginity. Even if you did, just think of it as being bitten by a dog. Modern women, especially those of us living in the apocalypse, shouldn't let this kind of thing overwhelm us. Xiaoqi, in your previous life, although you were very lonely and cold, you were also very tenacious, and you were not someone who was easily defeated. I believe you can get out of this by your own strength. Mo Chujio said nothing more. She stood up and placed a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge on the bedside table. Then he left Mi Xiaoqi's room. No one else can persuade Mi Xiaoqi out of this kind of situation, and he can only rely on himself to get out of it. However, she believed in Mi Xiaoqi. After all, Mi Xiaoqi had finally gotten over his past life. But his personality has changed too much. In this life, she hopes that Mi Xiaoqi can get over it completely on her own. As soon as Mo Chujio came downstairs, a group of people surrounded him. Xiaojio, how is she? Uncle Mi asked expectantly. Mo Chujio shook his head. Uncle Mi sighed and prepared to go upstairs to check on Mi Xiaoqi. Mo Chujio blocked Uncle Mi's way. Leave her alone for a while. She'll come out of it on her own. We will also wait here for her to come out. Uncle Mi hesitated for a moment, then sat on the sofa without saying a word. Mo Chujio then turned his gaze to the people who had gathered around him. There are 6 new faces among these people. Mo Chujio thinks these should be the family members of Lin Jin and Shen Qingyang. When those people saw Mo Chujio looking at them, they hurriedly greeted Mo Chujio. Chapter 59, you have a clear understanding of yourselves. You are the great god who blew up the Yasukuni shrine toilet in Japan in the video. I am your fan. An old man with gray hair came forward and said excitedly. You are Lin Jin's grandfather, right? Don't call me great god. You are all elders. Just call me Xiao Mo or Chujio. So kind. Mo Chujio said with a smile. Hey, Chujio, can you take a photo with me? Grandpa Lin asked excitedly. Can. As soon as Mo Chujio finished speaking, Grandpa Lin picked up his phone and moved closer to Mo Chujio. Seeing this, Mo Chujio smiled cooperatively, revealing 8 neat white teeth, and made a cute gesture. Grandpa Lin was very satisfied. He took a few photos quickly and then sat aside with his phone to appreciate it slowly. Sister, my name is Shen Qingyue, and I'm also your fan. This is a gift from me to you. Shen Qingyue was a little girl of 8 or 9 years old with a baby face. She wore a red dress and had 2 ponytails. She looked very well behaved and cute. She held a box in her hand and handed it to Mo Chujio, who took it and touched her furry head. She opened it and saw a small rabbit doll, which was very cute. Sister, this little bunny doll is my favorite toy. I didn't forget to bring it with me even when I was running away. I'm giving it to you now. Do you like it, sister? Shen Qingyue looked at Mo Chujio expectantly. Mo Chujio touched the little rabbit and took out a large rag doll and a large bag of snacks that children loved from the space. Well, I like this gift very much. Thank you, Qingyue. This is a return gift from your sister. Do you like it? Shen Qingyue jumped for joy when she saw the exquisite rag doll and a big bag of her favorite snacks. I kept shouting that I liked it. Then he jumped back to the room to play. After Shen Qingyue left, Shen's father and Shen's mother, Lin's father and mother Lin also came over to say hello to Mo Chujio. They both admired and envied Mo Chujio, and also had a hint of awe. Mo Chujio looked at the reserved appearance of these 4 people and smiled. You don't have to be polite to me. Your son and I are teammates and family members. By the way, where did Su, Lin Jin, and Shen Qingyang go? Mo Chujio asked. They went out happily early in the morning. They said they wanted to test their supernatural power. Father Shun wears gold-rimmed glasses and looks elegant and handsome. Oh, how about we have breakfast first? Mo Chujio said as he walked into the dining room, and then placed some porridge, buns, noodles, and other breakfast items on the table. Everyone come over for dinner. Don't be shy. We are all a family from now on. Mo Chujio greeted with a smile. A family? Huh. Mo Chujio, you are a family with a bunch of outsiders, but you don't care about your own parents and brother. Aren't you afraid of God's punishment for doing this? You are such a ruthless and ungrateful person. Suddenly, an angry and hateful male voice sounded. Mo Chujio turned his head and looked towards the source of the sound. Mo Junfei's face was bruised and purple, and he was limping down the stairs. Following behind him were Mo Fuge and Li Tsuehua. He looked similar to Mo Junfei, both were covered in scars. Seeing the Mo family, Mo Chujio had a dull expression. She was too lazy to bother with the Mo family. Mo Chujio, I'm talking to you. What's your attitude? When Mo Junfei saw that Mo Chujio ignored him, he immediately became angry. You talk to me, so I have to pay attention to you? Who are you? Mo Chujio sneered. Who am I? I'm your brother. My real brother. Mo Chujio, it's fine if you don't care about me. But do you not care about my parents either? I can tell you, we have nowhere to go now. We also heard these days that you have a bloody base. Where's the base? We're going there with you today. Mo Junfei said with his neck stiff. Mo Chujio sneered. I remember that we have severed our relationship. Why should I take you to my base? Who gave you the confidence that I would still care about you? You. Mo Junfei was about to say something, but was stopped by Mo Fugue. Chujio, I know we were wrong before, and my parents and your eldest brother already know they were wrong. Please forgive us. After all, you are also a member of the Mo family. How can you give all the good things to outsiders and not to your relatives. Isn't this just turning your elbow outward? That's right, girl. We are your family. How can you ignore us and care about others? Mo Fugue and Li Tsuehua had already arrived outside the dining room, and the four eyes kept looking inside the dining room. They hadn't eaten for a day and 2 nights, and now their stomachs were growling with hunger. This damn girl, she had good things to give to outsiders, but didn't give them to them. It really pissed them off. Family? Huh. Are you worthy enough to say that you are my family? Ask yourself, do you really regard me as a member of the Mo family? Mo Chujio sneered. When there is something good in it, you say you are my family, and you eat my flesh and drink my blood with a clear conscience. When my flesh and blood cannot satisfy your greed, you will sell me out without hesitation in exchange for the interests of your family. If I were in danger, not only would you not save me, you would even add insult to injury and cut off all ties with me. I even wish I would die soon so as not to implicate you. So, this is what you call family? I don't want such a family. My dear girl, how can you say such harsh words? We did spend some money on you over the years, but didn't we give it all to you in the end? After all, you are our daughter. We ask you for money only because we are afraid that other families will take advantage of you. After all, you are a woman, and you will get married sooner or later. We can't support you, but the benefits are taken away by outsiders, right? In fact, we want to leave some money with Sister Mo for your own good. Your parents are fine. If you are wronged in the future by your husband's family, we can also support you. Mo Fugue walked up to Mo Chujio and spoke with a fatherly look. As for what you said, if you are in danger, we will cut off all ties with you and even wish you dead. This is completely nonsense. No matter how big the conflict between us is, we will not watch you die and do nothing. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. If something really happened, how could we just sit there and do nothing? That's right, my dear girl. How can you say that about us? We are blood relatives. How could we do such a thing? Wouldn't that be worse than pigs and dogs? Li Tsuehua also stepped forward and grabbed Mo Chujio's arm and said. Mo Chujio glanced at Li Tsuehua's hand that was holding her arm, curled her lips, and sneered. You have a clear understanding of yourselves. Worse than pigs and dogs? Aren't they worse than pigs and dogs? Even animals know how to protect their young. What about them? They only oppressed and betrayed her. Chapter 60. Driving the Mo family away. You are quite clear-headed? What does that mean? Li Tsuehua asked in confusion. Mo Chujio lightly shook off her hand that was pulling him, did not answer, and walked straight towards the dining room. Mom, that damn girl said we are worse than pigs and dogs. Mo Junfei glared at Mo Chujio's back fiercely. Hey, how can you talk like that, kid? When did we abandon you when you were in danger? When did we wish you were dead? You girl, are you making up lies here to cover up your ugly behavior of abandoning your parents? I tell you, we are your parents, we are old, and cannot survive in the end times. You have an obligation to take care of us. As Li Tsuehua was speaking, she followed Mo Chujio and tried to enter the dining room, but was blocked by Grandpa Lin. Grandpa Lin placed his walking stick across his chest, and his slightly hunched body straightened up a little. I can see that Xiao Mo doesn't welcome you. What did you do to that child to make such a kind girl hate you so much? Since Xiao Mo doesn't like you, then don't bother her. Hurry up and pack up your things and leave. When the Mo family heard what the old man said, their faces changed immediately. Old man, you want us to get out? We are Mo Chujio's relatives. Who do you think you are? You eat my sister's food and drink my sister's food. I think it's you who should leave. You old bastard. Get out of the way, or I'll punch you to death. After Mo Junfei finished speaking, he raised his fist and prepared to hit Grandpa Lin, but was blocked by the tall Father Lin wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Just try to touch my dad. Father Lin stretched out his hand to clamp down on Mo Junfei's arm and grabbed his throat with his other hand. Mo Junfei felt the pain of suffocation in his throat and struggled desperately. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Mo Fugue and Li Tsuehua hurried over to help their son. Mother Lin, Father Shin, and Mother Shun were afraid that Father Lin would suffer a loss, so they all rushed to help. The two parties immediately started fighting. The Mo family members were in decline and were soon pushed to the ground by everyone. The Lin family and the Shun family were concerned that they were Mo Chujio's family members, so they did not take heavy action. Instead, he asked Mo Chujio for his opinion. Throw them out of Su's house. This is Su's house. Su kindly allowed these people to recuperate here. The injury is almost healed now. It's time for them to leave too. Mo Chujio said calmly. Upon hearing this, Everyone dragged the Mo family out of the door. The Mo family struggled and cursed nonstop. At this time, Su Su, Lin Jin, and Shin Qingyang were just coming back from outside. Seeing this situation, Su Su knew what had happened. She walked forward quickly. I say, are you guys going to mess with Mo Chujio again? Didn't I warn you? Stay away from her when you see her again. Why are you so disobedient? Since you don't want to drink the toast, then drink the penalty. As Su Su spoke, she waved her hand, and suddenly 3 thin vines emerged from her palm and wrapped around the Mo family. The 3 of them were tied up tightly in an instant. Hey, you stinky woman. How dare you do this to us? Let us go. Otherwise, when I regain my freedom, I will tear your mouth apart. Mo Junfei's eyes widened with anger, and he roared at Su Su. Li Tsuehua even opened her mouth and cursed. Mo Chujio, you will not die well. You are such a heartless person. Are you just going to watch me, your father, and your brother being bullied by them? You ungrateful bastard. You bastard. Before Li Tsuehua could finish her words, Su Su controlled the vines and threw her out. Shin Qingyang even directly swung out 3 daggers condensed from gold-type supernatural powers and stabbed them towards the faces of the 3 people from the Mo family. Puff! Phew! Puff! The 3 daggers were accurately inserted into the mud next to the Mo family members' heads. The 3 men were knocked unconscious by Su Su, and their heads were almost pierced by the dagger, which frightened them. I dare not say a word. Humph! You really don't know your own weight. Dare to scold our boss again? Do you believe that I will chop you with a knife? As Shin Qingyang spoke, a sneer appeared on his lips, and a big knife condensed in his hand. The big knife flashed a sharp cold light under the sunlight. Brother, let's talk it over nicely. Don't use knives or guns. Mo Fugue was really scared by this. You know, it's the end of the world now, and even if this guy really killed the 3 of them, no one would care. To survive in this apocalypse, it's best to be smart. Don't act like you have nothing to show off. Our boss won't argue with you. We won't. Remember that. Remember, from now on, when we see death, that when we see Mo Chujio, we will definitely stay away from him and not make you unhappy. After Li Tsuehua reacted, she quickly begged for mercy. Only the unruly Mo Junfei wanted to shout again, but was stopped by Mo Fugue with a cold look. Roll! As Shin Qingyang spoke, he waved his hand, and the sword and dagger condensed from the supernatural power disappeared. Hey, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. But can you help us get rid of this thing on us? Mo Fugue quickly said with a smile. Su Su sneered when she heard that, and with a wave of her hand, the cane disappeared. After the 3 members of the Mo family were finally freed, they disappeared at the gate of the yard in a flash. Standing in the living room, looking outside through the glass, Mo Chujio saw this scene and curled the corners of his lips slightly. It's great to have such a group of people protecting her. Everyone walked into the dining room, and Mo Chujio asked everyone to start eating and drinking. At this time, the old couple of the Peng family also came downstairs with Peng Yu. Mo Chujio even specially brought little Peng Yu some fried chicken burgers, which are children's favorite. Let Shin Qinyue and Xiao Pengyue eat together. Everyone was eating enthusiastically. Their stomachs were bulging and swollen like balls. This was the most comfortable meal they had ever had since the apocalypse began. The breakfast was rich and hot, just like going back to the days before the end of the world. When everyone was halfway through their meal, Mi Xiaoqi also came down from upstairs. She seemed to have just taken a shower. Her hair was wet and draped over her shoulders. Her face was still a little swollen, but the sadness and decadence were gone. When Mo Chujio saw her coming down, she quickly asked Shin Qingyang, who was sitting next to her, to stand up and give a seat to Mi Xiaoqi. Mi Xiaoqi sat down next to Mo Chujio and looked at him gratefully. Sister Mo, I'm sorry. I'm too fragile. I made you worry. And Uncle, I'm sorry. Mi Xiaoqi said this and looked at Uncle Mi, who was sitting on the other side of the dining table. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? What have you done to me? I am too weak, and I got you into trouble. Uncle Mi felt extremely guilty when he thought about what happened yesterday. If Mo Chujio had not appeared in time, he couldn't imagine what Mi Xiaoqi would have gone through. All right, what happened is over. No one should mention this matter again in the future. Mo Chujio patted Mi Xiaoqi on the shoulder and smiled at her. Then he took out a bottle of water-based ability upgrade liquid from the space. This is for you. It's a system reward. There are only wood, ice, and water elements. Su Su and I've already used them, so go back to the base and absorb yours. We'll leave after breakfast. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Sister Mo. Mi Xiaoqi accepted the power upgrade liquid and looked at her gratefully. Mo Chuju nodded. Chapter 61 Supermarket Butler. I just saw that Su Su has a 4th level ability, right? Shen Qingyang is a 3rd level one. Lin Jin, what level has your strength ability reached? Mo Chuju looked at Lin Jin and asked curiously. I should be at the peak of level 3. I've tried it, and I can lift your Tamarin armored SUV with one hand. And the crystal core you gave me is not pure power. It should also contain the ability to make a person huge. When Lin Jin said this, his cheeks turned slightly red. Oh, the ability to grow bigger? How big can you get now? How about you go out and use your powers? We can see. Mo Chujo didn't notice the embarrassment on Lin Jin's face and suggested with interest that Lin Jin show them his abilities. Lin Jin touched his nose awkwardly. Well, there's no need to show it off, right? When I grow bigger, I can grow to about 2.5 meters, and my muscles are as hard as iron. Mo Chujio widened her eyes in surprise, and after hearing Lin Jin's description, she wanted to see it even more. In her previous life, she had never heard of a supernatural being who could enlarge his body. A 2.5-meter tall muscular man? She really wanted to see it? Really? Come on, go to the yard and show it now. I want to see it. Mo Chujio looked very interested. Puff! Seeing Mo Chujio's expression, Su Su knocked her on the head. Then he leaned close to her ear and whispered, Do you like looking at naked men so much? What? Mo Chujio looked puzzled, and she fixed her eyes on Lin Jin, who was over 1.8 meters tall. Suddenly, I understood something. From 1.80 meters to 2.5 meters, the body has grown, but the clothes will not grow. Doesn't that mean that every time Lin Jin uses his ability, he will end up running naked? Thinking of this, Mo Chujio leaned close to Su Su's ear. Hey, have you seen it? How was it? Did you have a nosebleed? Go away. Is my sister that kind of person? My good brothers were running naked, so how could I watch? I covered my eyes at the time. Su Su pushed her away in disgust, turned around to chat with Shin Qingyue, and ignored her. She would never tell Mo Chujio that she saw it through the gaps between her fingers. Lin Jin, this boy, has a really good figure. His body lines are smooth and his muscles are evenly distributed. He is simply the best. If it weren't for the fact that rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows, she would have done it this morning. When Mo Chujio heard Su Su say that she had not seen it, she curled her lips. In her previous life, this girl was a nympho, and her biggest hobby was looking at handsome men. Muscular, handsome guy. It would be strange if she didn't peek. Mo Chujio looked at Lin Jin's slightly red face. Smiling, she stood up and patted his shoulder. I'll give you a gift when we get back to base. I promise that you won't be embarrassed when you use your powers. After Mo Chujio finished speaking, he walked out the door. Lin Jin's face turned even redder. At dusk, Mo Chujio brought everyone back to the bloody base. When everyone entered the wall of the bloody base, they were stunned. This wall is so high. Sister Mo, with the intelligence and abilities of zombies nowadays, they can't get in even if there's a zombie tied outside, right? Mi Xiaoqi looked up at the wall of the bloody base with a shocked look on his face. Yes, it should be. This is our rear base, so it's naturally stronger. But Xiaoqi, don't think about hiding here and doing bad things. We, the Scarlet Squad, need to constantly hone and grow. Mo Chujio said with a smile. Of course. I want to become a great god like Sister Mo. How could I possibly give up? Don't worry. Mi Xiaoqi puffed out his chest and promised proudly. Mo Chujio smiled and nodded, leading everyone into the base. It's great that Mi Xiaoqi didn't become as gloomy and decadent as in her previous life. When everyone walked inside the wall, they were even more shocked. In addition to numerous professional military facilities such as hangars, runways, and aprons, there are also many buildings for accommodation and office areas. As they walked along, they saw many people hanging their quilts outdoors or helping to clean the streets. The accommodation area is a row of buildings with at least 20 floors, and there are many green belts and fitness equipment under the buildings. It looks like a large residential area before the end of the world. Mo Chujio brought everyone to the management staff building where he lived. Let them choose the room they like, and after each family is chosen, Mo Chujio will help them put their daily necessities into the house and let them pack up by themselves. Then he left the family building. She came to the office area and chose an office building suitable for a supermarket. The first floor is the hall, which is very large and spacious. Mo Chujio felt that there were only more than 100 people in the blood base now, and it should be enough to open a supermarket on the first floor. Mo Chujio simply laid out the supplies in the space along with the shelves, one by one. She used her mind to control the placement of things, so it only took her one afternoon to fill the entire hall. System, my supermarket has been set up. Please bind it to the supermarket manager. After Mo Chujio put the supplies in place, she contacted the system. She was a little impatient to see the style of the supermarket manager. Ding! Supermarket butler is binding. Ding! Binding successful. As soon as the system finished speaking, Mo Chujio saw several things similar to cash registers appear at the entrance of the original administrative building. There is a computer screen above each cash register, with a QR code for automatic scanning on the screen. Not only that, 5 small robots in suits appeared at the door. These robots are relatively small, only about the height of a 6 or 7-year-old child. It has a big square head, a cylindrical body, and arms and legs. Finally, a large screen appeared on the wall at the entrance of the administrative building. There is a row of transparent boxes below the screen. At this time, an AI appeared on the screen. This AI looked like a cute little boy of 3 or 4 years old. Hello, master. I am your supermarket manager. Noob. You can call me Xiaobai from now on. I will help you with daily supermarket management issues. Now I have detected that the goods in the supermarket are placed in a disorderly manner. May I ask if the owner needs Xiaobai to help tidy them up and rearrange them? Xiaobai's boy's voice sounded. Mo Chujio took a look and felt that she had arranged everything well. Everything was on the shelves and not messy. However, compared to large supermarkets, where each area is placed in its own location, it is indeed a bit different. So he nodded and said, Okay, Xiaobai, thank you for your help. As soon as Mo Chujio finished speaking, the little robot started to move, sorting and rearranging the items. Master, may I ask if you can get the points card now? Xiaobai asked. Distribute. Mo Chujio replied without hesitation. The points have been stored in the master's points card. The master now has a total of 1.3 million points. Please take the card. As Xiaobai was speaking, a golden card suddenly appeared in the transparent box below the big screen. The card says, Special Level Permission. Chapter 62, Base Management. Special Clearance? What does that mean? Mo Chujio asked in confusion. The Special Privilege Points card is the highest level points card on the military island. All points earned from buying and selling in the island supermarket will be deposited into the Special Authority Points card. It is the highest level points card that only island owners can possess. There are also first level points cards, second level points cards, and third level points cards, which are distributed according to the cardholder's points level. All points cards have the function of giving gifts. Xiaobai explained. How do I get the base member's points card? Mo Chujio continued to ask. Master, the base members' points cards require the base members to come to Xiaobai and enter their user information, and then the system will automatically issue them. In the future, users can come to Xiaobai to redeem points with crystal cores or give away points. Mo Chujio nodded when he heard that. It was already dark at this time. Mo Chujio went back to find the bloody members and their families, as well as the Feng and Peng families, and helped each of them to apply for a first-level points card. And I transferred some points to them using my own points card. Each member of the Crimson team transferred 100,000 points to them. Most of the others received 10,000 points, and the children received 1,000 points for buying snacks. Because the prices of goods in this supermarket are still very cheap. For example, 3 compressed biscuits are 10 points, a self-heating hot pot is 20 points, a bag of rice is 250 points, a top made of ordinary material is 200 points, and a pair of slippers is 80 points. So the points she gave these people should be enough for them to spend for a while. Mo Chujio distributed the remaining 600,000 points to Uncle Me, Sue's father, and Sue's mother. Tell them to spend as much as they want. Anyway, most of these things were bought with the money of both families. The 3 of them didn't say much. After all, they just had a lot of points and they wouldn't spend them carelessly. Only if they accept these points, Mo Chujio can feel at ease. Ms. Mou, they are all your friends and their families, so it's reasonable for you to give them points. You saved my husband and I, and Peng Yu. We are grateful to you for giving us a place to live. Why are you giving us so many points? We can't accept them. Although we old couple don't have special powers, our legs and feet are still handy, so we can do things at the base by ourselves to earn points. Take this points card back. We can't have it. Grandpa Peng stood up and said, Yes, Miss Mo, we old couple will remember your kindness in our hearts. We can't take your points card. Grandma Peng also said, Here, just take it. To be honest, I brought you to the base and treated you well because I saw in little Peng Yu's abilities. You don't have to feel any psychological burden. What's important is that these points can enable you to take good care of little Peng Yu and help him grow up healthily. When he grows up, he will work hard for the base. Mo Chujio looked at the loyalty above their heads and said with a smile, Grandpa Peng and Grandma Peng's loyalty has reached 85, and little Peng Yu's loyalty has even reached 90. She didn't expect this little guy to be such a grateful person. She remembered that in her previous life, he was a dark boy, cruel and ruthless. He would directly kill more than 100 people from a small base, just because the base commander said something insulting to him. It seems that he must have experienced something in his previous life, which made this innocent and sincere child become so cold-blooded and ruthless. Now that she has met him in this life, she will definitely do her best to make him a mentally healthy person. Miss Amo, we all know how much you have done for Peng Yu. We will definitely take good care of him. When he grows up, we will let him serve the base wholeheartedly. Grandpa Peng knew that there was no free lunch in the world, so he quickly promised. Yes, sister, you are so kind to me and Grandpa and Grandma. When I grow up, I must protect you and be your guardian angel. Little Peng Yu patted his chest with a serious look on his face. He had no interest in serving the base. He liked the sister in front of him, and he was willing to protect her. Just like at the convenience store, his sister protected him. Puff! Mo Chujio was amused by the little guy and reached out to stroke his head. Okay, then sister will wait for our little Peng Yu to grow up and protect sister. Yes. Okay. Little Peng Yu nodded heavily. Go walk around inside with Grandpa and Grandma. Buy whatever you need. Remember not to waste it. Mo Chujio said with a smile. Good. Little Peng Yu said this, pulling Grandma Peng's hand and running into the supermarket. Miss Mo, even though you said that, we old couple don't want to eat for free. Let me put it this way. My wife and I were professors at North China University before the end of the world. I saw that there were many children on this island. They had nothing to do on the island and were wasting their time all day long. Can my wife and I take the responsibility of teaching them? Grandpa Ping said, that's a good suggestion. Although there are only a dozen children on the island now, the base needs to be developed. In the future, the population will increase, and there will certainly be more children. By then, school will definitely be indispensable. So, Grandpa Peng and Grandma Peng will teach these children first. When the school opens in the future, I will let you be the principal and vice principal. Mo Chujio thought Grandpa Peng's suggestion was good, so he said with a smile, as her base grows, children will be indispensable. In addition to teaching them how to kill zombies and how to survive in the apocalypse, they also have to teach them how to read and write. She doesn't want to wait until the zombies are eliminated and the human race enters an era of civilization degradation. Become a principal? It's the end of the world, and I, an old man, can actually get a promotion? Ah, okay. Then we will prepare for it in the next 2 days. Let's teach these children first. Grandpa Peng said with a smile. I'll help too. I wasn't a teacher before the end of the world, but it won't be a problem for me to enlighten the children. Sue's mother also stood up and said, I'll go too. I'm going too. At the same time, other members of the bloody team also volunteered to be teachers. Mo Chujio smiled. There are only more than 10 children in the base. If you all go there, will you teach one each? How about this? If you can't stay idle, you can be the management of the base. Mo Chujio looked at the loyalty levels above everyone's heads, all of which were around 85% extreme loyalty. She feels at ease using them. Management? What can we manage? There are so many things. For example, the island needs cleaners, maintenance personnel for the island's facilities, record managers responsible for issuing rewards for tasks, cultivating vegetable fields, raising livestock and poultry, going out to sea for fishing, etc. These will all develop slowly in the future. You don't have to rush to work. We will have others to take care of in the future. Mo Chujio explained patiently. That's fine. If you need anything, just call us. I can't do anything else, but I can just watch them work hard. Grandpa Lin said energetically while leaning on his crutches. Others also echoed. Hey, okay, Mo Chujio said with a smile. Chapter 63 Haiching Military Academy Team. Xiao Mo. I think Annie can do the scoring. After all, your supermarket manager is only responsible for exchanging crystal cores for points. As for me, I am responsible for recording the points of ordinary jobs on the island. For example, a cleaner's daily wage of 50 points is equivalent to the points of crystal cores obtained by a psychic by killing 5 level 1 zombies. The salary is relatively high. If you buy compressed biscuits, you can buy 15 pieces. If you buy rice, you can earn a bag in 5 days. After all, it is impossible for only one person in a family to work. As long as one is diligent, even if he works as a cleaner, the whole family can live well in the base. Other types of work can earn points based on labor income. It may depend on the specific type of work before I can estimate the price. Mother Sue thought about it and expressed her thoughts, then said, Xiao Mo, what do you think of Annie's suggestion? Annie Zhou, you are so amazing. You are indeed a great entrepreneur. Then you will be responsible for the wages of ordinary people on the island. I pay them on the 10th of every month, and then I will transfer some of the points from my account to your card. You are responsible for distributing them. When Mo Chujio heard her words, he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up and praised her. Well, let me be responsible for the distribution records of tasks and the points rewards after the tasks are completed. Father Sue also stood up and said, Okay, then I will issue 2 tasks tomorrow. The first one is to go fishing at sea. Small fish are not allowed. She will buy fish over 2 kilograms at 5 points per kilogram. The boat and fishing net can be used free of charge in the first month. Starting from the second month, those who accept the task will need to pay 300 points per day as the boat rental fee. Of course, if you make or obtain your own fishing boat and fishing net, there is no rental fee. The second task is to reclaim the wasteland behind the island. You will be rewarded 200 points for every acre of land reclaimed. Mo Chujio wandered around the island today. In addition to the military base, there is a large area of wasteland behind the island. If these wastelands were reclaimed and used to grow crops, they could feed a lot of people. In addition, she also wanted someone to open up a farm on the island, and then she would find some livestock and poultry from various places to raise them, which would not only earn points but also provide some nutrition for the islanders. Hey, then I will hand out these 2 tasks tomorrow. Father Sue nodded. And the task of handling the island residents' points cards tomorrow will be handed over to Uncle Lin and Uncle Shun. I'm going to leave the island tomorrow to move Grandpa Feng's laboratory. All the miscellaneous matters on the island will be left to the uncles, aunts, and grandmas to take care of. Mo Chujio arranged tomorrow's affairs with a smile on his face. Okay, don't worry. Xiao Mo, don't worry. We are here. Everything will be fine. Yes, don't worry. Everyone expressed their opinion. Okay, thank you for your hard work. After Mo Chujio finished speaking, he took the members of the Crimson team back to their residence to discuss tomorrow's action plan. Others stayed in the supermarkets to do some shopping. Ding, 230 points have been credited. Ding, 560 points have been credited. Ding, 480 points have been credited. Mo Chujio discovered that the points he gave out would return to his account after being deducted. This is equivalent to providing them with her own supplies for free, but she doesn't have to go through so much trouble every day to ask them what they need. This is good, it saves a lot of trouble. Dr. Feng's laboratory is in the Medical Research Institute in Haicheng, very close to the Haicheng Military Academy. So I think this time, in addition to going to the Haicheng Medical Research Institute, we also need to go to the Military Academy in Haicheng to rescue some classmates. Mo Chujio explained his plan to the members of the Crimson Squad. Go to the Military Academy? Are there still people alive in the Military Academy now? Su frowned and said, In my previous life, in the 6th year of the apocalypse, a 22-man supernatural team emerged from the Military Academy, which was famous in northern China. In the 6th year of the apocalypse, all members of that team were upgraded to level 6 supernatural powers. After the 3rd level of supernatural power, each level up is very difficult. Su and I were able to reach level 4 so quickly entirely by cheating in the system. Under normal circumstances, it takes at least 1 or 2 years to upgrade from level 3 to level 4, and it is even more difficult to upgrade to level 5 or level 6. At least among our Crimson team, in the 6th year of the apocalypse, only Su and I reached the 6th level of supernatural powers, while the others were all at level 5. From here we can see how strong their team is. So since they are not far from the Medical Research Institute, let's go and rescue them, even if they don't plan to join the Scarlet Base. It can also provide humans with some more experts. Mo Chujio briefly introduced the team. In the previous life, this team was trapped in the city for 9 years. They kept searching for news of survivors in the city and led the survivors to break out little by little. But they were short of weapons and could not defeat the large number of zombies in the city. In the 9th year of the apocalypse, they failed and were completely wiped out. She has always felt that this team is very brave, and in this life she hopes to bring them under her command. Everyone nodded when they heard this. So, what's your plan? City rescue isn't that easy these days. Lin Jean asked with a frown. Our helicopter can be parked directly on the school playground. It's the school holiday, and there aren't many zombies. There won't be any big problems over there. The problem is the Medical Research Center. This is the map Dr. Feng drew for me. Take a look. Mo Chujio said as he took out a hand-drawn map from the space. Although the drawing was very sloppy, it was still clear that there were 6 buildings in the medical research center. The lowest floor was the office building, which had only 3 floors and was the office building for the entire medical research center. To the left of the office building are the laboratory building and the medicine production center. Next to the medicine production center is the medicine storage warehouse. To the right of the office building are 2 20-story staff dormitory buildings. Dr. Fong said that there are 2,500 employees in the medical research center, and most of them live in the employee dormitory building. So after the zombie virus broke out, that place should be considered a severely affected area. We must be careful, Mo Chujio explained with a serious look. Yeah, no problem. I think my current abilities are pretty awesome. The more dangerous the place, the better we can train our abilities, right? Shin Qingyang raised his paw and said excitedly. Then he looked at Su Su, who was sitting on the sofa. Su Su, don't be afraid. I will protect you when the time comes. I promise not to let you get hurt. Su Su rolled her eyes at Shin Qingyang. Go away. Get out of the way. Do I, a level 4 psychic, need you to save me? Chapter 64 System. Can I apply to have you separated? How about you protect me? Shin Qingyang said with a grin. Su Su rolled her eyes at him and said nothing. He felt that this man called Shin Qingyang was too annoying. He was so nagging and didn't act like a man. Seeing that Su Su ignored him, Shin Qingyang sat on the sofa, feeling bored, and stopped talking. Seeing this, Mo Chujio shook his head helplessly. It seemed that Shin Qingyang would never be liked by Su Su in this life. However, she couldn't say much about this matter. Fate was predestined by heaven. Whether the two of them could achieve a happy ending in this life depended on heaven's will. I plan to take some psychics out for training tomorrow. The helicopter can seat 25 people. The 8 Special Forces soldiers and the twins are very good candidates, and I plan to take them with me. For the remaining 10 places, I will select some people with special abilities in the base to follow you. What do you think? Mo Chujio suggested. You can make your own decision on such small matters. Since they have joined the base, they will definitely grow up. It is impossible for them to be supported by you in vain. The sooner they are trained, the sooner they can be put to use. Su Su said casually. That's fine with me. Lin Jin said. Support. Shin Qingyang also raised his hand in agreement. Lin Jin, this is for you. It's a high-tech combat suit made of nanomaterials that can expand and contract with the human body, produced by the system. The clothes are very strong, and ordinary level 3 zombies cannot destroy them. I spent 500,000 points to buy this for you. I sold 3 fighter jets to the system to get enough points to buy it for you. Mo Chujio felt very painful as a piece of clothing was sold at a high price of 500,000 points. You have to know that the system only sells a fighter jet for 380,000 credits, and the system buys fighter jets even cheaper, only giving 190,000 credits. Mo Chujio didn't want to do this pure loss-making deal, but in order for Lin Jin to not be embarrassed when using his superpowers, she still spent a lot of money. Damn, the system is so high-tech. Before Lin Jin could say anything, Shin Qingyang's noisy voice rang out again. Boss, you can't be partial. I also want a combat suit that can resist the bites of level 3 zombies. Not just you, I want it too, but I don't have any points left. I can't afford it. Mo Chujio rolled his eyes at Shin Qingyang and said, 500,000 points. How many zombie crystal cores do I have to kill to earn it back? She now really hopes that the system can give her a task that can earn a lot of points. When she earns points, she must give each member of the Scarlet Squad a combat uniform. Lin Jin thanked Mo Chujio, then took the combat uniform and opened it. This combat uniform is a dark blue jumpsuit with silver shoulders and arms, and a text icon of the bloody base on the chest. After Lin Jin put it on, he found that his whole body was wrapped tightly, with no blind spots except for his head, hands, and feet. After Lin Jin put it on, he walked around a few steps to test the effect. It was very good. It fit his body perfectly. Boss, this dress is really nice. With this suit, I can use my supernatural powers without any scruples. I will wear this outfit and kill more zombies. Try to earn 500,000 points with the crystal core as soon as possible. Then return the points to the boss. Lin Jin saw the pain in Mo Chujio's heart and said quickly, Come on, do you know how difficult it is to earn points by killing zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse? You need to kill 50,000 level 1 zombies, 5,000 level 2 zombies, and 500 level 3 zombies. Instead of earning points by killing zombies, it is better to complete more point-earning tasks issued by the system. Mo Chujio expressed disdain for Lin Jin's statement. Hearing this, Lin Jin touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. He really didn't know that earning points was so difficult. Why did he feel like he owed Mo Chujio a huge favor and had no way to repay him? Ding, triggering the system mission. Rescue 500 survivors from Haiching and have 400 people willing to join the bloody base. Reward the host with 10 million points. The moment Mo Chujio heard the system task, she suddenly felt that she had wronged the system before. She was wrong. This system was not a loan shark at all. This is obviously a good system that understands its intentions. Although rescuing 500 people in the city doesn't seem to be an easy task, we have to try it anyway, right? If it really doesn't work, then don't save him. She had nothing to lose anyway. But just as her thought came to her mind, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in her mind again. Ding! Remind the host. This mission is a mission that must be completed. If it fails to be completed, the system will kill the host. Mo Chujio was stunned. Is this system just bored? Is this a threat? It's still a naked threat. Just now she thought the system was a considerate little kid, but in the blink of an eye, it gave her such a big scare. Mo Chujio was so angry that his teeth itched, but there was nothing he could do. Nima system, can I apply to have you stripped away? Mo Chujio really didn't like being threatened by the system. It made her feel constrained. Ding! Once the system is bound, it cannot be detached unless all tasks are completed. The system will always follow the host until the host dies. A cold mechanical voice came from the system. Mo Chujio had no choice but to accept his fate. She looked at everyone. Good news, the system task has been issued. Completing it will reward you with 10 million points. Wow, girl, your system is really considerate. You just said you wanted to earn points, and it gave you points. Su looked very happy. Complete the mission and I will be rewarded 10 million points. If I fail to complete it, the system will kill me. Mo Chujio smiled bitterly. What? Your system is a scam. After hearing what Mo Chujio said, the three of them were surprised in unison. The system can also wipe out the host? They suddenly no longer envied the fact that Mo Chujio was bound to the system. Isn't this like installing a time bomb in your body? It's too dangerous? Mo Chujio spread his hands, blinked innocently, and said, There's nothing I can do. I can only try my best to complete it. Don't worry, I will help you complete the task even if I die. Isn't it just about saving people? Did the system tell us where to save people? Lin Jin asked with a frown. The one from Haicheng will do. Looks like we have to bring Pringyu with us tomorrow. With him, we can save a lot of time looking for living people. Mo Chujio said as he thought about it. Lin Jin nodded. Su patted Mo Chujio's shoulder. Don't worry, we will definitely help you complete the task. You will be fine. Yeah, I know. Mo Chujio looked at Su with a smile. In fact, she was not worried that she would not be able to complete the task. After all, the system has no time limit. Now she thought calmly that it seemed that the system was forcing her to save people and did not want to kill her. So it doesn't matter how much time you take to complete the task. So considering the strength of their team, rescuing 500 people in Haicheng, although time-consuming, is not an impossible task. Chapter 65, Alien Zombies. Okay, let's get some rest today. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. Seeing that it was getting late, Mo Chujio stood up and greeted. Lin Jin and the others also got up and went home. Mo Chujio ate a little, took a shower, and went to bed. The next morning, Mo Chujio boarded a helicopter with 8 Special Forces soldiers, the twins, Pringyu, and some people with special abilities. 2 hours later, the helicopter landed on the playground of Haicheng Military Academy. There were no zombies or people on the playground. It was extremely quiet. Boss, where are those people you mentioned? Shin Qingyang said as he looked at Mo Chujio, who got off the helicopter. I don't know, but the helicopter is making such a loud noise. If they're here, they will definitely show up. Mo Chujio looked towards the dormitory area as he spoke. Haicheng Military Academy is located in the suburbs of Haicheng, with a total area of more than 7,000 acres, in addition to a large playground and various training grounds. There are also 5 teaching buildings and more than 10 dormitory buildings. If they were to rely on themselves to look for him, they would never know when they would find him. So Mo Chujio decided not to go look for him, but to wait in the playground. If those people heard the sound of the helicopter, they would definitely come over to check the situation. Mo Chujio put away the helicopter and waited there for a while. But the surroundings were still quiet, without any movement. Girl, are you sure there are people alive here? With the helicopter making such a loud noise, why didn't anyone come out to check out the situation? At this time of day, shouldn't the survivors come here quickly when they see the situation? Do you want us to get them out of the city? How come there is no one in sight? Su looked at the teaching buildings and dormitory corridors around the playground in confusion. Because it was far away, she couldn't see clearly what was going on over there. I don't know. It's possible that they are in the dormitory building in the back row. Although they heard the sound of the propeller, they didn't know that we landed inside the military academy. Let's go to the dormitory area and look for them. If no one is there, we'll go straight to the Medical Research Institute. As Mo Chujio spoke, he took out some samurai swords from the space and threw them to the members behind him. Everyone be careful. After saying this, Mo Chujio walked to the front of the team. Everyone came to the dormitory area together. There are a total of 16 dormitory buildings in the military district, all of which are 6 stories high. Boss, which building should we look for first? Shin Qingyang looked around and asked Mo Chujio. Mo Chujio was silent for a moment, then took out a big loudspeaker used to shout out to sellers of vegetables on the street. Use this to call them out, and if there are any, they will surely show up. If no one has come out yet, it means they have moved, or maybe there is danger here, so they hide and dare not show up. After Mo Chujio finished speaking, he handed the loudspeaker to Shin Qingyang. I looked around cautiously. Shin Qingyang turned on the loudspeaker and started shouting. Hey, hey, we are members of the Scarlet Base and students of the Haiqing Military Academy. We are here to rescue you from Haiqing. If there are any survivors here, please gather outside building number 3 of the boys' dormitory. As soon as he finished speaking, there was still no response. Just at this moment, a click sound suddenly came from a building not far away. When everyone heard the sound and looked, they saw that a lot of humanoid creatures suddenly crawled out from the empty outer wall of the building. They all lay on the outer walls of the building, like human-shaped geckos. When these human-shaped geckos saw Mo Chujio and others downstairs, they immediately became excited. They cried, ah, and jumped towards them quickly. Is this the zombie? A person with special abilities asked Mo Chujio with trembling lips. Well, the alien zombies are a type of speed zombies. Their characteristics are agility and speed. The claws and fangs are very hard, so be careful not to get scratched by them. Mo Chujio stared at the zombies of the opposite sex and answered. Those zombies were extremely agile, somersaulting and leaping between buildings, and would soon reach them. Fengyun, has your air shield reached level 2? Mo Chujio asked. We have been at level 2 for several days now, and we can already condense an air cover that can accommodate 4 or 5 people. Fengyun also looked at the zombies in front of him vigilantly. That's enough. Open the air shield later to cover the first level mutant and Xiao Pingyue. They can't deal with these alien zombies. Mo Chujio instructed. Okay, Sister Mo. Fengyun nodded. Levels 1 to 3 are primary abilities and are easy to upgrade. Therefore, even without crystal core absorption, most people in the base have reached the 2nd level of supernatural power through diligent practice. Among the people she brought, only 3 were level 1 psychics, and the others had been upgraded to at least level 2. Little Pengyu is a genius, and his supernatural power has been upgraded to level 3. It's just that his ability is too special, and his attack power is very weak at the low and mid levels. But once you reach level 8 or above, you will almost be at the top of your level. The alien zombie closest to building number 3 has arrived in front of Mo Chujio and others, and it rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Ouch! Only when the alien zombies came closer could everyone see their appearance clearly. Its skin was pale and wrinkled, its body was skinny, and its cheeks were sunken, like a wind-dried mummy. Its body quickly and nimbly jumped down from the tall building, landing on the ground with a thud. Roar! The alien zombie opened its mouth, revealing its pitch-black tongue and sharp fangs. It jumped and bit towards Mo Chujio. Mo Chujio raised his samurai sword and chopped it down. The zombie sensed danger and actually turned in midair, missing Mo Chujio's fatal blow. However, Mo Chujio's samurai sword still cut a deep gash on his shoulder. A stream of thick black blood was brought out by the blade, emitting an indescribable stench. Ah! The alien zombie howled angrily after being injured, and pounced towards Mo Chujio even more fiercely. Mo Chujio dodged sideways and then kicked the alien zombie in the abdomen, causing it to fall to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mo Chujio once again swung his samurai sword and stabbed forward. Puff! Right in the middle of the eyebrows, Mo Chujio picked out a 2nd-level crystal core from the alien zombie's brain. The zombie of the opposite sex immediately fell silent. At this time, 40 or 50 alien zombies had all rushed over. Mo Chujio didn't have time to pick up the crystal core and had to meet them with a big knife in hand. To be honest, the level 2 zombies were too weak for her. If she used her ice power, the battle would probably end in an instant. But although superpowers are useful, They will eventually run out, so don't rely on them too much. So when she encountered this kind of speed-type zombie, she still wanted to train her skills more. The other members of the Crimson Squad obviously thought the same, so they also took their samurai swords and fought against the zombies of the opposite sex. They are all quite skilled and can easily deal with these alien zombies.